Hield spins, now tries to take it through traffic, lost the ball. Eason gets it out in the wing. Smith fires for three. It's no good. Anderson the rebound. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. He'll dribble it out. This one's going to finally be over. And the Warriors, after losing a 31-point lead, rally in overtime to win 127-121. One of the craziest games that you will see. And Golden State goes to 5-1 on the season, and most importantly, captures game one of this road trip. That's going to get tougher as it goes along. And boy, so much to unpack on this one.
Oh, baby! You got that right, Tim Roy. It's a lot to unpack from that one. Saturday night in Houston, Tim Roy, the voice of the Warriors here on 95.7 The Game, your flagship for Golden State Warriors basketball. And oh, baby, what a game that was as the Warriors blow a 31-point lead. They start turning the ball over, start missing shots. Rockets storm back as they go small. They take out Şengün and Van Vliet. They go to Tari Eason and now man Thompson, one of the Thompson twins. They storm back, but the Warriors survive in overtime. Big baskets by Pods in regulation. Huge baskets by Kuminga in overtime. And the Warriors improve to 5-1 as they are in the nation's capital today to take on Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards. Hell, Shasky, they've won 20 of their last 24 road games dating back to last season. They beat the Rockets 14 straight times. I don't know if you heard Fitz at the end of the broadcast saying, there's members on this Rockets team that have yet to beat the Warriors.
They've won what? What's their road record, the Warriors?
20 of their last 24 dating back to last season.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Wow.
20 of their last 24.
Wow.
They've won 8 straight in the city of Houston, 14 straight overall against Houston. But more importantly, it's the form and how we feel about this team. Look, there's going to be trade rumors swirling, whether or not this guy likes to be on the bench or doesn't want to be on the bench. Whatever the case may be, this team looks good. They're having fun. They're 5-1. There's a plethora of storylines here that we're going to get into today. We'll get around the NFL and what we saw transpire yesterday. The Rams, what a throw by Stafford. Cardinals, they're not going away. Lions look great. Eagles, they're quietly 6-2. But let's start with the Warriors, Sasky. What a feel-good win Saturday after nearly blowing a 31-point lead.
I've got so many thoughts from this game. Number one, the amount of people that are buying into the Warriors right now is unreal. Walking around, seeing everybody at Saturday at the Reardon event, everyone's like, dude, this Warrior team is lovable. Like, man, you think they can get this win tonight without Steph? Like, it does feel like the Warrior fandom is, like, alive and well again. Not that it ever really went away. It was just, people are believing. And then they come out and they're up, like, 30 points in the second quarter. And I'm like, all right, I'll feed LJ. I'll put him down to bed. I'll start some laundry, and I feed him. Like I'm in the dark room upstairs, in his bedroom. I'm putting him. I come back down. It's an 8-point game. It's a 9-point game. What happened? And the entire time I'm watching that fourth quarter and I'm saying to myself, and I cannot be alone in this. You can't lose this game.
You can't lose
this game. Like, you cannot lose this game. And then when it goes to overtime, and we could break down the final, like, the final, like, minute or 30 seconds or 45 seconds, Draymond turnover, Draymond missed free throws, Pods splitting free throws, Buddy Hield turnover, buckets galore, and free throws for Houston. And it's like, you are going to look back at this. It felt like one of those rare regular season games that, like, it's not just winning or losing that game. It feels like the momentum swing could carry you for multiple games, from winning or losing that game. And for them to pull that out in overtime, and now I get to Jonathan Kuminga. I know I'm long-winded, but just the fact that they tried to throw the ball to Wiggins at the block, he gets a turnover, they double-team him, and then JK's like, you know what, I'm taking over. And not because he's mad at anybody. The fact that he became this team's number one option in overtime, to me, just cemented, like, let's ride with JK. I know I've been all over the place. I want to trade this guy and trade that guy, but I felt so happy for the young man. Like, he had 3 big boy buckets in OT.
Well, you know what? You went to Sarah Reardon, and I love this about high school. I do want to say I'm a little disappointed in myself. I was reading the Mercury News in my league that I played in, the Academic Athletic Association. We have to do better. I have to do better and bring a light to that league and what Lincoln is doing and what Lowell is doing, what Mission is doing. Their scores don't even appear in the Mercury News. We got to fix that. I got to fix that. But as I was walking the Bruce Mahoney game with SI and SH, a lot of people, to your point about, man, this Warriors team.
I'm saying.
This Warriors team, is this sustainable? And you know what? There's a lot of Warrior fans that want to just stick this through before we start talking trades, because the Giannis stuff is not going anywhere. I see the Knicks were in on it or whatnot. Let's just see what happens in the first 20 games. Let's see what happens on this road trip. As the road trip moves on, and I'm excited about tonight being in the nation's capital, and I think they're going to roll against the Wizards. Then they go to Boston, Cleveland, OKC, and it's going to be some big-time litmus tests. By the way, Bruce Frazier, he's going to join us at 7 o'clock to talk about what's going on the road. We'll have him on for 10 minutes to talk about this great start with the Golden State Warriors. Yes, they had to win this game 3 different times, right? You go up and build a 31-point lead. Shasky, they were shooting 60% in the first half. 60. 12 of 20 from the three-point line. We'll get to Buddy Hield because, damn, what the hell is going on with him? The guy is on fire right now. We'll get to his numbers and what he's doing off the bench. Buddy Buckets, that is, with a game-high 27, 6 made threes off the bench. He's playing well. But the one thing about Buddy that I absolutely loved. It's not one of the shots that he made from the three-point line. It's not one of his two-pointers or whatnot. It was getting J.K. locked in and focused in that second quarter. J.K. didn't like a foul call, but hey, clapping, hey, let's use our brains. Let's chill. We're okay. We're okay. The constant talking to Jonathan Kuminga to just, hey, J.K., we need you. Just calm it down a little bit. And boy, did Jonathan Kuminga out there, the week he's had, responding to going to the bench, shifting to the bench, because, you know, some people care about starting and whatnot. We'll get into that. But the fact that he produced 3 straight solid games and responding the way that he did shows me that he's the ultimate professional, that this kid gets it. He's bought in. And whether the money comes or not, we'll see about that. What a response from J.K. But Buddy Hield with the leadership, Draymond with the leadership, that was a feel-good win Saturday. That was a feel-good win on how to set the tone and watching the kids, Shasky, not just Kuminga, but Brandin Podziemski, because he's another one who's polarizing around here. A lot of people got thoughts on Pods. Is he that good? Is he explosive? Well, all I know is this guy is a damn winner. This guy is a gamer. And to hit those 6 points late in the game after getting pressed and having trouble bringing the ball up the floor, he's getting pressed. Thompson's taking the ball out of his hands. To hit those shots, to pump fake into paint to get 2 guys up in the air. The fadeaway over Jabari Smith Jr. Huge freaking shots by the youngster, Shasky. And that's what I think people are excited about, too.
You know, there's just so much to love from that win. I'm looking at Pods late in that game. He had some footwork plays around the rim that were just brilliant, using his pivot foot, using the rim as a defender, finishing with both hands. He was awesome in that one. And, you know, look, I have an admission to make.
Uh-oh.
Draymond drives me nuts. And there were points in this game where he drove me nuts as well. And I kept asking the question, like last week, like, do you believe in Draymond? Can you really believe that Draymond's like turned a new leaf? You know what? I'm going to buy in. I'm going to buy in on Draymond. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I'm watching a veteran player who is a battle-tested 4-time champion who's a lot of things. I mean, look, his resume is very deep, okay? You ask all the other fans in the league and they hate his guts. But when the chips were down, and I think I expected him to just not mail it in. That's not fair. But like just to not be as locked in as we needed him to be. With Steph Curry out, I think he's been everything that you want from your leader. He's been a floor general. Yeah. He's played elite defense. He is emotionally uplifting young players like Jonathan Kuminga. You know what? Like Draymond, I've ripped you for a lot of things, and while Steph's out, I got to give you a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. I'm coming around on this Draymond is a changed man thing. I'm not all the way
Champion
there.
to change.
I'm not going to laugh at it anymore.
And look, he was running hot late in that fourth quarter. Things were snowballing. The Rockets got the Toyota Center rocking. Amen Thompson's going to the rack. He's picking up 94 feet. Tari Eason off the bench. You know the whole Rockets come out and play. Tari Eason played his ass off Saturday night. 11-19, 27, going to the rim, 9 rebounds. Houston, for them, their best lineup maybe was Şengün and Van Vliet out. They're a lot faster with Eason and Thompson in. Get Van Vliet and Şengün out. Van Vliet looks like he's lost a step. He's making $40 million. Geez Louise, or Şengün. he's got some of those empty calories, that empty calorie mindset where it's just like, yeah, he's going to get his numbers, but does he impact winning? Anyway, Draymond Green. And he was running hot. You can see him. He was revving up in that fourth quarter. Leadership, hugging JK after the game, being there for his teammates, ball handling, and the aggressiveness offensively. Knowing that Steph Curry's out. Knowing that Wiggins is returning for the first time after missing 2 games. Knowing that JK's coming off the bench and Buddy Hield's doing his thing off the bench. But Draymond Green providing some offensive punch. I'm telling you, man, these 14 points, and you always hear Bully on the postgame show, it doesn't matter, Bonte, when I always bring up the stat, whether or not he makes 2 or more threes, they win a game. It does matter when he's being aggressive offensively. It does. 4 of 8 Saturday night, the big 3 late in the game, the 11 rebounds. I thought he had a solid floor game. Now, look, he fouled out. And so that's why JK and Paz, they get a lot of love for what they did. But Draymond Green being aggressive offensively and then hyping up JK at the end of the bench, at the end of the game, I loved everything about that. So Draymond's doing his thing. He's locked in. Hey, let's just see it, folks. Let's just see what happens on the rest of this road trip. How exciting is this? They're on the road to the East Coast with the perfect barometers. Boston staring them in the face. Cleveland's undefeated with Kenny Atkinson staring them in the face. And I haven't forgotten how Cleveland took it to the Warriors last year in both games. Within a week, they blew them out in Cleveland. They blew them out right here at Chase Center. Draymond Green got ejected at that game at Chase Center with Donovan Mitchell waved bye-bye. And then, of course, OKC Sunday. So the Draymond Green on the court, the leadership, we're seeing it all here, man. We're seeing it all. I'm loving where this team is at right now, folks.
And that brings me to Buddy Hield. As the leader of the Buddy Hield movement here in Golden State.
You're the leader now, the Buddy Hield movement.
I'm just teasing. But on the real, this guy's averaging 22 a game. I know it's early. I know it's early. But when I watch the game, he's defending, like he's trying really hard defensively. Like I didn't have that on my bingo card. He has taken guys off the dribble multiple times. No, that's not like the bread and butter of his game. That's like the deep ball. We all know that. But B, come on.
Well, I mentioned it earlier. The leadership with JK. If you watch the second quarter, and JK's running a little hot. He didn't like a foul call. He's not happy about it. And Buddy Hield subtly, if you go back and watch it, hey, JK, I need you locked in. So JK having Draymond in the starting unit and Wiggins, and then you got Buddy Hield off the bench and Looney to say, hey, JK. And I said, wow, Buddy Hield has a voice. He has a voice. Now, what I want to know what Buddy Hield is, he's holding the ball. If you notice on the bench, he has a basketball in his hands at all time, like he's just ready to shoot. Well, he found his basketball heaven. I mean, this thing, is this sustainable? Well, ride the wave. He's 30 and 58 from the three-point line, and it's not just that he's making shots. The looks that he's getting great looks. Great looks. We talk about Klay Thompson getting great looks in Dallas. Well, Buddy Buckets is getting wide open shots, and yet people on the scouting report are like, oh, well, maybe he's going to come back down to earth. Again, my question is, he looks this good. What the hell was Indiana doing? What was Philadelphia doing?
I think he's changed, though. Like, I honestly do. I think that the guy has clearly found certain stability. And, he goes by Buddy Love on Instagram. And I think that that's just the way I'm going to go with it from here on out. I'm thinking in my mind, Dude Love, the intro for Dude Love when he used to come out. I need Buddy Love all year. And what? You got it? Let's go. Come on, dog. This is the Summer of Love destination back in the day. God. All right? Get me my tie-dye. All right? He fits right in. My man's got an ear-to-ear smile. He's the connector of this team. Buddy Love, my boy, is driving a giant old-school Volkswagen van, and we're all hopping in, and we're puffing on some good stuff, and we're headed to the playoffs. Buddy Love.
Deep playoff run?
Let's do it.
Are you at deep playoff run?
Not there yet.
Are you at deep playoff run?
Not there yet. We're not at the 10-game requirement over 500. But Bate, you can't tell me that this guy, the vibes aren't all-time high.
No, the vibes are great with Buddy Hield right now.
Whatever is going on with him and Steve Kerr and this fit and this coaching staff and these players, like, he's bought in, he's responding, he's hitting big buckets, he's trying on defense. He's not the perfect player, but for whatever reason, this is the perfect situation for him.
Well, he understands his role with the second unit. And they say this. I have to talk to the coaching staff a little bit at Chase Center because I was trying to figure it out. I'm saying, look, man, this is insanity. All right, this is insanity. Everybody I talked to was like, even some of the coaching staff was like, look, man, we're just riding away. Like, I swear to God, I was talking to a coach before the Wednesday night Pelicans game. I go, what is this with Buddy Hield? What is this? And they go, his assignment is simple. You sprint up and down the floor. You sprint. We will find you. You run hard down the floor. We will find you on the perimeter, and the ball will find you in this offense. And I asked the same question I'm asking you, and nobody knows the answer. I said, what was Indiana doing? Indiana played they played at the fastest pace in the NBA. They did last season with Tyrese Halliburton. They're going up and down, shooting threes. They traded Buddy. And I'm watching Buddy here, and I'm thinking, why would Indiana give up on a guy like this if he's making shots like that? He goes to Philadelphia, doesn't play much in the postseason. Whatever. The Warriors get him on the cheap, and Chris DeMarco obviously coached him, as Fitz made the astute point with Rod Adams and Chris DeMarco coaching Team Bahamas. Hey, this might work. This might work. And so they're keeping it simple. They're keeping it simple for JK. You run the floor, crash a little bit, be active. We want you diving to the rim. Buddy Hield, sprint from three-point line to three-point line and just let them things fly. And he's letting them fly right now, shooting over 50% from the three-point line. So my question is this sustainable? It might be. It just might be.
Look, if you want to have a great year in any sport, don't you need some random guys to step up and have whatever, not rejuvenation spots, but close to career years in the roles that they're in?
Could happen.
Right? Like, I think about the year that they did win it all in 2022, because it's most recent. Like, Otto Porter Jr. was really good for long stretches of that year. Now, did it last the full season? No. But he was an integral part of that team. And I look at Buddy right now, and I'm saying to myself, like, he's giving me a lot of the elements, like, in terms of just whatever the team needs on a given possession, extra pass, get to the rim, finish around the rim. Like, I said, I texted you, I've never seen him dribble this much.
Dude, Buddy Hield, I'm telling you, man, this is a different dude.
I thought that he was just a catch-and-shoot bomber with low half-court IQ. Like I did. I thought he would just take poor shots, and he had the automatic, shoot button on, who didn't try on defense. And then maybe he's just changed when he's here. He's been a revelation.
So he has been a revelation. Today, Steph Curry questionable with the left ankle sprain. He's questionable, which means he's getting closer and closer to play. They're 3-0 without Steph. 3-0 without Steph. Andrew Wiggins, probable. Looked like he strained his back a little bit late in the fourth quarter, played in overtime. He battled through it. I like where Wiggins' activity is. Big offensive rebound late in the basketball game. Who else we got here? Sadiq Bey's going to be out for the Wizards. Brogdon's going to be out for the Wizards. Kyle Kuzma's out for the Wizards. So the Warriors can get right and improve to 2-0 in this five-game road trip here. A lot to like. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to play some sound from Saturday night. What a win against the Houston Rockets. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
That's 45-26. All 12 of his points beyond the arc.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
I'm trying, buddy. As long as you keep making threes, I guess I have no choice but to hit the breaks. 9-14, 6-10 for the three-point line, 27 points. More importantly, 7 rebounds. He's doing everything to impact winning. You get a combined 50 points from J.K. and Buddy Hield off the bench. The record for most bench points as a team throughout the course of a regular season, 2018-19 Clippers, they were averaging 53 points a game. Montrezl Harrell, Lou Williams, Lemon Pepper Lou. Well, this Warriors team so far, off the bench, they're averaging 61 points a game. They're average, and last year they had a great bench. Last year's bench produced about 43 points a game. Right now, the bench is producing 61 points a game. He has some unsung heroes in Kyle Anderson with a nice bank shot in overtime. The bank was open, right? Slow-mo there, late in the game now.
That was such a great play.
It was
you want to talk about slow-mo.
Slow-mo.
He did the little step through and then threw it up off the wrong foot, right hand. I couldn't believe that shot.
It was unbelievable. No, I almost went crazy because Steve Kerr, in the final possession, he pulled J.K. And he inserted Kevon Looney and Kyle Anderson. And I'm thinking to myself, we want J.K. running to the basket. Why are we pulling him? And Buddy Hield could get a shot off as he slips there at the end of regulation, but the Warriors were able to bounce back and win the overtime. They had lost 11 straight games on the road in overtime. They had lost 11 straight. Their record from 2017 in overtime was 4-19, for crying out loud. They just hadn't won a lot of overtime games since 2017. So to see them pull through like that, and win that basketball game with Steph Curry in street clothes and DeAnthony Melton in street clothes, what a positive sign for the Dubs. A positive sign. But Buddy Hield, man, damn, what the hell is going on? 30-58 so far from the three-point line. I'm not a math major. That tells me he's over 50% from three so far.
You know, it's interesting when I watch, and I don't pretend to watch every single team in the NBA, but when I watch some of these teams that the Warriors are going up against, and then, you know, you're tuned into TNT and they've got all the different games on there, there's a lot of teams with a lot of talent. Right, we just watched New Orleans 2 games in a row, and they've got talent, right? We watched Houston. Houston's got a lot of talent. They do, like young talent, don't get me wrong, but they got a lot of talent. But there's a difference between being a talented roster and playing like a talented team. And I'm looking at this year's Warrior team, and I thought they had talent last year. I did. I thought they had some talent last year. They just couldn't put it all together. This year, for whatever reason, early on, they're playing like a unit. They're playing like a team. And I'm looking at the defensive side where, A, they're staying in front of people better than they ever have, but their recovery, their ability to recover has been so good without fouling.
Yeah.
And I look at Andrew Wiggins getting to the free throw line, I think, 10 times in this game.
10 times, 7 to 10.
They're doing a good job not fouling, and then they're doing a good job getting to the free throw line. Now, you missed almost 20 free throws in that game.
18, 32 of 50.
I mean, But you went 50 times.
Yeah, no doubt.
So to me, like yes, you missed the 18. You got to clean that up. There's no doubt. But I mean, how many times have they gotten to the free throw line? 50 times. I can't.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Houston was fouling left and right, but the second half, give the Rockets some credit. Give the Rockets some credit. They forced the Warriors. They basically just ran them off the three-point line. The Warriors have to be in 12 of 20 from the three-point line in the first half, shooting 60% in that first half. 3 of 11 in the third and fourth quarter. So what does that tell you? They were pressing. They were really pressing, making the Warriors pass and running them off that three-point line. And the Warriors in that second half just shoot 36%. They got outscored 76-48. As Houston came roaring back. Jabari Smith Jr. started cooking. Tari Eason with 22 alone in the second half. Amen Thompson, 13 points, 5 rebounds, three assists. Now, it says only 1 steal. Felt like he had about 15 deflections and multiple steals, man. He was getting in with Podziemski and any ball handler that he could possibly get into. So the Rockets come roaring back, but the resolve to win that basketball game. The resolve to win that game with Pods fouling out and Draymond fouling out. Kudos to those guys, the unsung heroes, and not only Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney, but the stars of the show, Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga, who took over overtime.
There was a moment, I'd forgotten if it was after a timeout and Draymond had already fouled out or if it was when Draymond was on the floor. But Podziemski took a airball 3, late in the game. He kind of held onto the ball. No one else touched it, and they had an opportunity to take a lead. And Draymond put his arm around him as they were walking back to the huddle. Like, that's not a good shot. That's not a great possession. And you could just tell, like, instead of berating him and screaming and yelling at him, he put his arm around him, and he was like trying to explain to him why that. And like you could see Poz is nodding, and he's like, "Yeah, you're right. That is." But that is the growth of this team, and I do like. I feel like I'm coming around on Draymond on this sense. Like I do kind of buy in that he. Thus far, looks like a changed man, and I'm sure he'll explode at some point. And we'll have that different conversation. But early on, like I see the leadership.
No, he's champion the change, man. Champion the change. I'm buying it. Here's what Kerr said, because I felt like this as well. We'll get to West Oakland Sam in just a second. But Steve Kerr on what this does for the team moving forward.
Great experience, great experience. And, to win after Draymond fouls out, to win without Steph, to win on a night when the game just completely flipped. As good as we were in the first half, they basically went small and switched everything and caused us a lot of problems. And so it's great to have that game on tape. It's great to feel it because we're going to have to get better when we face that kind of defense.
No doubt about that. How about Kuminga? How proud was Kerr of Jonathan Kuminga in his performance Saturday night?
It's been great. He's this is the third game in a row he's come off the bench, and these were his three best games. I think the way he's responded, to a role change is perfect. That's what we expect. With the professionalism, the force that he brought. Coming off the bench and playing the way he has, that's a huge sign of growth, and couldn't be more proud of JK.
6 rebounds for JK Saturday night for all the plus-minus geeks. He's a team-high plus 18. 23 points off the bench, 7 to 12. So Buddy Hield and Jonathan Kuminga combined to go 16 of 26 Saturday night. 8 threes between them. JK 2 of 3 from the three-point line. Very selective. And he got to the free throw line as well 10 times. 7 of 10 there. So, look, Kerr's proud of him. I'm proud of him. The growth, the maturity, very articulate. JK is playing at a high level alongside Buddy Hield. Let's go to West Oakland Sam real quick. West Oakland Sam, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Good morning, my brothers. How y'all doing, man?
Good, man.
I've always looked at players, particularly Buddy Hield. Whenever our system works, it caters to people like Buddy Hield, because I've always looked at our system for players like Buddy Hield, and let's say for another player like JaVale McGee, to actually our system could rehabilitate a person's career. So even if we keep Buddy Hield or not, our system is tailor-made for somebody like Buddy Hield to thrive in and to rehabilitate his career. And I hope he stays with us because the residuals will be greater. It just feels good to see a team that is operating on a particular IQ to understand where our system works, where everybody understands their specific role. Like, to be honest, Slow-Mo gives me like that Sean Livingston vibe in a way. Buddy Hield gives us that poor man's version of Klay Thompson in a sense. So it just feels good to see a team operating on a specific IQ while also catering to Kuminga's role as he grows to potentially become a star, which is the only thing that we're waiting on is to see Kuminga completely take over a game and thoroughly do it through our system, right? So it takes a high IQ team to help him right now, which is why it's perfect as a 22-year-old that he is in a perfect situation where he's surrounded by high IQ players, even though Pods is in his second year, he's still a high IQ player. So surrounding somebody like Kuminga, who's still learning the game, particularly at the Warriors level, where you need that, will help him in the long run. But I hope you get the gist of what I'm saying.
Absolutely. There, one thing compared to last year is I don't want to get too much into last year because I'm feeling the vibes right now, is that Kerr has figured out the role for this team a lot sooner than he did last year. Last year, there was just so much. What are you going to do with Chris Paul? Well, you don't play Chris. You had to start Chris Paul because he had injuries right out of the gate. Draymond Green had the ankle injury right out of the gate. What was the role of Moses Moody? What was the role of J.K.? Where was Andrew Wiggins at? Where was Klay at? Pardon me. You moved on without Jordan Poole, so it felt like Steve Kerr was never, pardon me, his voice is about to be shot here. Steve Kerr was never able to figure out the roles until later in the year. Think about when he benched Klay. Maybe that should have happened a lot sooner. Moses Moody, maybe he should have played more. Whatever the case is, he's figured out the roles a lot sooner on this roster than he did last year. And I think that's helping everybody. Everybody came out of Hawaii knowing, okay, this is what I'm going to do. Buddy Hield, sprint to the three-point line. TJD, sprint 94 feet. You may get the ball, just sprint as a big. JK, crash to the boards. Andrew Wiggins, be more aggressive. So they figured out the roles a lot sooner on this roster than they did last year.
I look at like the great teams in sports over a long period of time. Like Kansas City right now, anyone they acquire, we all go, yeah, that's going to that guy's going to make a play. Like at some point, that guy's going to make a play somehow, some way. Oh, Juju Smith-Schuster stinks everywhere else. Yeah, but here he'll make a play.
Yep.
Sammy Watkins is garbage everywhere. Yeah, but he's going to make a big time play in the Super Bowl. You know, they just acquired DeAndre Hopkins. New England had that hallmark for a long time. Oh, Corey Dillon's washed up with the Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah, he'll run for 1,000 yards here. Randy Moss has played himself out of two different spots. Yeah, he'll ball out here. And I look at the Warriors situation, and even though we don't view them as a champion right now, there has been this elixir that they have. It's not for everyone, but there are certain people that fit perfectly. And to his point about Buddy Hield, it just feels like the guy fits.
It fits.
And
he's going to continue to get wide open shots playing next to Stephen Curry. That's the thing. The gravity of Stephen Curry is going to allow Buddy Hield to continue to shoot because as long as number 30's there, Buddy Hield will never be on top of the scouting report.
It's true.
People are going to look at him and say, hey, we need to shut down Buddy Hield. We need somebody face guarding him. But then you have the athleticism with J.K., and you have Draymond Green running the point forward and Brandin Podziemski connecting everything. It's going to be a very difficult process. Now I started thinking about one-offs. Like I remember Mike D'Antoni, 7 seconds or less, Phoenix Suns. Quentin Richardson and Joe Johnson had years of their lives. Boris Diaw as well. You can have these one-off seasons every now and then where it's just like, oh, this guy's not going to slow down. T.J. Ward had a couple I'm not even putting Buddy in those categories.
No, but I get what you're saying.
I'm saying for this year, in this system, this just may be what it is. It may just be what it is now. Is he going to shoot 50% from the three-point line all season long? No, he's not. But, man, can he shoot 42, 43%? Those are Klay numbers.
Look, B, just look at it this way. If you're a Warrior fan, stack the W's. That's a game last year that they lose, and it hangs over them for a week or two, right? It ruins the whole road trip. I feel like those are the kind of games.
But you know what, though? Last year, the Warriors were good on the road.
No, I agree. But I'm saying losing that way, it hangs over a team. It just does. And there are certain games that I believe in the NBA, they feel like they're worth 2 points. You know what I mean? Or two wins in this situation. Like right now, you're in third place in the West.
Oh, now you
just keep stacking wins.
He wants Shatsky
just keep stacking wins.
That's what we're saying out loud.
No, we're not there. We're 6 games away.
It sounds like you're there.
We're 6 games away.
It sounds like you're counting Western Conference standings 6 games in.
No, I'm just looking. Bonte, I took the Bonte binoculars, and I have now grabbed them. I've grabbed the steering wheel, and I'm staring at the standings.
Oh, man. Rod Adams is going to join us at 7 o'clock. Rod Adams, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. Rod Adams, 7 o'clock. Shatsky's close. He's close. You can hear it in his voice.
I am getting close.
Brett in Oakland will get you on the other side. He's got a question about playing time. Playing time. He wants to know why a particular player isn't getting more playing time. We'll get to that. 888-957-9570. Ryan Adams coming up at 7 o'clock here on the Morning Roast. And we will get around the NFL. A lot went on yesterday in the NFL. All that coming up here on the Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises.
on the far side. Now attacks the rim. Fumbled it. Goes up strong with a left hand and went right over the top of Smith. And Kuminga with a couple of huge baskets. Here it's 127-121. Kuminga with 23 on 7 of 12 shooting.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joshasky on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, JK, hell of an overtime for you. Hell of a game out in H-Town. And that's 3 straight games that JK has stacked them up. And as I'm listening to Guru Friday night, Saturday, Brandon Eagle was cooking. He's cooking. Hey, man, empty numbers, baby. Empty numbers. JK put the clamps on him. And JK was running around Saturday night at the Toyota Center as the Warriors improved to 5-1. Yes, they've won 20 of their last 24 games on the road dating back to last season. We're going to get to the calls before we get to Rod Adams here, Shasky, as this segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Here's JK's mindset in overtime.
It's mostly, like I said, so much space. Ain't nobody going to stop me where I want to go. It's not going to happen every time, but the mindset is just getting anybody or whatever I want them to go, and more comfortable getting to the rim, than doing different things. Why settle when I could get to the rim? So it's just, that's the mentality.
That's the mentality. He's got a winning mentality. Real quick, Shasky, got to play this Draymond cut on JK and how important he was Saturday night.
He's very important. Number one, he can match the athleticism of all those guys. A-Man, Tari, Jabbar, they are athletes, and A-Man's a freak. And Tari Eason got one of the best motors I've seen come through this league with skill. You've seen some guys come through here with, great motors and no skill. He got skill, he work hard. But when you're facing guys like that, you need a JK, because not only could he go get his own, which he can, he showed down the stretch, or every time we needed a bucket, we gave him the ball, he went and got it. But like I said, from an athleticism standpoint, he's just as athletic, if not more. And so to match that physicality and athleticism was huge. And so, that in situations like that, you definitely need a JK. Obviously, we need him more in other situations as well, but you definitely need him in situations like that.
You can't tell me that doesn't sound different from Draymond.
It really does.
He's giving the opponent credit.
Yep.
A young team that he would normally just be dismissive of, right? He sounds different. And then the way that he's hyping up Kuminga, this is just my personal sense.
Yeah.
I've always got the feeling that, fair or not, the feeling that I come away with is it's Steph, it's Klay, it's Dre, and then it's everybody else, right, on the team, not named Iguodala, right? Mm-hmm. And it felt like there were tiers to the team, or a class, if you will. Hey, we're in first class, you're in coach. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't even think it was that cut and dry, but that was just the feeling I always got. This is a guy, Jonathan Kuminga, that Draymond is saying, we don't win games like this without him. Mm-hmm. We need him to match these other young bulls that are playing for the other team who are bringing it. He said Easton has one of the best motors in the league. When does he ever...
With skill.
I've never heard him be so sincerely praising the other team like that, sincerely giving honest opinion. I don't know. Normally, he's just so dismissive of everyone.
Well, he did it with Zion the other day, too. He goes, man, Zion made me work, man. He gave it to me Tuesday night. I had to come back, and my body hurts or whatnot. So, listen, man, Draymond Green, he talked about it, champion to change. Champion to change. So he's praising Tari East and said, hey, he's got great motor. He's got skill with that motor. But we need JK in games like this. And in the pregame show, I'm not going to pat myself on the back, but I probably will pat myself on the back. We're discussing the game. We're going through our elements. I'll try to be humble in this one. But I said, Bully, this game is tailor-made for Jonathan Kuminga because of all the athleticism on the floor, and you're going to need an athlete at some point in that basketball game to match the athleticism of the Houston Rockets. So JK did his thing, and I expect him to do the same thing tonight in the nation's capital against the Washington Wizards. Let's take some calls. Lines are jam-packed right now, 888-957-9570. People are feeling good about the Golden State Warriors. Really good. Let's go to Brett in Oakland. Brett, who has a playing time question or a playing time thought? Brett, go ahead. Shoot your shot.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thank you.
Just walking into work right now. I'm here to talk about Moses Moody's playing time. I really, really think that he needs to be at 20-plus a game. He's every game he's in the plus. He's always in the positive We just gave him a new contract, and I don't understand what the hesitation is. He's a great 3-point shooter. He can slash when he needs to, and he's an amazing defender. Maybe one of our best. And go ahead.
You got mic on.
Oh, sorry. I pulled the Shasky here.
Sorry.
I was gonna say who would he play ahead of right now?
Well, I think that the minutes are being split between him and Waters, and Waters is good. I like what he's brought to the team thus far. But with that being said, we just gave Moody a new contract, and Steve Kerr is usually playing on who has more experience and who fits these roles better. If Moody doesn't fit that professionalism, the role that's perfect for the Warriors, then I don't know who else does. And I think that Waters should get minutes, but he's getting close. I think it was when I saw it, 18 minutes for Moody.
Yeah, he got 17.
And Waters was getting 15, 16.
Yeah, Lindy Waters got 17 minutes. And thanks for the call. 17 minutes. Then Moses Moody got 16:43. 9 points, 2 of 2 from the floor, 3 of 5 for the 3-point line. There's so many wings on his team. I don't know who he plays ahead of right now. And trust me, I like Moses Moody, and I like what he does. But look, who's he going to play ahead of right now? Is it J.K.? Is it Wiggins? Is it Buddy Hield? Is it Brandin Podziemski? Is it, Lindy Waters? Gary Payton II has had good stints. He's been the odd man out in the rotation. He only got 10 minutes Saturday night, Gary Payton II. He's only playing about 10 to 12 minutes a night. So I just don't know where the minutes are going to come from Moses Moody if you're looking for him to get 25 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, someone's going to be the odd man out at times. And I don't know. My personal belief is that it's very difficult for me, given how good they've looked early on, to be questioning minute allocation this early. Like, come on, guys. They're winning games.
5-1. 5-1. And Moody's seeing minutes. It's not like he's getting D&Ds.
Yeah, he's fine. I think Moody's fine.
Right. Let's go to Linda driving into work. Linda, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. It's been a long time since I've called, and it's nice to hear you on the radio.
Oh, I'm psyched to hear from you.
Last year, I had called in and talked about Moses Moody's minutes and stuff, and was excited that he was getting a little more playing time, but not much. When the trades were coming up, I was excited that they would pick up Buddy Hield from the Pacers. That didn't happen, and I was disappointed. And then when I saw he got signed this summer, I was like, oh, fantastic. Now we have a replacement. We can get an outside shooter to match up with Stephen and push him to, other limits now. And when you look at the relegation of duties of time and using the players on the roster, do you think Steve Kerr learned something from working with the Olympic team this summer? You had those professionals with magnitudes of skills you had to get in and out of the games. And he did take criticism for sitting Tatum. And I mean, let's face it, the fellow from Indiana hardly even got off the bench to play in the Olympics.
Halliburton, yeah.
But you look now, Halliburton, thank you. You look now, and he's got 12 guys. He's played in, the first 3 games everybody played? And I know that's due to the fact that they had big leads. But, again, he's getting, 10, 11 guys in the game, even though they were losing the other night at the end, giving us all a heart attack. We got to see people come off the bench to play. I think Gee is probably the only one that didn't get to play. But, I mean, do you think, and this is you guys' question, do you think coaching the Olympics team this summer helped him learn how to relegate more duties to trust people on the deep roster that they have?
That's a hell of a question, Linda, and it's a very astute point. There has to be something there with that, Shasky, and learning how to navigate. Now, those are all-star, all-NBA players that you got to navigate 12 guys in. On the team, it might be easier, especially when it's your team and you're putting together a roster with a longer trading camp. You have a lot more time together. But it's a very astute point that maybe Steve Kerr did learn something from Ty Lue and Eric Spoelstra and Mark Few's. Like, all right, how do we navigate this rotation? How do we put this combination together? And not being afraid of it. But you know what? Steve Kerr has done this before. We've seen this from Steve Kerr. He's pulled all the right strings, whether he goes 11 deep, 12 deep. I seen him play 10 guys in a freaking finals game, for crying out loud. The NBA finals game. Steve Kerr's playing 10 guys in a quarter. He doesn't care. So I think Steve Kerr has always, there's this big misnomer that he doesn't use his bench or he doesn't put in the right combinations. Look, coach is going to get some things wrong, Shaska. You're not going to have the perfect combos every single time for 48 minutes. But maybe there is something to him learning a little something from Team USA and implementing it into his coaching style. But then on the flip side, I say this has kind of always been his coaching style. He'll have a different starting five at the start of the second half. That's what Kerr does.
Like, there's a lot to critique with Kerr at any given. Like, there are thousands of little decisions throughout a game that you leave yourself open as a coach to critique stuff. Like, great example, just something on the top of my head that maybe no one thinks about. And you and I were texting about this Saturday night, and I think he did a great job in this one. Like, and I know the other team came back from 30 points. Believe me, that's baked into it. But that's also part of the NBA. Teams go on runs. You go stale. You don't have your superstar. Right? You're on the road. I get all that. But, like, there's 8 seconds to go. Second free throw. Right. He subs in
Kyle Anderson and Kevon Looney.
Yeah, and I'm saying to myself, all right, I know you want to get a rebound here because you're up 1, but if this guy makes this free throw, you have no timeouts, and you're going to have to go the length of the floor. And I love Kyle Anderson and Looney, but those are two guys. One of the two can come in, but don't take Kuminga off the floor. He's one of the few guys that can get down court quickly, and although he's not a great shooter, he's a better shooter than those two. And so I didn't love that decision, but I'm also not going to lose my mind over it because they found a way to figure it out, and they won in overtime. The Moody thing, I kind of am getting tired of hearing people like Moses Moody. Like, do we really think he's 30-minute game night guy who's going to score 25 a game?
Right.
Like, I like him. He's a solid player. He's a contributor. He's a role player. But are we really going to field calls after every game about his minute allocation? Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah, sports radio.
They're winning games.
It's sports radio, You always got to look at the negative,
Buddy Hield's been awesome.
I know.
And Kuminga's been great off the bench.
I understand. As we go to the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's go to the nation's capital and talk to our main man. We love talking to Coach Ron Adams here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Coach, hell of a win on Saturday, and good morning to you.
Good morning to you guys. How are you?
Oh, we're doing great. We're really jacked up over the way your team showed resolve Saturday night, nearly blew a 31-point lead, getting outscored 76-48. But watching the youngsters and J.K. and Pods make big plays down the stretch, watching the continued excellence with Buddy Hield, not only shooting and rebounding, but playing defense, Rod, and I know that's where you hang your hat on defensively. Maybe you could speak to that defensively so far. We're loving all the hustle stats. Number 1 in deflections, top of the league in steals, not getting blown by. Can you discuss maybe what you guys are doing so well defensively, because it looks so connected defensively in this young season?
Well, we've done it. We're doing a great job defensively to this point, and I think a lot of it is we're well organized. I think Jerry Stackhouse and Chris DeMarco works with Jerry, but Jerry's done a really good job. I like his demeanor. I like how he holds people accountable. And we've been blessed with a roster of a lot of two-way players, and most of them have a defensive aptitude. And Buddy has been a surprise, but Buddy exemplifies what this team is doing, and everyone is really playing aggressively and hard. Perhaps that's because minutes are at a premium, but I think everyone's motivated. I think most of the guys we have in this team are intrinsically motivated. I don't think it's necessarily because of the competition for minutes. But that's kind of been our formula for our defense. We are not the biggest team in the league, obviously, but I think we've overcome that with really a workman's-like attitude about it, and a great hustle, and I think great camaraderie also to this point.
Coach, you're referencing Buddy. I just didn't know that the guy was going to give this much effort on defense. And then the dribbling, like he's finished around the rim way more. Are you just seeing something different? Have you guys, empowered him a little more? Like I thought he was more of a catch and shoot player. Maybe I sold the guy short. I'm in love with what I'm seeing from Buddy Hield, and clearly his vibe. All these guys are just feeding off of his energy right now. I'm in love with Buddy Hield.
Well, it makes two of us. I'll just tell a story that I think kind of exemplifies Buddy and what he means to us and how he's adapted to this environment. But we had a exhibition game. Maybe it was our last exhibition game or next to last. I forget which. And Buddy was 4 for 14 in the game. Didn't have a great shooting night. Shot into some really intense shot challenges. And he was coming off the floor in the fourth quarter, and he met Steve, and they were both laughing. Steve had his arm around him. And I told Steve after the game, I said, that interchange was the most significant thing that happened in this game. Because Steve is a wonderful coach to play for in general, but if you're a shooter, he's more than wonderful. And I think he feels that. I think Buddy's been judged on many teams recently, not so much probably when he came into the league, but if he's not making shots, he's not playing. And shooters can't feel that. Shooters have to feel the freedom to shoot the ball. And no one, I think, fosters the confidence of a shooter better than Steve Kerr.
Wow. Ron Adams here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, speaking about Buddy Hield. Now let's speak about Jonathan Kuminga, because you've been in this league a long, long time, Coach. And we've seen players in contract years. We see players with sporadic playing time, whether they start or come off the bench. They could drift. They could drift. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of it over the course of your NBA career, Coach. But JK's response this week, showing the maturity, the growth, playing well. Obviously, a lot of you guys Saturday night say we don't win this game without Jonathan Kuminga. Could you speak to his week that he's had, shifting to the bench and responding with 3 solid basketball games?
Well, I think he was great this week, and especially in this last game, and he scored meaningful points down the stretch. But I think more than that, and I told him this, I thought it was his best game ever as a Warrior. And I say that because I thought he played every possession locked in with great effort. And I'm talking both sides of the ball. And this is what he's capable of doing. I think sometimes, let me just back up a little bit. Several seasons ago when he was having trouble scoring, figuring out the scoring part of it, he was really playing some good defense for us. If you remember, we were putting him on, in some cases, in any given game, the best player on the other squad. And he was responding well. His energy was good. Then he started scoring, and with a lot of younger players in the league, they forget about defense a little bit. And now we're back in approaching a really good balance. And if he can continue to do this and understand, above all else, just the nature of this league. Look, a basic fundamental in this league, the basic fundamental, I might add, is playing the game at an NBA level, playing the game with great intensity and aggressiveness. And this is why I was just elated for him and the game he played the other night in Houston, because I thought that game exemplified both of those characteristics.
Coach, you've seen it all, obviously. When you coach as long as you have, you're going to be on all the spectrums in terms of wins and losses and how they come together. But the last 30 seconds of that game, I mean, you're sitting on the bench. You got to feel helpless to a degree. You guys are missing free throws. We're turning it over. They're chipping away at the lead. You're not getting good looks. They hit a three-pointer. We've got opportunities. And you're looking at them like, are we really going to blow this lead? And then you come out in overtime and you find a way to win that game. Take me through what the coaching staff was saying to each other after that win, because that felt like a 2-game swing there. It really did.
Well, first of all, if you you guys are students of the league, and against many good teams, a big lead is somewhat of a curse.
Yep. I know what you're talking about.
Time and time again. I mean, we were down 20 to New Orleans the other night. And so you're playing a powerful team. I mean, I don't know if there's a more physically imposing team when it comes to at least wing players than Houston. They have a lot of young, athletic people, and they turned it on. And, they made some adjustments in the second half. They got more aggressive, but they were killing us on the old board, right? And these things happen. We had played a fairly impeccable first half. Obviously, we made shots in a timely fashion. We defended well, all of that. And so we got hit in the mouth the second half. And I think the mark of a good team is to withstand that. And we were bending, right? We had to bend a lot, but we didn't break. And so I liked that game in the sense that it, I think, indicated to us, and I think to our players, the resiliency of what you have to bring to the court every night, and then to work through that game and then win it. So as far as the game, the sequences of the game, I will only say this. I thought Kyle was huge in that game. Mm-hmm. Because we have Brandin who, as far as a player goes, is really a 1.5 bordering on a 2. Can handle the ball, can get us into some offense, but he's a versatile guard type player, right? And then after that, we have Melt is out, so we can't use him at that spot. And now we have Kyle, who basically is a 0.4, and he ran the team well. He did a lot of great things offensively, but more than that, he had 5 to 6 great shot challenges when it countered in that game, all resulting in misses on the part of the guy he was guarding. I just thought he did a tremendous job in steadying us down the stretch. And, we missed 18 free throws. Some games we don't get 18 free throws.
Hey, you got to the line 50 times, Coach. 50 times on Saturday.
Missed 18 free throws. I mean, 18 to 20 is a good total for us to get to the line.
No doubt. Real quick,
crazy.
Coach, before we let you go, because we're up against it here, we do appreciate the time. We always appreciate talking to you. We all get smarter and wiser when we talk to you, Coach Rod Adams. Real quick on Draymond Green. I think he talked about the champion, being the champion of change and checking his emotions. But on the court, I think he's got off to a phenomenal start, not only defensively, but can you touch on maybe his aggressiveness offensively? Because that right there, the 14 points, the big 3 late in the game, he's facilitating. I think offensively, this is the best I've seen Draymond look in years.
Well, I think he's trying to assert himself offensively a bit, and we need him to do that. And his 3-point stroke has been... Actually, last year, too, he made a good percentage of his shots. I like what he's doing from the 3-point line. He's spending, I think, more time in thinking about, the finer aspects of his shot. I think coming into the league, he was a big-picture guy. The smaller things didn't matter as much to him. He got it done with energy and his strong will to win basketball games. And now he's older and a little bit wiser in that regard, and I think he's getting better as a shooter. We need that. But I think defensively he's obviously playing at a very high level. And I think his leadership on the court has been really good, and we need that because we're going to be a team that relies on multiple playmakers. And he's one of them. I think Kyle is one of them, and we can go down. We can go down the line. Even Buddy is showing some playmaking abilities, as is Melton, and so on down the line. So he's important to us in that regard also, but he's a confidence builder, booster for all of our guys defensively. He understands the game. He sees the pictures early and so on. And I think he's gotten off to a good start. He came to camp. He was in good shape, but I think that was extremely important. And he will continue to do what Draymond Green does, and that is play winning basketball.
There's no doubt. We'll leave you on that note, Coach. This is a lot of fun to watch you guys get off to a great start. You won 20 of your last 24 on the road. You continue to try your road-winning ways tonight in the nation's capital against our old friend Jordan Poole of the Washington Wizards. Been a lot of fun to watch. We can't wait to watch you later on today. Thanks for the time today, Coach.
You guys be well, and have a great day.
You too,
Thanks,
Coach. Coach Ron Adams here on the River Islands guest line. We're going to react to everything he just said. Buddy Hield, J.K., Draymond, this team, Samita, Los Gatos, Oscar Stockton. I know you guys are jacked up. We'll get you on the other side. We're going to respond to Coach as well. It's all coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
the clock. Gotta go. Steps around him. Layup is good. He used that pivot foot again and just stayed with it and laid it in. He is remarkable at using that. 112 to 108.
Bay Area, it's Brandin Podziemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
You keep hitting fadeaways in the paint. I'll hit the brakes, Pods. What a game from him Saturday night. Now, I know there were some turnovers, 3 and all. He got pressured, but that's a hell of an experience for Brandin Podziemski. He needs these reps down the stretch. He needs to be pressed full court to learn how to navigate against longer and more athletic defenders. But big buckets down the stretch in the fourth quarter when the Warriors needed a basket. He scores 6, man, to fade away over Jabari Smith. What about the pump fake to get 2 guys in there? Taking Jalen Green baseline, man. These youngsters and this team, they got me feeling some type of way, Shasky. It's hard to hide right now. They got me feeling some type of way. I felt it Saturday, felt it all throughout the postgame show. I'm driving in watching NFL yesterday, said, I can't get enough of this damn Warriors team. When did they hit the court again? Well, they hit the court today in the nation's capital, early tip time, 4:15 West Coast time. But boy, they can get to 6-1 here before we set up a monster 3-game stretch between the Celtics, the Cavaliers, and OKC, Shasky. I'm feeling really good about this team. I don't know why.
No, well, I mean,
I'm feeling it, man.
I think
feel good.
I probably speak for a lot of people out there. I don't know how many, but it's just like they never passed the eye test the last 2 years. Like they just didn't, you know. And I would watch them, and then we would talk about them and come in here, and I feel like I'm the negative Nancy because I'm like I didn't believe in them. Like I wanted to. There were moments where like I fooled myself into believing. When I watch this team, and look, they haven't played anyone. We're 2 weeks in. You know, ask me again in May. You know, it's a long season, right. You know? So things can happen. But, like, I watch this team, and I'm like, they like playing with each other. They're playing a good brand of basketball.
No doubt.
The coaches really like these guys.
Yep.
I've believed more early on in this team than I almost feel like at any point all last year.
Well, last year, you had a lot going on, obviously. Klay's contract. You're welcoming in Chris Paul. J.K. doesn't know his role. Moses Moody's getting DMPs. We had no clue how well Brandin Podziemski and TJD would fit. Hell, TJ didn't play. He didn't play the first few months. Looney obviously is in a lot better shape this year than he was last year. Looney's lost like 35 to 40 pounds.
He's made a lot of really, really nice plays on the court this
Winning
year.
plays.
Yeah.
Winning basketball plays down the stretch. Bought into his role.
How about his little layup the other night?
Oh, dude, not starting. He's coming off the bench, and you hear nothing. And this guy's in a contract year. Gary Payton II was never fully healthy last season. So there was just a lot going on with that basketball team to where, again, they could never function as one. How can Steve Kerr divvy up roles for everybody when guys are in and out of the lineup? Not to mention Draymond Green missing 27 games. So there was a lot going on last season. They were able to rectify it after a noisy offseason in which, Paul George and Lowry Markkanen. Aren't we happy? I think if you wake up this morning as a Warrior fan, aren't you happy you got this roster instead of having, say, a Paul George or a Lowry Markkanen? To your point, they haven't beat a playoff team from last season yet. I get it. You play whoever is on your schedule, but you control how you play. You don't control who you play. You control how you play. And right now the players, the Warriors are playing winning basketball. They're playing winning basketball. They're not turning the ball over. They're taking great shots. And all the hustle stats, folks. Number 1 in deflections in the half court. What does that do? Disrupt your 24-second half court offense. Number 2 in steals. They're getting down and dirty on the floor. They're stealing. They're trapping. They're doubling. They do whatever they got to do to get the basketball. They're taking high-quality shots. Again, they're taking care of the basketball. So just everything is different last year. And so as we put last year in the rearview mirror and focus on this year and moving forward here on this road trip, it just feels better. It looks better. It feels fun again.
Well, and if JK can continue to embrace the role that he's in now, and I know people are going to Joe, there's positionless basketball, blah, blah. But when he's at small forward and he's starting, it just my eyes tell me it's clunky at times. It's not a perfect fit. It can work, but it's clunky.
Right.
When he's coming off the bench and it feels like he's playing a little more power forward in the offense as opposed to, small forward, and then guarding wings and stuff on defense, the lane just opens up for him. Mm-hmm. And it allows him at times to go ISO, at times to go downhill against opponents with nobody else in the lane. I feel like he gets better looks. Like, so to me, if he could continue to embrace this and buy in on this role, you've got a weapon off the bench who can close games with you and can be an ISO scorer when your team desperately needs a bucket.
And get to the free throw line and knock down some free throws. JK, hell of a week for him. There's such a good point there, Shasky. Let's get to the lines. We got Oscar Stockton, but first let's start with Samita in Los Gatos. You know it's basketball season when Samita's calling in. What's up, Samita? Good morning. Samita, you there?
Hello?
Oh, there you go. Sorry, we didn't have your pot up. Sorry about that. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys. I wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, the game was, I got to tell you, I was about to be like, oh no, here we go again when we blew that big lead. But I think the difference between this year and last year, I think these guys, they didn't panic. They didn't look like, I think you've heard me say this before, last year, sometimes we looked like we were just like a bad AAU team. We didn't play like that this game. I mean, I think the guys held it together, and it really seems like, to what Shasky said just a little while ago, these guys like playing together. I think the locker room is much more cohesive as a unit, and you're seeing that, I know it's still early days, but in times of, stress, when, you lose this big lead, they didn't fall apart. They kind of hung together. And I don't know if it's just the locker room or the new coaching staff, but, it was good to see that they hung in there and ended up winning that game. And they played like a team. Everybody played their role, which I think was a big difference from last year. Also, I just got to say, Bonte, it's great to see you back on my screen, and your shoe game is on point.
I appreciate it. No tennis shoes yet, Samita. Just all dress shoes. That's how you know I'm serious.
Well, my dad used to say to you all the time, he thinks that it looks way better, the suit, with the actual dress shoes.
Yeah.
He didn't ever cared for you wearing the Jordans. Not that he didn't think the Jordans weren't cool. He just thought you looked way more professional with the other look.
He's old school.
He is old school in that sense.
I get it. But Samita's point, last year, we need to go about blown leads and blown fourth quarter leads. The Warriors were near the top of the league.
I mean,
right now I'm looking at the standings last year. They blew 16 games in which they had a fourth quarter lead. Now blown 10-point leads, the Warriors were in the top 7. They blew 14 games in which they had 10-point leads. Why was that? Well, I think Steve Kerr had a hard time figuring out who to close with. Who do I close with? Do I go with the hotheads, or do I be or do I stay loyal to the core? Do I stay loyal to veterans? Chris Paul, is he finishing? Is he not finishing? Now all of a sudden you finish with Chris Paul and you're getting blow bys left and right. So, not to rip Chris Paul, because I think he was a solid Warrior, but the team was just different. And trying to figure out the roles here now, moving forward, I'm still eager to see what it looks like with Steph and Curry in the lineup. What is the final 5? What is the crunch time? What is Steve Curry going to go with? Is he going to ride hotheads? Is he going to go with a set 5? How does that look down the stretch? But you know what? Boy, it's so far so good.
For those that are just waking up and maybe didn't get the alert, what is the latest with Steph Curry?
He is questionable this morning. He did on-court work Saturday morning with the Warriors, did morning workouts, and he worked out before the game. You saw him warming up pregame. I asked Willie, how's the ankle look? He goes, it looks great. Look at him cutting left and right. So the Warriors won that game so much that there were some people thinking, maybe you sit him for another game against the Wizards.
You know how when the 49ers start losing, you say that the stadium talks come into play?
Oh, yes.
Anytime Steph hurts a leg, ankle, knee, you know what the first thing I see a lot of people talking about?
What? High tops?
The shoes aren't high tops.
Oh, gosh.
The shoes have too much roll. People start critiquing the Under Armour shoe. No, am I wrong?
He played 70 games last year.
I know, but isn't it funny? Like
right.
it's like almost on cue it happens.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening?
Oscar.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
Dude, I'm so happy.
Hey, man, like I said last week, man, the Warriors' young talent is just as good as anybody else. But the difference is our organization, and we got a head coach. I just hear be laughing and people be calling in, question Moses Moody time. Right now, Moses Moody is starting. He's coming. He's doing well. And Steve Kerr is playing 10 to 12 players. So, we going back to 1975. Players are averaging 10 minutes a game. We're going to do what we got to do to win. And so, you know, as a basketball sideline and a Warriors fan, you got to love what the Warriors is doing because we're bringing in players that fit the mold. Nobody's complaining, and we win it without Steph Curry. And another thing, Draymond Green, like you guys we was talking about, he need to do offense. He must have been listening to the show because guess what? He's been putting in work, and that's what we need him to do. And Kuminga is doing what we said he need to do to get that bag. Come off the bench, play all phases of the game, which he has been doing, and take over. And people like to criticize Pods, man. But, man, check this out, man.
He's a winning player, Oscar. He's a winning player.
Yeah, he's a ball player with intelligence, and he got skill. And I wanted to say happy birthday to my wife. Her birthday is a week after mine. You know what I'm saying? And go Warriors. We're going to win again tonight. And, man, everybody just be patient, man. Have a good day.
You too. You know, real quick, Shasky, somebody at the Bruce Mahoney said, hey, Bonte, I'm starting to believe you when you said that other player said they could win 50. I believe they could win 50 or more. It's like, let's just fuck the brakes, but so far, so
saying
good.
Out loud. You know, the pause thing is very interesting. I know I seen you tweeting it out. You and I were talking about it. I said it after like maybe one or two games. You know, I have like a coaching saying, and a lot of people do. This isn't new, but like there are certain guys that aren't gonna like wow you by just walking into the dugout. You know, like coming off the bus. You know, when you see an Eric Armstead, you're gonna be like, wow. That's a huge human being. And then there are other people like Brock Purdy who like you'll watch him play and you're like, yeah, that guy just knows how to play. I don't know if he's the best player in the league, but like I go to war with a guy like that. Like he's a gamer. And I look at Podziemski as a similar gamer in the sense that he's not somebody that's going to wow you with crazy athleticism. He's not going to rip dunks. You know, he's like really like the reverse of Jonathan Kuminga, the 180 opposite end. He's all guile, guts, and hustle and instincts. And he looks like a guy who's been playing in the backyard against older brothers. And I don't even know if he has older brothers for his entirety of his life. You know what I mean? And he's been diving on concrete floors. The guy is he's cut from a different cloth. And he has a feel around the rim for using his pivot foot and using his ability to go with either hand off either foot and spin it off the backboard. Like, I love watching him play.
He connects everything, whether it's the starters or the second unit. And like you said, the numbers aren't eye-popping, but I look around at his role. Does a little bit of everything. 5.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 10.5 points. Now, the only knock on him, and I know people say, well, Bud, so he's not shooting well. Okay, he's shooting 19% from the three-point line so far and 38% from the floor. But I don't give a damn. Keep shooting threes. If you get wide open looks and you get good looks from the three-point line, I want Pods shooting. They will start to fall. The law of averages will come to play here. This guy shot 38.5% from three last year. Think he's going to be stuck at 19, 20? The numbers will come up with the shot. But other than that, ball handling. And look, there were some hairy moments in the fourth quarter against him and Thompson pressing him. How about the subtle, though? Late in the game, nobody even noticed this. Knowing that Draymond Green's not the greatest free throw shooter. Pods, knowing that he's got a timeout in his back, did not panic. We're talking about not panicking in this situation. Rockets came over with a double team. He just holds the ball. Let's get a timeout here. Give me a timeout. Let's chill. Let's dry up a play. We'll get the right free throw shooter at the free throw line, even though they missed 18 free throws Saturday night. But just little things like that. The guy understands time, situation. He understands the clock, the patience he showed in that fourth quarter with those moves. Pods, again, I just call him a gamer. The guy's a winning basketball player. A lot of teams, and you see why a lot of teams are like, yeah, what's up with Brandin Podziemski? Can we get him in a trade? Can we get Pods? This guy connects everything, man. I like a guy like Pods on my roster. He fits.
And then you heard Ron Adams kind of allude to it, but you really have like 2 point guards essentially on this team. You want to call Steph Curry one, fine. I don't, but like it's Pods, it's Draymond. And then I guess Melton can play a little bit of point guard. And yeah, I guess Steph can also play some point guard. But in this game, you had no Steph, you had no Melton. So boom, that's two options out of the way. Draymond fouls out. And then Podziemski fouls out. Yeah, no. And you're without a ball handler. What was it, 2 minutes to go?
Yeah,
and then
it was wild.
And slow-mo's like walking the ball up the floor. And you're saying to yourself, like, they've got to win this game. They've got to win this game. And I can't get enough of the Warriors right now. I am so excited for this game today, and it feels like
this road trip.
We're learning something new every game.
I mean, look, I expect them to beat the Wizards tonight. I really do. Now, the Wizards have a nice young roster. They're athletic as hell, man. Bilal Coulibaly, this second-year pro, is good. This guy's
So what's his name?
Bilal Coulibaly. Coulibaly, excuse me. Coulibaly.
Okay.
Coulibaly can play.
And what position is he?
He's a 6'8", 3/4.
Okay.
6 rebounds a game, 19 points.
Wow.
He's shooting the ball very well. Jordan Poole, obviously, our good friend Jordan
How is
Poole.
our friend Jordan Poole playing?
Jordan Poole's not playing too bad. Now, they went to Mexico City Saturday night to take on the Miami Heat in Mexico City. Now, this is a good thing for the Warriors because the Wizards in Mexico City, that's a long flight back to the nation's capital.
Yeah, in altitude, too.
Right. And the Warriors were in Houston. So they, were able to travel after the game, go to the nation's capital, get some rest. Where the Wizards had a long flight back home. They're 2-3, 1-3 at home. They don't play much defense. But they got our old friend Jordan Poole, Jonas Valanciunas, who always gives the Warriors fits.
Yeah.
He's strong as an ox, right? But they're a young team. They're a young team that's going to turn the ball over. So
I miss that money time.
We're talking about that. We're having full-on pool parties with Jordan Poole.
Well, now we got Buddy Love.
Now we got Buddy Love, Buddy Buckets. 888-957-9570.
I love how you just every time I bring up Buddy Love and how excited I am, he's smiling, he's looking into the glass.
No, I'm small. No, you think I don't like
With
Buddy
every
Hill for
Buddy
something.
bucket, I become more and more in love with him.
No, I think everybody else does too.
Oh, no doubt. And it feels like
it's not just the buckets though. It's the other things that he's doing.
How about a hands-up defense late in that game?
He's scrapping defensively. He's rebounded basketball. And what got me Saturday was him clapping at Kuminga. Hey, Kuminga. The little things. He's telling Kuminga, hey, get your mind right. Let's go. And then be able to check Kuminga and keep him locked in. And then you get Rod Adams talking about, this is what Rod Adams said about Kuminga's night. We got 2 clips here where he blew me away. Rod Adams just joined us at 7 o'clock. The assistant coach will go to State Warriors. He gave Stackhouse some love. He gave his team a lot of love. But here's what he said about J.K. Saturday night.
He scored meaningful points down the stretch, but I think more than that, and I told him this, I thought it was his best game ever as a Warrior. And I say that because I thought he played every possession locked in, with great effort, and I'm talking both sides of the ball. And this is what he's capable of doing. I think sometimes, let me just back up a little bit. Several seasons ago when he was having trouble scoring, figuring out the scoring part of it, he was really playing some good defense for us. If you remember, we were putting him on, in some cases, in any given game, the best player on the other squad. And he was responding well. His energy was good. Then he started scoring, and with a lot of younger players in the league, they forget about defense a little bit. And now we're back in approaching a really good balance. And if he can continue to do this and understand, above all else, just the nature of this league. Look, a basic fundamental in this league, the basic fundamental, I might add, is playing the game at an NBA level, playing a game with great intensity and aggressiveness. And this is why I was just elated for him and the game he played the other night in Houston, because I thought that game exemplified both of those characteristics.
Said it's his best game ever as a Warrior.
Do you believe that?
I'm going to listen to a coach when they're in the film room. They see
but
things.
If I were to ask you before he answered that, I'm not saying to disagree with him, but if I asked you prior to him answering that, what do you think your answer would have been?
There was a game against the Pelicans when they were down 17 a couple years ago that I thought he played very well in. I thought he played well in the Denver game last year. But they're all lopsided, right? They're all, I don't know. I don't know what my answer would have been, to be honest with you. I don't. Go ahead, Levin.
Well, I think it was at the Portland game last year where he came in for the final 17 minutes and kind of closed that one out. And I think that was the game that kind of re-injected him into the rotation last year. My memory might
he was out of the rotation early December at home against the Blazers at Chase Center. They were down 9 midway through the third quarter. Steve Kerr, who didn't have J.K. in the rotation that day, came in, scored 16, 18, played solid defense. They come back with a game. That could be one game. But Rod's Saturday night was his best game. And they needed, think about it. You're about to blow a 31-point lead. Draymond, Steph, Pods are all on the bench. And not to mention, Andrew Wiggins looked like he re-aggravated his lower back strain.
He did. Although he came back.
He came back and played overtime, but it was like, how are you going to get a bucket?
I know.
Who's going to get a bucket here? Buddy Hield had gotten cold a bit, and they were just all over him on the three-point line. And the Rockets, give them credit. They really forced the Warriors off that three-point line in the second half. 12 of 20 in the first half, 60%. 3 of 12 in the second half, which means only 12 three-point attempts. The Warriors are getting up 44, 45 a game for the three-point line. So for him to take over in overtime, both offensively, defensively, he rebounded better. Remember we talked about Friday, how can he rebound better? What is it? Is it instincts? Is he boxing out? Is he on the perimeter? Look, he outplayed his 2021 draft counterpart, Jalen Green. Jalen Green, who just signed a 3-year, $100 million extension, scored 7, was 2 of 13 Saturday night. He outplayed Jalen Green.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation regarding some of these just astronomical numbers that have been thrown around for players that I just don't think they're that good. But that's a whole nother conversation. That's CBA. That's so many layers, the team, and they're banking on someone's growth or whatever. When I was going crazy in the fourth quarter, watching that game as a Warrior fan, all I kept thinking was, okay, this is the game you got to win. You're up 30.
Right.
It starts the road trip. You got the Wizards, because you're thinking to yourself, okay, if it's Rockets, Wizards, and then you got Boston and Cleveland with OKC as the final stop on this tour, you have to bank wins against Houston and Washington when they're winnable. Right? Things can happen out of your control. Guys can get hurt, whatever. But it felt. I'm thinking they could go 0. You know what I mean? They could go 1-4 or 0-5 on this road trip if they don't pull this one out. And that's why that win was so huge. Now you're saying, can I go 3-2?
Yeah, well, one game at a time.
I know, but this is the mindset of Warrior fans.
But what they're Warrior fans, but the mindset of the players and the coaches are, we're taking this baby one game at a time.
For sure.
We're taking it one game at a time. And that's the mindset that I'm kind of having here. Take care of the Wizards. Then we'll get to Boston. Take care of Boston. Then you get to Cleveland. Take care of Cleveland. Then you get the OKC and the Oklahoma City Thunder Sunday afternoon. And then, of course, you come back home and welcome home Klay Thompson against the Dallas Mavericks. And then you got the Memphis Grizzlies on a Friday night. So 5 of the next 6 games, they're barometer games for the Golden State Warriors. And it depends how it looks. How does it look on the rest of the road trip? And then all of a sudden we can start dreaming and thinking about deep playoff runs.
Well, I'm not there yet, but I would say that,
You're getting close. I can tell.
Got to beat the Wizards today. Got to beat the Wizards today. And then you get basically the 3 best teams in the NBA by record, right? Boston, obviously reigning champs. I think they only have 1 loss. Cleveland's undefeated. OKC's undefeated. I don't know if people saw the game on Saturday night. Donovan Mitchell hit a game-winning shot with a second, not even a second left on the clock. So you're facing the 2 undefeated teams, right? And maybe they'll lose before they play the Warriors. But this is a great stretch to kind of measure yourself against everyone else in the league. And hopefully Steph comes back for the Boston game.
Well, these are games last year. They didn't win without Stephen Curry. Steph Curry doesn't play, and it's oh, boy.
What was their record last year?
I don't even want to look. I think it was 3-10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yikes.
He played 70 games. He played 70, right? So that'd be 3-9. I double checked that. Let's go to Jason in Pleasanton. Jason, what's happening?
What's up, Bonte? Not much.
What's up, Jason?
I'm just wondering, and I'm wondering how you guys feel. JK, you guys think he could replicate that more throughout the season what he did in Houston in overtime?
Absolutely. I absolutely believe he can do that.
I think he's been taking full advantage of Steph being out to kind of not necessarily grab the steering wheel, but take the torch.
Right. No, I completely agree. And I mean, I'm not sure how much longer Steph is going to be out, but like you said, it gives him a big opportunity for him to do that. And then another upside is his defense. He's definitely not a defensive liability, I think. So I think if he keeps holding his own on defense and he keeps doing that what he did in Houston, I think he definitely has a spot over here in Golden State.
No doubt. I know everybody wants to be so quick to trade everybody. Let me just see this roster for the first 20 games. You may not need a trade. You may not need to trade for a superstar. You got your books in order. Finances are in order. You got some great role players. You got people bought into the system. Do you really want to break this up?
Ask me after a 2-game losing streak. I'm teasing. I'm teasing.
Do you want to break this up? I mean, seriously, the Warriors last year without Stephen Curry, 3-5. He played in 74 games. They were 3-5 without Stephen Curry last year, but with Stephen Curry, they had some bad losses, especially at home. All right, let's go to Morgan in Morgan Hill. Morgan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. I just wanted things. One, Kuminga, obviously very encouraging, that Houston Rockets game. But I think that the reason that is because of the way the Rockets were playing defense with such tight man defense, almost denied defense.
Yep.
So the spacing was just wide open. And when the spacing is wide open, Kuminga is going to have a ton of success. I still want to wait to see how he performs when the defenses are more clogged up in the middle, because that's when he kind of starts to make some mistakes. But still encouraging nonetheless. And then number two, this team makes me think about when I play pickup basketball and you got 4 guys on your team that you really love, know how to play and pass the ball, and you got one guy who just shoots too much and doesn't know how to pass the ball. His passes are 2 seconds too late. That makes, and then you replace that guy, and all of a sudden you're cruising and you're just killing people. That makes me think of the Warriors getting rid of Klay. And crazy as that sounds, because Klay, obviously, we all love him, so much respect. We wish him the best in Dallas, but he was just killing the team last year with hero ball shots way too much. And I think Mike Dunleavy deserves a lot of credit bringing in the right guys. Hield is filling in for Klay. Same type of respect as a shooter, but just not taking those hero ball shots. And I think that we can see Pods and everybody else kind of filling that void in a way that just shows team chemistry. I think in the NBA, team chemistry is more important than talent. I feel like 10 years ago when it was all about gathering 3 superstars, the big 3, it was like talent was more important than chemistry. I think we're seeing chemistry is more important than talent.
Chemistry is very, very important, and your point is well said. Now, another Klay thing's out there, and he's in Dallas, and they're doing their thing in Dallas. Watching those games last year, it's a lot of times they have the ball late in the possession, late in the shot clock, and somebody's got to take a shot. There's too many lineups last year where it felt like the spacing on the court was compromised, and there was guys where we know what Klay's strengths are, we know what his weaknesses are. Klay's not a dribble, I'm going to create a shot for myself. He is a catch and shoot, maybe 1-2 dribble, pull up, bang. That's his game. There's too many times over the last 2 years, not just last year, over the last 2 years where I would see Klay end up with the ball with about 8 to 9 seconds left in the shot clock and be forced to make a play, which is just not his game. And then he forces up a shot, and then everybody goes crazy. How can you force that shot up? Well, somebody's got to shoot the damn basketball. Nobody's shooting right now. Nobody's being aggressive offensively. The spacing's jacked up. But I'm not going to go to the point where it's like, hey, you replace him, a like for like, and all of a sudden everything's bad. There were a plethora of issues last season with this basketball team. So I think it's a little unfair to put it all on Klay Thompson. Now, I moved on from Klay Thompson. The Warriors moved on from Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson moved on from the Warriors. And I'm excited about this team right now. But what I don't want to go into is like, hey, let's put it all on Klay Thompson last year, when it's just not factually correct.
Well, let's take Klay off the board, right? Like if we're just going pie chart here, Buddy Hield's been really good. Jonathan Kuminga has ascended a little more, just a little more than maybe what he did last year. I feel like Pods is a little better than he was last year. Kevon Looney is clearly a little better than he was last year. GP2's healthy. Like I'm now listing like 7 things that have nothing to do with Klay Thompson.
Exactly.
Right. And so I think when you add all these things up, like, is there a slice that is, hey, we don't have Klay? Yeah, there's a slice, but there's many other parts of the pie that have zero to do with just Klay Thompson.
No doubt.
And I look at the totality of these things when you add them up, and I say, like, cumulatively, they found a way to offset his production, which was good. And they maybe strengthened some of the team weaknesses that were out there, bigger and more beyond just Klay Thompson individually.
Right. Exactly.
And it's not as simple as they just got rid of Klay.
Right.
There's so many layers.
I heard a lot of that. Oh man, I gotta say, Klay is like, it's a little deeper than that.
Element.
But I get today's sports world. Somebody's got to get the blame about something
right now. So, I think this morning.
Dennis Allen just got fired.
Yeah, Dennis Allen got fired. If you think New Orleans okay, is in the position they're in just because of the head coach. Like, come on. Like, yeah, no doubt he's a part of it, and he's a big slice, and I'm not here to deny that.
But also those injuries have been massive to that football team.
Yeah, and Derek Carr stinks.
And that, too.
And Chris Olave has 5 concussions since 2020, and the poor guy keeps getting laid out, and their defense isn't the same. And so, like, whenever these things happen and a team either ascends or falls down or whatever, it's never one thing.
Right. And you know what? And I just kind of cringe, man. He's one of our statue guys. Clay's moved on. We moved on. It was best for both parties. We'll see Dallas November the 12th. We'll see them November the 12th. And you know what? You may see them in the Western Conference Playoff Series. How sweet would that be? Let's go to
can we also allow for maybe 2 months before we have this deep philosophical? It's been a couple weeks. It's been a great couple weeks. I'm not here to deny it. But like, come on.
Great couple weeks.
Let's reassess after OKC, Cleveland, and Boston.
Right, and then you come back home and you play Dallas, who's 4-2 right now after blowing out who they blow out yesterday. They blew out the Orlando Magic, who now have no Paulo Banchero, who's out 4 to 6 weeks. Oh. That would have been a great game to see with Paulo anyway. Let's go to Mystic. Mystic, what's happening?
What's up, fellas?
What's up,
Joe, don't hang up on me today. Hey, man, just real quick on the Klay thing. I know we moved off of Klay. But the problem was that Klay couldn't run anymore. He couldn't run. That affected his defense. And his whole offensive game here in the Bay Area has been run around to the open spot, get the ball, make people chase you, and he can't do it. So Buddy Hield coming in has been a perfect fit because, not because of the defense, but because he can run. That is his game. He's a Rip Hamilton-type player with better range. He can run around and shoot the ball. So it's perfect. It reminds me of the Otto Porter fit. It's a great fit. Here's the thing, though, about Kuminga. He's a fantastic player, and when you give him the rope and say, here, you're the guy, do it, he's showing you that he can. I just feel like Kerr needs to make sure that they're ensuring him, telling him, hey, you're on the pedestal. You're the guy. Take the ball and run with it. I think that his youthful athleticism, his scoring touch, and his defensive prowess adds a whole bunch to the team. And as you're seeing, I think it was kind of him just trying to find his way with new teams because it's like a whole new group. But now he's carving out his niche, and the Warriors need to kind of get out of his way and let him do it. Well, that's the key. And when Curry comes back, it's the same.
Mystic, it's a great point. And that's why, to me, and when we played the Draymond cut earlier, I thought it was such a powerful statement because instead of saying like, oh, it's the legends and then the youngsters, hearing Draymond say how important it is for Kuminga to be Kuminga and empowering him and basically now accepting him as one of the top dogs. I thought that was a huge step for the team, for the players, for Draymond, for Kuminga. They're going nowhere without him. Right. And he needs to embrace it. I'm totally with you.
All right, I see 2 calls here that are going to test me. They're going to test me a little bit because somehow, some way, the Warriors are 5-1. And you want to talk about Klay Thompson. Devin in an Uber. Wants to talk Klay before we get the body.
Gentlemen, how's it going, man?
Go ahead, Devin.
So I wanted to know, because I know there was a lot of uproar with Klay leaving, and let's not say Klay leaving, by the Warriors not re-signing him, right? Because there's a difference. Small sample size, but I want to know how you guys and the other listeners feel as far as, is everything okay now? You know, since we're winning, does anybody feel away now that he's gone? Has it not hit yet? Do we need more games? You know, that's kind of my question. First question. Second question is, Draymond's been a very good leader this year. I don't think he's been tested yet. There's going to be people out there that are going to draw that other Draymond out, right? We'll see. But I just wanted to say he's been a phenomenal player, a phenomenal leader, and I think this is the Draymond everyone's been probably asking for. You know, they don't want anything crazy.
Draymond's been great. Draymond's been great.
Oh, yeah, that's all I want, gentlemen. How you guys feel about Klay?
I feel 5-1 is how I feel. I feel like Klay's,
same old Klay to me.
I feel like Klay's in Dallas doing his thing. Warriors are doing their thing. And I'm really focused. Here's how I roll through the sports setting in my mind. The more we get deeper into the season, the more Klay's, it's just like he's in Dallas. He's not a member of the Golden State Warriors no more. Now, we'll celebrate him when he comes back. After his career is over, he'll get his jersey hung up, and he will never, ever, ever be forgotten about. Ever. So that's where I'm at with Klay Thompson, but I'm locked in on Kuminga, Buddy Hield, Pods. I'm looking at my squad. I don't have time to sit back and say, oh, man, the Doves did it wrong. What happened over the summer is what happened over the summer. But by the end of it, I think you and I both came to an agreement. It was best for both parties to move on. And that's what I've done.
Similar to Frank Gore or Ronnie Lott or Roger Craig or Jerry Rice, I'm always going to root for Klay. Right. Of course. And he's a legend. And I don't think we need to,
I'm not going to do this after every win in every good 2 games. You know what I'm saying?
No,
We're 6 games in. It's like, oh, well, Klay, this and that.
Well, I think about the Carlos Hyde game right after Frank Gore left. Would he go for 250 and 3 touchdowns?
Right.
And it was like, see, this is why you had to get rid of Frank Gore. I was like, wait a minute. I got you. Right. Come on, guys. Let the season play out. And then by the end of the year, everyone was like, I can't believe Frank Gore is not here. Look, both can be true. You can miss him, and you can say that the timing was just about right. Now, I never thought that I know everyone's like, the Warriors did him dirty, and this is... I just think whenever you move off someone, whenever there's a divorce, someone is going to feel like they got the short end of the stick. I know how it is. I've been in enough situations, whether it's a business transaction, a life situation. How many times do you have friends, so-and-so had a falling out?
Yeah.
Right? It happens all the time.
No doubt.
I've had it happen a zillion times over. And you know what I've learned about falling outs? Sometimes it lasts forever and people are bitter. I get that. Sometimes there are things that just people can't get over. Other times, time heals all wounds.
And I don't think there's any bitterness right now. Klay moved on. Take Warrior fans.
I can't speak for Klay.
I know because I've heard.
Okay, then I'll take your word on that.
Festus hung out with him in Africa. Klay's been making the rounds. He spoke at one of Darrell Wright's camps. Klay's in a great place. But we've moved on too. We wish Klay well, and let's move on. I'm not going to... same thing earlier today. They had a great win against Houston, and we got people want to know about Moses Moody getting more playing time. It wasn't the game to improve to 5-1. Buddy Hield is 38, or what is he? What is he from the three-point line? 30 of 58 I got down there? Yeah, 30 of 58. Buddy's getting buckets. Warriors are getting buckets. They're playing unselfish basketball. But every week we're going to have this Klay watch. Are we really going to do that? We're going to do that to that guy as well, who broke his, had 2 devastating injuries and came back and led the league and made threes and shot 43%. Like, we're gonna really do that? We're better than that.
I don't know if you've ever seen the Sopranos, those that are out there, but Tony Soprano is sitting down. I think it's in season 1, and they get back to it in the final episode, Made in America. But he's sitting down with his kids, and he's like, hey, look, you got to remember the good times.
Yeah.
Because they're few and far between. And, there's a lot of stuff going on in the Shasky family right now. And I just say to everybody out there, just remember the good times. Don't harp on the negative. There's not enough time in life to just sit down and always point the finger. Just remember the good times and keep it moving.
Let's get to the injury report. All right, the Warriors will face the Wizards, and there's no Kyle Kuzma, who's been ruled out of tonight's contest with the right groin strain. This will be the 3rd straight game. Kuzma will have missed time due to an injury. Also, Marvin Bagley III. He's a game-time decision, still trying to hang on to the league with a non-COVID-related illness. But great news is Steph Curry has been elevated to questionable. After missing 3 games, we may see the chef back on the floor. Steph Curry may be back on the floor tonight against the Washington Wizards, the nation's capital. So, man, you get Steph back to go along with this court, go along with this team right now. Woo-wee. Steph has had some absolutely awesome nights in Washington, D.C. We can break those numbers down on the other side as well. At some point, we'll get to around the NFL. We'll talk about what's going on in the NFL. That's all coming up, but that was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, North California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Do not forget, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Extreme sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Willard Dibs with a short show. Today as the Warriors take on the Wizards, 4:15 tip, a game you can listen to right here on 95.7 The Game or watch on NBC Sports Bay Area. All right, what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Miley in Walnut Creek wants to call me out wants to call me out on the other side. I can't wait to hear this. That's coming up here on the roast. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. My favorite day of the week, a Monday morning here on the Roast. And good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift. If you're getting ready for school, what is happening? All the students out there, have a great day in class today. Teachers, cops, firefighters, everybody, man, big day tomorrow. Make sure you go out and vote. Go out and vote if you want to try to make a change or help make a change in your community, in your city, in your region, hell, in your country that you live in. Tomorrow's a big day in America, of course, and locally as well, as we try to figure out who's going to be the mayor of San Francisco, the mayor of Oakland, mayor of San Bruno, you name it. So anyway, shout out to our friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. And we will get to the NFL because a lot of things happen. The Rams beat the Seahawks. Cardinals roll the Bears. Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions. The NFC is probably going to go through Detroit. And you're going to have to go to Ford Field on that turf and slow down that Lions offense, which looks dynamic. And Jared Goff, I saw a stat where he's had 25 straight completions with throwing to Amon-Ra St. Brown, or something like 30 straight completions with throwing to Amon-Ra St. Brown without an incompletion. Something crazy, but we'll get to football talk at some point. Right now, we're rolling the Warriors as they're 3-0 on the road. They've won 20 of their last 24 on the road, dating back to last season, Shasky, and they get a huge win Saturday night after nearly blowing a 31-point lead.
I mean, you also buried the lead of Dallas Cowboys, you know.
Oh, well, they suck.
Throwing tablets, Dak Hurt, CeeDee Lamb. I thought you were going to go there.
No.
Because you usually take the time to crush them.
My thing is with the Dallas Cowboys, they're not good. So they haven't been good, and they get all this airtime, and they get all these headlines like ESPN, the 8 o'clock hour right now. What is the biggest problem playing the Cowboys? We're going to tell you Mike McCarthy was not a good coach. They're not a good, well-coached team. They're terrible. They got 10 men on the field on the second, third down of the football game. Jerry Jones is not a good owner.
And 12 men on the field late in the game in the fourth down situation.
So the less time we spend on the Cowboys, the better it is for everybody. Let's talk about the teams who actually matter. The teams that are actually good. Not the Cowboys. They stink. They suck.
When you're ready to have that NFL conversation, I'm ready as well. I've got just a correlation between head coach, quarterback, and all the crappy teams in the league.
Yeah, there's a lot of crappy teams in the league. There's no doubt.
You know who's not crappy? The Golden State Warriors.
They're not crappy. I don't think the Niners are either. I think the Niners are ready.
I didn't say that. Yeah, I don't think they are either.
Big week for Chris McCaffrey, by the way. Big week.
Big week for the San Francisco Giants. Did you see what happened?
No. The Giants?
Matt Chapman won a Gold Glove.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Yeah.
He's got 5.
Good for him.
That is crazy. 5 Gold Gloves. 5 Gold Gloves.
Well deserved for Matt Chapman.
And then Patrick Bailey won a Gold Glove.
Even though Matt Chapman, did he have the most errors he's ever had in his career in a single season?
Yeah, but he also had like the best range and you know, some of the best release time in the game, and recorded a zillion outs that were, you know, off the bat because of them MPHs and exit velo. It would have been a hit. No, he was awesome. Blake Snell opts out. He's a free agent. Robbie Ray opts in. As of now, he's still with the Giants. Wilmer Flores opts in. Thus concludes your Giants talk.
Garrett Cole, what happened with him and the Yankees? Did the Yankees end up...
it's up in the air.
It's up in the air. I thought they had the deadline yesterday.
I didn't see...
I thought the deadline is today. I think 5 Eastern.
Owners' meetings this week. I think the Giants are going to make a big trade. Already trades are happening like crazy, so we'll be monitoring that, as well as Warriors and all the other stuff going on this week.
Jorge Soler traded to the Angels from the Braves. Let's go to Maxine in San Jose. Maxine, what's happening?
Hey, not much, but I wanted to talk about the Warriors because I really love what they're doing, and they're moving the ball, they're passing it. When they dribble it too much, they start getting into trouble with turnovers. It's just much more of a free-flowing game, and I really love how he's using the depth of the team to an advantage. And to me, I keep thinking that maybe it was something he picked up more just being the coach of the Olympics, because he had so much depth on that team, right? So I feel like Kerr is growing as a coach, and that's not something you always see in coaches, people that have coached a long time. And I love his flexibility and how he's leading this team, and I love how everyone's embracing their roles.
Maxine, great points there. You're so right. Steve Kerr does look happy. He looks like he's grown. Maybe it's the Olympic experience. Maybe it's a new team. Maybe it's having no expectations. A lot of people don't think much of the Warriors. A lot of people didn't think much of the Warriors coming into the season. Oh, they can't really play 12 guys. Oh, they can't play 13. Oh, they don't have a second scorer. Oh, they can't play defense. They're older. The young guys aren't ready. These role players, they're rejects from other teams. Well, you know what? Steve Kerr's pulling all the right strings so far, but Ron Adams joined us in the 7 o'clock hour, assistant coach of the Golden State Warriors. He had two things he said. One on JK, but he told a story about Buddy Hield and the importance of Steve Kerr and his coaching ability. Listen to Coach Adams.
Maybe it was our last exhibition game or next to last, I forget which. And Buddy was 4 for 14 in the game. Didn't have a great shooting night. Shot into some really intense shot challenges. He was coming off the floor in the fourth quarter. He met Steve, and they were both laughing. Steve had his arm around him. And I told Steve after the game, I said, that interchange was the most significant thing that happened in this game. Because Steve is a wonderful coach to play for in general, but if you're a shooter, he's more than wonderful. And I think he feels that. I think Buddy's been judged on many teams recently, not so much probably when he came into the league, but if he's not making shots, he's not playing. And shooters can't feel that. Shooters have to feel the freedom to shoot the ball. No one, I think, fosters the confidence of a shooter better than Steve Kerr.
It all starting to make sense, Shasky. Buddy Hield, after the first game of the season, said, I haven't felt this free since I was in Oklahoma. He's not talking about Oklahoma City. He's talking about the Oklahoma Sooners playing for Lon Kruger when he advanced to a Final Four. And then you hear Ron Adams saying a shooter needs to feel as if they're free. They can shoot the ball without any consequences and just go out there and play. Very, very interesting nugget there by Ron Adams.
Do you think that Steve, to a degree, sees a version of himself in Buddy Hield?
Maybe.
Not that I think Buddy had higher hopes for his career than where he's currently at, but in the sense of hey, I'm a shooter who's coming off the bench. I'm better than people are giving me credit for, and he would know what type of system would work well for a guy like that. I need to feel empowered as a shooter.
Yeah, maybe there's something there. There's something there.
I'm not saying they're the same player. He's way bigger than he.
Just playing the role. Hey, you're gonna come in the game. Here's your role. This is what you're going to do. And you can see either 10 to 15 to 20 to 25 minutes. The minutes aren't guaranteed, but if you play well, you have a longer leash out there on the floor.
It just feels like to me, Kerr has always been able to connect, for the most part, with the bounce-around veterans.
No doubt.
Right?
Because he kind of was one, right?
That's what I'm saying. And then I think where he's kind of struggled is I came into the league at 18, and I'm really raw, and I've been the dude on all my AAU teams, and I really don't understand what my role is on this team. I think that is where he's struggling, and it makes sense.
No, it does make sense. 888-957-9570. What has been the most impressive aspect of this start to the season? As the Warriors start out, last year they were 6-1 right out of the gate, 6-2. It felt a little different. They didn't win road games last year. This year they're winning road games. They're 3-0 on the road so far, winning 20 of their last 24 away from Chase Center, dating back to last season. But there's so much to like here. 888-957-9570. I'll just go down the list, Shasky, and you can pick one. Draymond being aggressive offensively and being back to that player defensively while taking more accountability as a leader. His leadership has been off the charts, especially this last week without Steph Curry. Kevon Looney, unsung hero. All he's doing is coming in, rebounding, playing well, and next thing you know, you look up at the stat sheet, he's got 7-7 while playing solid defense. Bought into his role. Moses Moody, bought into his role. Brandin Podziemski, connecting everything, making winning plays, buying into his role. We can't talk enough about Buddy Hield and what he's done so far, being 30 and 58 from the three-point line and shooting over 50% from three and shooting over 50 from the field. Wow, what a revelation this guy's been. Jonathan Kuminga, his growth within the last 3 games alone after all the noise Tuesday night. You pick one. There's a lot to feel good about, Warrior fans. 888-957-9570. And now we get the barometer set over this next week. When we come back in next Monday, we'll have Niners and Bucks to recap from. But also, we'll have an idea of just how good this team could be after playing the Celtics, Cavaliers, and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
I think the number one thing for me is Draymond. It is, because I think everything flows from there. When you have someone who's such a big personality and is such a force, physically and emotionally, for a small knit group. I mean, this isn't like a room of 70 guys, right? Where, some personalities can get drowned out just because of the amount of people that you have in the building. When you have 12 guys on a team and, a half dozen to a dozen coaches or whatever, and you're in a small group, and when one guy wields as much influence as he has, their attitude, their buy-in, how they communicate with others, everything is going to be under the microscope of everyone in the organization. And I think that can be a double-edged sword. It can be bad when things are not going well. You feel like you can't breathe because that person consumes so much of the oxygen in the room. But when they're on their best behavior, it's like everybody is pulling in the same direction. I think he's such an important person, and it's more his mindset than anything else. Like I told you, I can't believe I'm here. I'm like Draymond. I'm kind of giving him the benefit of the doubt. He's proven it to me. Like when he got ejected out of that game, he could have easily went onto the bench and sulked. Yeah, he stood up with everyone else and was like rooting on the fellas. And then at timeouts, he was like talking to guys and fully engaged and. Like, he's on his best behavior. And if you're going to rip the guy like I've ripped the guy over the last 3 years, when they look like they've changed, you have to give them credit when they've done it. And I feel like I'm not giving them enough credit.
The one thing about the start and everything, the leadership, I love the hug with Jonathan Kuminga and Draymond Green at the end of the game. Him hugging JK saying, this is what you do. You can be a great player. I'm pushing you to be a great player. It's been a revelation with Draymond Green, the champion of change. And he had the famous quote like, hey, I don't get up for games in March. Look me up in April.
Such an absurd statement.
But you know what, though? The guy certainly is getting up for these games to start the season. He is playing hard. He's playing so hard at both ends of the floor. And Rod Adams touched on his aggressiveness offensively. Hell, take it away, Rod. We had him on at 7 o'clock. Here's what he said about Draymond Green this season.
Well, I think he's trying to assert himself offensively a bit, and we need him to do that. And his three-point stroke has been, actually last year too, he made a good percentage of his shots. I like what he's doing from the three-point line. He's spending, I think, more time in thinking about like the finer aspects of his shot. I think coming into the league, he was a big-picture guy. The smaller things didn't matter as much to him. He got it done with energy and his just his strong will to win basketball games. And now he's older and a little bit wiser in that regard, and I think he's getting better as a shooter. We need that. But I think defensively he's obviously playing at a very high level. And I think his leadership on the court has been really good, and we need that because we're going to be a team that relies on multiple playmakers, and he's one of them. I think Kyle is one of them, and we can go down the line. Even Buddy is showing some playmaking abilities, as is Melton, and so on down the line. So he's important to us in that regard also, but he's a confidence builder, booster for all of our guys defensively. He understands the game. He sees the pictures early and so on. And I think he's gotten off to a good start. Came to camp. He was in good shape, but I think that was extremely important. And he will continue to do what Draymond Green does, and that is play winning basketball.
There's no doubt. We'll leave you on.
I can only speak for myself, but we have a saying in our family, like, you never know what someone else's rock bottom is, right? And you think, like, for some people, when they're, struggling with addiction or the law or whatever it is, just getting in trouble, like going to jail isn't their rock bottom, divorce or losing custody of your children isn't their rock bottom. They can go even lower, For some people, though, it's small things that is their rock bottom, and that forces change. It does feel like last year was Draymond's rock bottom emotionally for himself, and the fact that he's looked into the mirror. Now, again, we're 6 games in, ask me in 2 months if he has like a 14-game suspension or something, I'll have a different answer. But as of right now, it certainly feels like he has, whatever happened last year, he looked himself in the mirror and he's shown up this year and he's trying to change things. And as someone who changed his life, I appreciate it, and I'm wishing him well, and I'm pulling for him. I'm not going to be the skeptic. I'm going to root along the way, and I'm going to hope that he stays on the up and up.
It hasn't just been 6 games, though. I've been listening to Draymond since training camp has started. And since camp has started, I've heard a different tone from Draymond Green. The way he's speaking about the team, the way he's speaking about himself, the way he's talking about his leadership, the way he's speaking at a podium. It has been a change from Draymond Green. And I keep going back to what he said Wednesday night. I'm a champion of change. I was not good last year. I'll let us down. I was not good last year. Taking accountability right then and there. And I'm saying, wow, okay. And then, yeah, sure, he's going to get his shots off, say, hey, don't forget about Dre. I got goals defensively. I want to be back in the mix for DPOY. I want to be back in the mix for an all-NBA defensive team. And if he would have qualified for the games last season, he would have made an all-defensive team. But he missed 27 games, so he didn't qualify. And the season was marred by the suspensions. Look, man, Draymond Green, the way he's empowering Jonathan Kuminga, the way he's showing leadership on the court, the way he's keeping, look, he's going to run hot. He's going to get more technicals. There's no doubt about it. But that's who he is. He's going to play with an edge because the guy cares about winning.
But he's treating his teammates well.
Well, I was going to get there, Shasky. He is. That's part of leadership. He's being a leader. He is being a leader. And he's helping these youngsters know that, hey, these guys can extend my career. Pods and Kuminga and Moody and TJD, who knows what happened in the trade market? I have no idea. But as long as they're here, Draymond realizes that these guys can extend my career with their athleticism, their freshness, their young legs, and let me take them along for the ride. And one thing about Draymond Green, we don't speak enough about. We don't speak enough about it. As I mentioned how Pods is a winning player. Well, I know in a foxhole, in the biggest moments we've had over the last decade, Draymond Green has helped his team come through. He's helped his team come through when it matters most. The guy, when we talk about winning players, Draymond Green's a winning player.
Haven't you learned something about him with Steph being out?
Leadership. He's taking the next step. He understands that there's no Klay here. There's no CP3. I'm here with and think about 2019 when Steph wasn't there and Klay wasn't there. We questioned his leadership with the youngsters. He missed a lot of time. And he mentioned it. He goes, man, it was hard to get up for games because I knew we were going to lose. Well, now, in these games against Houston and the Pelicans, they're down 20, 34-14. This team the last 2 years would have just got blown off the floor. Leadership. And yeah, it takes a Lindy Waters III to give him a spark. It takes a Buddy Hield to give him a spark in the fourth quarter. But Draymond has been along for the ride saying, you know what? I got Zion tonight. I'm going to defend Zion and let the rest play out. So he's playing excellent, excellent basketball, and he talks about being a champion of change.
What have you learned about Jonathan Kuminga with Steph Curry being out? Because I wrote down 2 questions last week after the Steph news kind of came down, and it was like, hey, are we going to learn something about Jonathan Kuminga?
Yes, I learned a lot about JK. Is that there's a lot of people who misconstrue JK and who he is as a player. That's what I learned. Is that we still don't know Kuminga 4 years into it. And I say we, as a collective fan base, the guy's articulate as all hell. I heard people question his articulation in the English language, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He speaks better than a lot of Americans who play in the NBA, for crying out loud. That's number 1. Number 2 is maturity, right on the fly, getting to get big picture. If I play well, I will get paid. Now, I may not get paid here, but I will get paid if I play well. So let me buy in. And it not focusing on, and Draymond Green said this, we'll pull this out and we'll play it a little bit later, about starting. And Draymond Green mentioned, he goes, he should be mad about not starting. We all want to be starters at the end of the day, which is very, very interesting. Kind of contradicts what I says, right? But if you're getting 26, 27, 28 minutes, and you're getting meaningful minutes, well, that stuff goes, and you're winning basketball games, that stuff's already irrelevant here. So I learned the guy's mature, the guy's buying into his role, and the guy's playing winning basketball. And really, JK's just being JK. He's an athletic marvel, man. This guy can do a lot of things on the floor that a lot of people on this team cannot do.
Well, one of the things that was my question out loud about the team was who can be the number 1 option to close out a game? And I think the reason why Ron Adams said that it was his most impressive game, for a variety of reasons, it was Jonathan Kuminga's best game. But I think the number 1 thing was he was the number 1 option in overtime. He won a game down the stretch that they desperately had to have. I know it's early in the year, but like you cannot lose a 30-point lead and then lose in overtime. You just can't. And to see him get 3 consecutive buckets at that point in time, that's what the great ascending players who are number one scoring options late in games, when everyone in the arena knows you want the ball and you go ISO mode, can you get a bucket? He did that. Now, it was one night. You got to do it more than once, okay? Everyone knows that. But for one night, like, that was pretty cool.
Here's what he said about that.
I mean, I feel like everybody offense was going to be needed. Like I said, we got a lot of people on the bench that coach would have chosen and put in the game, But, you being out there, it's a blessing, and just, take, how can I say, just going out there and just be motivated, because, things like that probably not going to happen twice again, but at that moment when you get it, just go out there and just take it.
Just go out there and just take it. Just go play. Just go play hard. So, look, man, this is an impressive win. We're going to get the NFL to the other side. If you want to chime in, 888-957-9570. How you feeling about these Dubs right now? Who have improved to 5-1. What's your biggest concern? If you have any concerns, do you have a concern moving forward here? Do they have too many guys? It's going to be tough for Steve Kerr to divvy up the minutes once Steph Curry gets back again. Steph Curry is questionable tonight against the Washington Wizards with the left ankle sprain. He may give it a go. But on the flip side, I've heard arguments saying, hey, hold him back against the Wizards. Let's buy one more game without Steph Curry. But I want Steph Curry acclimated into the season. He's not off to the greatest start in the world, 18-6-5. I want Steph Curry because I want to learn if they get into another close game and they have Steph Curry on the floor, what does it look like? Who's the second option? Who's the third option? What's the 5 look like on the floor? What are you going to put out there, a defensive lineup or an offensive lineup? A lot of question marks there down the stretch here, but so far so good, Shasky.
Yeah, and it feels like all the young guys are empowered and galvanized right now, and I think it could have turned into, this is my opportunity, y'all get out of the way, and finger pointing and frustration and mailing it in or whatever. And instead, I feel like they've rallied together, which is just such a great thing to see. And now you get your clear leader back in Steph Curry. Like, now, let's go. Let's get rolling.
Feel a lot of fun here. Warriors and Wizards. 4:15 tip-off, 4:15 tip. We'll get back into the Golden State Warriors in a little bit here. 888-957-9570 is the number. But let's get into some football here and go around the NFL. As a Niner fan, what did you learn this weekend? With the Niners having a bye week, what did you learn about the NFC? 888-957-9570 is the number. That is coming up. Brought to you by Robert Half.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
Oh, man. A lot going on here on the Morning Roast. Warriors in the nation's capital take on the Wizards. We'll get back to them in a little bit. Well, let's talk some NFL. I'm going to play a couple bites for you, Shasky, because I had the binoculars on, especially in the afternoon. A lot of craziness as the Niners had the week off. It's an important week for Christian McCaffrey. We'll see about Dre Greenlaw. Hopefully Debo's okay as the Niners hit the practice field to get ready for a date with Tampa Bay. By the way, we'll all be watching Warriors and Wizards. We'll also be watching Tampa Bay as well because they're on Monday Night Football against the Kansas City Chiefs at Arrowhead. So you get a bye week and you catch Tampa Bay on the short week after playing Kansas City. This is lining up to be a nice week for the 49ers here, but around the association, around the NFL.
Around the association.
Yeah, I love that. Around the association. I do like that. I like how Dib says it. In the association. I do like the association. I like that word for some reason so much. Hawks, Rams. And Geno just can't get out of his own way. Throwing picks in the red zone. Seattle really had no business losing that game. But I got to walk back something because after this play right here, I said, damn.
Second down and 6. Fake to Williams. Stafford fires downfield. Is caught for a touchdown by Robinson. The Rams win it.
Matt Stafford to Robinson, Shasky, 26-20 in overtime after they stuffed Seattle on that dumbass run play on 4th and 1. Everybody in the building knew that run play was coming. The Rams stuffing those Florida State boys. Verse and Fisk are playing well. The rookie defensive lineman. And Matthew Stafford. Last week, I think it was last week or maybe the week before, you're kind of walking back on Matthew Stafford. Well, I'm there this week. That son of a gun.
What if I said this to you, and I'll let you chew on this? If most people agree, it goes some order of Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen. In terms of like who you want as your quarterback in a primetime game, leading the drive with a couple minutes to go, I think Matt Stafford's the fourth guy I'm taking on that list.
So you're taking Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen?
In some order. And then
you're taking Stafford ahead of Joe Burrow?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, I am. And I'm taking him ahead of just about everyone else on there.
Wow.
Herbert, Dak, Purdy even. You know, I mean, the guy, look, for a 37-year-old.
36 years old.
He could still maneuver out of the pocket when need be. He can play from structure. He has arm talent that touches every blade of turf or grass that's imaginable. He's tough as nails, and the guy throws dudes open. He's just unbelievable.
That throw, and I got to walk it back. Stafford's career is ending a lot better than Aaron Rodgers' career. I mean, you look at the internet, who's aging like Fire White and who isn't? Right now, I know Rodgers and company, they got the win against the Texans last Thursday night. They're going to play the Cardinals next week. It's a big game in the desert. Jets-Cardinals. Got to root for the Jets in that football game.
The Jets will let us down.
I think they will, too. But Matthew Stafford, I got to walk. I see why maybe Shanahan should have been a little more proactive in Cabo in getting Matthew Stafford. Now, I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
No, but just looking back on it.
Stafford,
yeah.
The ball he made it throw to Cooper Kupp on the sideline. Damn.
Where Cooper did the little toe tap. He does the dead leg better than anyone.
I mean, he's throwing it right. He uses, like you said, every blade of grass. He can make all the throws. So the Rams win their third in a row. They're now tied for first place. The Cardinals beat the Bears. Hey, really, that game wasn't even close. As Matt Eberflus, he may be out of a job. And there's some candidates. You mentioned Ben Johnson during the break from Detroit. Mike Vrabel, Belichick, they're all there for the Chicago Bears as well. Maybe they need an offensive-minded head coach for once in their franchise history, outside of Mark Trestman, of course, who coached the Bears for a couple of years. That was not good. So the Cardinals win. The Rams win. Seahawks lose, but the Niners sit back, and they don't have the tiebreaker right now over the Cardinals or the Rams. So Niner fans, how'd you just sit back and take in NFL Sunday without your boys on the field? Did you learn anything? I'll tell you, the number one thing I learned is that the NFC is going through Detroit.
I don't think it matters where we play at. Doesn't matter about the conditions. We knew that coming in here. We don't want to know if we validated anything. Are we going to validate being able to play in the weather? It doesn't matter, man. That's just the way you're built. It's the way you're built. That's an outstanding win, man. That's 2 division wins. I am unbelievably proud of you guys. That's the way to come in and just ball. That's the way to ball, all right? I got 2 game balls. Number 1. All right, on defense, 4 tackles, 1 huge pick 6. Kirby, jump!
Hey, man, you know, it's Zupa, man. But I just want to say, man, I appreciate all y'all, man. Could not do this without my team and the coach, man. I just want to say I appreciate y'all and I love y'all, man.
Next one here. All right, on offense, just close the game out. 17 carries, 73 yards, 3 catches, 23 yards. And we talked about, at the end, got the first down. We nailed this thing down. David Montgomery.
I wouldn't want to do it with another group of guys, man. I'm grateful and I'm blessed to be here, man. Let's do this thing. Let's go all the way. Yes, sir.
Man, break it up.
Take it, man. Like I said the other day, man, as long as we going, we growing, man. Family on 3, family on me. 1, 2, 3.
They signed David Montgomery after letting Jamal Williams go. And I was like, wow, that's a mistake. He felt like the heart and soul of that team, Jamal Williams. David Montgomery running the ball hard. Jahmyr Gibbs, they drafted him in the first round, traded Swift to Philadelphia. I'm thinking, what are they doing? A running back in the first round? They know what they're doing, and they're built to win anywhere, anytime, any place. They're 7-1, 4-0. They really control that entire football game, Shasky.
After their best defensive back got kicked out of the game.
Right.
For a wild hit.
Hey, wild hit, and they don't have Aiden Hutchinson.
No. No, they're a juggernaut, and I actually think they play better outdoors in the elements than they do in the dome. So, yeah, they are, to me, they're the number 1 team in the NFC. Yep, but here's what I would say, and I was just doing some research. Like, the Niners are 4-4 right now, and there are a ton of teams that are right where the 49ers are. Tampa, Chicago, the Rams, Niners, Seattle, all 4-4. Seattle's 4-5. Last year, and I know every year is different, but last year, at one point, the Niners were 5-3 after 9 weeks, and they had their bye. They won 6 in a row. Let me just tell you who they beat. At the time, a 6-2 Jacksonville team. At the time, a 4-5 Tampa Bay team that would go on to the playoffs and beat Philly. At the time, a 6-4 Seattle team. At the time, a 10-1 Philly team. At the time, a 6-6 Seattle team. And then at the time, a 3-10 Arizona team. Philly was 10-1 to start the year last year. And then they lost 6 out of 7 to end their year. Jacksonville was 8-3 at one point last year. and they lost 5 of 6 to end their year. So where I'm going at with this is that could the Niners go on a run and be somewhere near, either the top of the NFC West or just vying for one of these wild card spots? Absolutely. One team is going to fall and one team is going to rise.
Is that team Detroit? I don't think it's Detroit.
I don't either, but I'm looking at right now.
I don't think it's Detroit.
Arizona, I'm in wait and see mode. Minnesota keeps winning. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, but they're vulnerable.
They don't look good. Darnold did not look good yesterday.
They look vulnerable to me. Do they not?
They're very vulnerable.
Okay, we agree.
Very vulnerable.
Green Bay, if Jordan Love can't move, they're compromised. And I think that he's got to clean up the turnovers. Washington, great year. They're obviously ahead of schedule. But come on, if the Niners had to go on the road, let's say, and face the Washington Commanders, you got to like the Niners' chances. Atlanta, and I know Atlanta had a big win yesterday against the Dallas Cowboys, but do you really fear Atlanta? I'm asking out loud, guys. Do we?
I'm talking about Detroit here.
Well, no, Detroit's in a class of their own.
Detroit's the team
I'll give you that.
I'm not worried about these other teams. But I don't know if a lot of people did because midway through last year,
them in the NFC Championship game.
But you didn't mention Detroit. And I thought Detroit's coming out party wasn't even last season. I thought Detroit's coming out party was the last game of the regular season at Lambeau Field, which started a 3-game winning streak at Lambeau Field for the Detroit Lions after not winning there for 20-plus years. They knocked the Packers out of the playoffs, and they build up momentum. They go to Kansas City in the first game of the season. I know there's no Kelsey, there's no Chris Jones, but it ain't easy winning in Kansas City. And they won in Kansas City to open the season. And as you mentioned, the NFC Championship game up 24-7. This team is better. They look hungrier. And so, yes, to your point, I don't fear Atlanta. Although Kirk Cousins did go 35 or 45 against the Niners last year. And they have weapons. They do have weapons. I'm not going to scoff at Atlanta right now. They have a running game. They've got weapons. They're playing really, really good football, good complementary football. The Rams and the Cardinals, they beat the Niners. Whether we like it or not, they beat the Niners.
No doubt.
And they cause problems. Kyler Murray with his mobility. They have a good tight end in Trey McBride. James Conner runs hard. It seems to save his best for the 49ers. And the Rams are the Rams, who have a Super Bowl. McVay and Stafford and Cooper Kupp have a Super Bowl. So they know what it takes to hoist a Lombardi. But those Detroit Lions, as I look at the 49ers, and you got to take it a week at a time. You got to beat Tampa. You got to beat Seattle. Then you buckle up for the Packers and Buffalo on the road here. But the class of the NFC, and this is going to be tough. It goes through Ford Field right now.
There's no doubt.
And that team is playing as well as anybody in this league, and they play a physical brand of football. That reminds me of the Niners, of whether it's Jim Harbaugh coaching or Kyle Shanahan. They will scratch and claw and take every yard. They run trick plays. They throw the ball deep. They throw it short. They run screens. They run trick plays. They run the ball down your throat. And their defense is a very opportunistic defense. So when I'm looking at the NFC, yeah, you're right. The Falcons are who they are, and the Eagles are 6-2, but they got some flaws. Right now, the conference goes through Detroit.
Well, no, I think anybody who doesn't see that Detroit is a juggernaut is not paying attention. So I just put them in a class all their own. They are clear-cut in a way. Best team on both sides of the ball right now in the NFC, but it's their offensive line that I'm most impressed with.
Well, let me ask you this, then. How far are the Niners from Detroit? If you had to,
ask me in like 3 to 5 weeks, because I don't think the Niners have come close to playing their best ball.
Right.
But I also think that Detroit is learning how to play without Hutchinson, and they can win in a variety of ways. You want to throw it around the ballpark? They can do that. You want to run the ball down a team's throat? They can do that. Like, they can win a lot of different ways. So I have a lot of respect for Detroit. To me, they're the clear-cut number one.
They just won 2 division games on the road in Minnesota and Green Bay in the elements. I mean, it's unbelievable. This team is...
But who's doubting them?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm just
saying, as a Niner fan, I'm licking my chops looking at the Commanders and Atlanta, and even Philly looks vulnerable. Now, are the Niners some juggernaut? Absolutely not. They've got to go out and they got to be... You just... I know you're rated out, but you got Tampa on the road, Seattle, who they might be fighting for their playoff lives, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. And then it doesn't ease up after that. But let's just get through that stretch.
Yeah,
if you get through that stretch and you're 3-1, okay. All right. Now we're talking about something. Well, obviously, winning the division is important, and that's going to be the clearest path to the playoffs. But after that, like, I'm sorry, I don't see. Yes, Detroit is awesome. I think it's up in the air.
Yeah, I'm not in a position to scoff at any team in the NFC. I'm not going to scoff at the Commanders. They find ways to win, and they got a dynamic quarterback who can cause fits for our defense. We know multiple quarterbacks give the Niners defense problems. They have a great running game. Adam Peters and company are cooking. So we'll see what happens tomorrow at the deadline. Tomorrow's deadline, 1 o'clock Pacific time. Do you want the Niners to add something? If you had a choice, Niner fans, to add anything, what are you adding to this roster? I'm hearing rumors that Zadarius Smith of the Browns, he's in play. Detroit's probably the favorite to land him. Can the Niners land him? If you were a Niner fan and you watched the league yesterday, what is the thing the Niners absolutely need to go beat a Detroit, to beat a Commander team, to beat an Eagle team, to beat a Falcons team, to beat a Rams team? What do the Niners need? 888-957-9570 is the number.
What if I said to you, they don't need anything on offense. They need a healthy Christian McCaffrey. But on defense, I'd take a lineman. But what if I just said like CMC? Full health of CMC.
Something there.
I can't grant that, but I'm just saying like that would be better than any trade they could make for offense.
I agree because Philadelphia has their CMC. Here it is, Saquon Barkley.
Has time. Now rotates Barkley out of the backfield. Barkley slips 2 tackles and picks up the first down. Jumping up in the air to the 30. A gain of 14 for Barkley with some nifty moves along the way.
Barkley's averaging 6 yards per carry. 6 yards per carry. 925 rushing yards so far to start the season. Another $146 in the air. He is balling right now. A huge pickup. So, look, as a 49er fan, I would like to see D-line. I like to see some edge rushers, some depth maybe on the edge, some depth in the middle of that defensive line, because these teams that I were mentioning, the Commanders, the Lions, and the Eagles, they do something that causes this defense fits. One, they have mobile quarterbacks, except with the exception of the Lions. Jared Goff, he's suspended it. He hasn't had an incompletion, it felt like, in 5 weeks. But they run the ball between the tackles, and they run it with effectiveness. So what is the Niners' Achilles heel so far? Stopping the run, right?
Barkley's been amazing. If Derrick Henry is the 1A best free agent signing in terms of bang for the buck in the league, Barkley's right there. It was like $16 or $17 million guaranteed this year. That's like nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at all these wide receiver contracts, and I keep coming back to this, and like, is every player as talented as Saquon at running back? No, he's a unique talent. But you cannot tell me that $17 million that Howie gave him in guaranteed money this year isn't just unbelievable money spent for what he's done to that offense. I mean, and then Devontae, I slept on Devontae Smith. Like, man, he's really thin. You know, I know he had a Heisman year at Alabama. I don't see it. No, he's way tougher than I gave him credit for. And with A.J. Brown being clearly compromised, like, Devontae makes plays. I still don't love their offense, though. Yeah. I still don't love their offense. But that young defense that they have, you saw them late in that game step up and make plays. I think it was Dean had the interception late in that game, the kid from Georgia. I don't want to play Philly, but to me, Detroit is here. Philly is a full tick below, like, Detroit. I'm not saying that I want to play Philly. I'm just saying, like, to me, there's levels to it. And, like, right now, the clear top penthouse is the Detroit Lions. Somewhere in the middle is the Philadelphia Eagles.
A.J. Brown does have a knee injury. He's going to undergo an MRI today. So they've got a big game coming up soon. Is it the Commanders? No, they've played the Commanders in 2 weeks. Philly travels to Dallas to take out the Cowboys. Then they take out the Commanders. Let's go to the Lions here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Austin in San Jose. Austin, what's happening?
Hey, Devontae. Yeah, man, I hear you, and I hear you guys talk and enjoy the conversation. Shafty's totally disrespecting the Commanders. I mean, we're not talking about last year. We're talking about this year. You can't focus on what the Niners were last year or what other teams were. I mean, I would think that have you been watching the games, which I watch every game.
Can I pause you right there? At what point did I disrespect them saying that I'd like to play a rookie quarterback in his first ever playoff game with Dan Quinn, who has familiarity with Kyle Shanahan and vice versa, with a Cliff Kingsbury who's fallen apart in December and January every single year? All I'm saying is that it's a really young team that's had a monster season. But when you're a battle-tested team like the Niners, that's a nice matchup given where they're at right now.
Yeah. Yeah, you said Detroit and Philly as the pecking order, though, and I would say the Philly's probably a lot more worried about the Commanders than you might be.
I don't think I said that pecking order. I was saying that Philly's a tough team. See, you're putting words in my mouth. That's fine. Continue.
Well, I mean, whether I'm putting words in your mouth or not, what is the fact? Where do you see the whole lineup to be?
Right now, Detroit is a clear-cut number one.
Niners?
Detroit, you asked me. Detroit is a clear-cut number one. The Niners are on the outside looking in. But if they face Atlanta, Washington, I would throw Philadelphia in that mix. Any one of those teams, even Minnesota. I want a second crack at Minnesota. Those aren't world beaters. I consider Detroit a world beater. I think they're the top-notch number one team.
What's up, Boston?
Bonte, can I get Bonte's perspective? Bonte, where would you rank the teams in terms of foes and based on the quarterbacks this year? Not last year, not going on what happened last year, which you guys seem to be dwelling on. Shasky dwells on what happened last year. We're talking about this year. Bonte, what's your pick? How do the Commanders stack up for you, buddy?
So look, I'm not. What he said there?
I don't know. He loves coming at me, and I get tired of it. I get tired of it.
It's all good. It's all good.
You don't like it? I don't care. These are my opinions. Look, Jaden Daniels had a monster year. They have a last place schedule, and they've benefited from that, and they've played really, really good football. I didn't have the Commanders being this good. No one did. Most people didn't. And so, yeah, they're having an awesome year. But let's also acknowledge that a veteran team like the Niners who have won a ton of playoff games, that would not be the worst spot to play the Washington Commanders in the second round. It wouldn't.
So, a couple things here. He asked me for my pecking order. Right now, Detroit's number one. Right now, I lean Commanders over the Eagles because of the Eagles. The coaching matters to me. Dan Quinn doesn't get enough credit for what he did in Atlanta. Dan Quinn's a hell of a defensive mind, and he's got the swagger. And I look at all their locker room post videos in the Commanders. They believe out there. There's a report yesterday that a lot of players want to get traded to the Commanders. They've got a lot going on there with Adam Peters, who we know very well, and Bob Myers is there in Washington. They've got a winning formula right now. They have a leader in Terry McLaurin. They've got a great offensive line. They've got a great running game with Brian Robinson Jr. and Austin Eckler. That's a hell of a 1-2 punch. It's a hell of a 1-2 punch. And their offense has been their best defense. When they need a drive to eat clock, they get things done. They don't punt the ball much in Washington, D.C. So I got the Commanders at 2 right now. To your point about fearing them, well, we'll see. But they have a lot of things that they offer that the Niners can't stop. Those are the facts there. When it comes to Atlanta and Kirk Cousins, we can sleep on the Falcons all we want to. But then winning that Monday night game in Philadelphia, the Falcons of yesteryear don't win that game. They don't win that game in the fashion that they won it. Now, did they take a bad call by Sirianni? Of course. But the breaks. Sometimes you get breaks.
I'm just skeptical of them.
You have to take advantage of breaks. But you know what? If Kirk Cousins gets time with Drake London, with Moody at the wearing number one, balling.
Bijan's their best player.
Bijan, but you know what? Algieri's ran just as hard as Bijan.
Bijan's
and Kyle Pitts has now appeared in the offense.
But I've seen the Niners face Kirk Cousins and the statuesque quarterbacks in the playoffs. The Niners have handled those guys. The Jaden Daniels movement, absolutely, I fear that.
Well, Atlanta though. But the thing with the Niners is how consistent is their pass rush right now? Is it an inconsistent pass rush?
Look, until I see Atlanta win a game that matters, it's really difficult for me to take them serious.
I'm not looking at the old years Atlanta. They got a new quarterback, and they have a quarterback. They have a quarterback who lit the Niners' ass up last year. Sure. He was 35 of 45.
This is his best game ever.
I mean, he lit them up. He lit them up, and now you got a good offense. You got playmakers. You got an opportunistic defense. They do a lot of things that the Niners can't stop. So right now with the 49ers, they're not even in first place in the division. So I'm not going to sit here and say, hey, yeah, let me get this team. I'm looking at my chops for this team or that team. Nah, they've got to play better. And they've got to show me some consistency. And I think to Austin's point, that's just fair. Basing everything off of last year, what did I always say?
But they played the Giants twice. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying, we also have to acknowledge that the way the NFL schedule is set up is that when you're a team like the Niners, you're going to get a scheduling disadvantage because you have a first-place schedule, and you're going to face other first-place teams. When you are a bottom feeder like the Commanders and the Falcons were the last couple of years, you get the benefit of playing a last-place schedule. That's not me making it up. That's how the league is structured.
But what did we say? You don't control who you play. You control how you play. That's how we discussed the Golden State Warriors. The Warriors have yet to beat a playoff team this season. But how do they play? How does the form look? The form looks good, right? Looks like they're having fun.
I think there's a difference between the first 2 weeks of an NBA season and looking at projecting the NFL playoffs.
But no, we're not projecting the NFL playoffs. You just brought up their schedule, who they beat. Well, They did go to Cincinnati on Monday Night Football and beat the Bengals when nobody thought they would beat the Bengals, right?
That was a great win, but the Bengals have been a team. They're under 500 currently this morning.
Well, then the next week, the Commanders go on the road to play the Arizona Cardinals on a short week.
Yeah.
They beat them 42-14.
I don't know what to make of the Cardinals. I don't know what to make of them. Like, they're a team that clearly can beat anyone and lose to anyone.
I'm saying, they beat them 42-14. They go to Cleveland. They play Cleveland at home and destroy the Browns. Destroy them. They go to Baltimore. That game came down to the wire against Baltimore.
I love Baltimore. Baltimore's awesome.
Yeah, we love Baltimore, right? The Commanders held their own.
But no one's saying they're not good. I'm saying if the Niners are playing them in the playoffs, I like my chances.
I don't get why you getting triggered.
Because I'm rooting for. Look, my team has been to the playoffs year after year after year, and when the chips are up against it, I think if you're facing a rookie quarterback in maybe their first or second start ever, that's a good spot to be in.
It's not a bad spot, no doubt.
Considering how bad this year's gone for the Niners.
Well, I think if just to add on to that, Shasky, to kind of add to your point, as great as the Commanders do look this year, I think we can all agree playoff football is just a totally different animal. When you have a young team with a rookie quarterback, I mean, the talent and the ability with Washington's there, but I do think that veteran know-how that the Niners have, that would be an asset there. But I mean, I don't want to look that far ahead in that sense.
I'm not even talking playoffs. I didn't even bring up playoffs. I just said the guy asked me my pecking order in the NFC, and right now the Commanders are one of the top 3 teams in the NFC, and right now they're playing some damn good football.
Probably, but 4 weeks ago we would have put Tampa Bay.
And you would have put Kingsbury with Tampa lost their wide receivers.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, but that's how the league works.
That's how the league works.
Well, it could be different in 4 weeks.
Exactly, that's what I said.
But it's also a year-to-year league, so I'm not going off of last year or what happened last year with these organizations. It's a completely different season. A completely different season. And so these teams are playing better football right now. And they have formulas that are the Niners' kryptonite right now. Teams that run the ball, the Niners can't stop the run, right? They can't get consistent pressure on the quarterback outside of Nick Bosa. You allow these teams to sit back in the pocket and throw it, they're going to shred you with their weapons. They're a completely different team. That's all I'm saying. And, by the way, when you bring up Kingsbury, well, Kingsbury's not a head coach no more. He's an offense coordinator.
I know.
He doesn't have the old team playing on his fact. He's running the offense. Dan Quinn's running the defense. They have good special teams. They have a built-in leader, Terry McLaurin. That's all. And so these teams like Detroit, Washington, even Atlanta's got an entirely different swagger right now.
Yeah, I just my personal belief, I think that whole division stinks. I think Tampa's injuries have clearly decimated them because they were a team that I thought of higher than Atlanta. I don't believe in Atlanta. I'll have to believe it to see it in the playoffs, then I will believe it. Until then, I do not believe in them. I just don't.
Let's go to Jamie in Pittsburgh. Jamie, what's happening? I don't get why are you so triggered?
What's up, fellas?
What's up?
Jamie, what's happening?
Good morning. Oh, man, so I heard Shaq talking about that what do the Niners need, to compete against the top dogs in the NFC or just the NFL period. Basically, I'm a Raider fan, but I'm going to tell you guys, Niners have a real good football team, but you know what? The only way you guys are going to get over the hump is injuries. You guys are beat up from the top to the bottom, and until you guys get everybody back, it's a crapshoot. You never know what you're going to get every week. So, I mean, you see the fall off from the top to the bottom. Where's Bosa been? Ever since you guys gave Bosa all that money, he can't even breathe on the quarterback. So it's like, I mean, injuries have decimated your team. Your guys' football team is fantastic, but until you get your players back and all your skill positions, we're going to be talking about this every day. It's like in the famous words of the Big Tuna, you are what your schedule says you are. If you're 2-5, hey, that's what you are. I mean, it is what it is.
Good call, Jamie. Look, and your point is well taken about the Commanders and their last place schedule and all that stuff. Trust me, I see it. I see it. But the same thing we're talking about with the Warriors, and I get we're halfway through the NFL season. We're 2 weeks in to the NBA season. But if we would have played a schedule game, the Niners haven't really beaten anybody either.
I'm not saying that they have.
The thing we're going on with the 49ers is their proven track record in years past.
Yeah, I'm giving the credit to the coach and the quarterback who I've seen win high-level games in December and January. To me, the Niners have earned the benefit of the doubt. Does that put them in the top? No. Right now, there's 4 teams or 3 teams that are on the outside looking in, multiple games behind Green Bay for the last wild card spot. But if we're being fair here, you've cited their record in December and in January over and over and over again. And when I look at Kyle Shanahan, it's like, all right, you know what? Until they have a falling out or whatever, like they've earned the benefit of the doubt. When you do it 4 out of 5 years, you're pretty much proven it.
They have.
With a variety of playmakers.
They've played a lot of football here, but the wins, when you really look at it, man, the Jets win. How impressive is that? The Patriots win.
I mean, not good.
The Seahawks win. The Dallas Cowboys win. But they're 14-1 in November and December, the last 2 seasons. They're 16-2 the last 2 seasons coming off the bye week. So they get a perfect landing spot, in my opinion, against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is not going to have Mike Williams. Chris Godwin's out for the season. Their offensive line's beat up. Their defense is giving up yards and chunk plays. And they're going to be on a short week after playing Kansas City. This is a great landing spot for the 49ers, but we're going to find out about them this month. Tampa, Seattle, Green Bay, Buffalo. 3 to 4 road games. 3 of your next 4 games are on the road. So we're going to find out just how good this 49ers team is. Not the previous 49ers teams, this version of the 49ers. Just how good are they? Without Christian McCaffrey for the first part of the season. We get that, but he's got bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
I don't know what to make of it.
Brandon Ayuk's gone for the season. We don't know yet about Ricky Pearsall. We don't know yet about Jacob Cowing. We got the Colton McKivitz issue at right tackle, right? You know
the offensive line's been okay, though. I think the offensive line's been okay. He in particular is not great.
JP Macy's got an AC joint sprain in the shoulder. What is Dre Greenlaw? What version of Dre Greenlaw are we getting? Are we going to get consistent pressure? Are we going to get consistent pressure up the middle? Where's our DBs at? Where's our safeties at? So it's a lot of question marks here with the 49ers.
I think the secondary is actually not that big of a question mark. I think it's been really good. You're going to give up chunk plays, but right now they get turnovers, and yeah, they do whiff on tackles. The 2 big safeties whiff on tackles. But I think the number one thing for me is with this team, if they didn't lose the Rams game, Arizona, for whatever reason, that game felt like they were playing uphill all game. And the Minnesota...
They were up to Arizona.
I know, but I'm saying like in the second half, it felt like they were playing uphill the whole night. Because they were gassed. They were gassed.
No, I hear that.
I'm not making excuses. Arizona kicked their butt.
I mean, they were up.
But the Ram loss is the one that really stings. Like that, to me, of all the losses, Minnesota deserved that win. It's the Rams loss, the way they lost that one, that really hurts. If you just get... semi-decent special teams play in that game, you win that game. And we're sitting here 5-3, but you're not.
Anything you want at the deadline. What is it that you want at the deadline if you're a 49er fan? Do you want Lynch to work the fall lines and make a trade? Do you want them to make a trade? Maybe the Saints are going to trade some pieces. They're out of it. Carolina already traded Deontay Johnson. Maybe they have more assets. Maybe Cloudy's on the block. What about the Cleveland Browns, who got smoked by the Chargers at home yesterday? Are they in on something? Do you want to see the 49ers make a move to bolster this roster and get ready for a run in the NFC? What do you want if you do want something? 888-957-9570 is the number, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We'll get back to Warriors after the break here, but after watching yesterday, Niner fans, what is it that you want the Niners to do at the deadline tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time?
It's hard just to not go back to CMC every time. And it feels foolish to bring it up because it's like, is this guy even is he going to play a snap? Is he going to play 9 games this year? Is he going to play something in between? When I see what Saquon's done to Philly, when I see what Derrick Henry has done for Lamar Jackson, it's like, dude, that's the kind of player CMC is. He changes your whole team. But I think the same argument can be made for Dre Greenlaw, where this defense has been an upper echelon defense with him every snap he's played. So, they need one, if not both of those guys back to be a legitimate contender. And they need to start reeling off these games against the big boys. This Buffalo game that's down the line, the Buffalo game is going to be huge. The Green Bay game is going to be huge. Obviously, they're all huge. But
the Buffalo game's an out-of-conference game.
No, but I want to see what you look like against him.
No doubt. But you may not look good. You may not look good after back-to-back road games. Now, I don't know how the Niners are going to do this. Are they going to just travel to Youngstown, Ohio during that week to stay on the East Coast? So you don't have to go to Green Bay. They come back to the West Coast, and they go all the way back to Buffalo. Maybe you just stay away in Youngstown. You do Thanksgiving in the state of Ohio. Or maybe you just go stay in Michigan. I don't know. I don't know what you do there, but one game at a time. And it's against Tampa Bay. So we'll be watching Tampa Bay today with Baker Mayfield and company. What does McMillan look like at wide receiver? What does Sterling Shepard look like at wide receiver? Are they using their tight end Otten? Are they going to run the ball with Bucky Irving and Wade? You know what I'm saying? So it's time to look at Tampa Bay and take it one game at a time. I don't care about Buffalo right now. I don't care about Green Bay right now. I don't care about Detroit right now on the schedule. What I care about is the form the Niners, kind of like the Warriors. What does it look like? What does your form look like here? And the Niners got to start playing some good football. They haven't put – here's the facts with the 49ers. We can talk about the Commanders and the Lions and fearing the Falcons and what not fearing the Falcons. One thing I know about the 49ers so far this season, they have yet to put together a 4-quarter game. They've yet to do that.
I can't argue that. Detroit's had multiple games where they've had 4-quarter games. I would say the one against Green Bay was, in terms of top to bottom, as impressive a win as you can have given the elements. And then clearly they blew the doors off of Dallas. So that's just two off the top of my head.
Washington, Arizona, 42-14.
It's a thrashing.
Cleveland Browns for kickoff. Cleveland Sun, but you get credit for playing.
No, I know, but I mean, it's just anything that happens with Cleveland. With Deshaun Watson, it feels like well, I'm not dismissing it. It's just
the fact
it's hard to take Cleveland serious.
The fact is, the Niners have yet to put together a 4-quarter.
No doubt. No doubt. I would say that the New England game was as close to one as they had, and even then they kind of let their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter, and it just they didn't finish the way you wanted them to finish. Like they should have dropped 40-something in that game. Felt like they eased off the gas pedal, but that was a thorough win.
So we need to see something with the 49ers. Do you want to see them make a deal? 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you want to see the Niners make a deal before tomorrow's deadline at 1 p.m. Pacific time? The Warriors back on the floor against the Wizards tonight. Steph Curry may make his return, and he's had some monster nights in the Wizards. We'll get into the numbers in just a second as we talk a little football here. The McCaffrey Achilles tendonitis, that is massive. That is, I don't even know what happens if he comes back. Does he tear it? Does he not tear it? What is the treatment? What does the workload look like? Does he play every single snap? Does he only play third downs? So many question marks. I feel like we still have a lot of questions, even though they've been on the bye week. What's the status with Deebo Samuel? You know what I mean?
I don't even know. With ribs, I haven't even thought about him. Ayuk's a huge loss, but because the team doesn't throw the ball that much, you don't feel it week to week. You do in like situations, you're down 7 and you got to throw the ball. Like you feel it there, but because they're a run-based team, you feel the McCaffrey missing presence almost all the time. Like these 8, 9, 10-yard runs go for 30 or 40 with him, you know? JP Mason's had a great year, you know, but he doesn't hit the home runs the way he does. And like some of the plays out of the backfield, I mean, he's just automatic first downs. Instead of 2nd and 8, it's, 2nd and 2, right? He brings so much to the game. And clearly the rest of the team benefits from the one-on-ones they see on the back end. The one good thing is that I do feel like George Kittle is playing an unbelievable brand of football this year. He feels like he's having a monster year.
Is this his best season of his career? Is this the best season of Kittle's career?
Do you consider 2018 the best year of his career?
It was up there.
Because they didn't win games. Felt like the yardage was great.
In the run game, in the pass game, I don't know if I've ever seen Kittle be this effective. Now, I'm not going to underrate his other seasons. He's put together a Hall of Fame type of resume. I mean, to be honest with you, George Kittle, and he doesn't look like he's slowing down. And I want the Niners to actually extend him to make sure that he doesn't play in another uniform. He needs to be a lifelong Niner, playing alongside Brock Purdy. But I feel like we're watching the best of George Kittle right now. I really do. He's got 40 catches right now, 503 yards, 6 touchdowns. He's dominant in the run game. I think we're seeing the best of George Kittle this season. I really do.
There's a Purdy element. Purdy's got to play some good ball the next couple of weeks. I just look at all the bottom feeder teams. They have giant question marks at head coach and quarterback, or just a quarterback? Raiders, New England, Miami, Jets, Cleveland, Tennessee, Giants, Saints, Carolina, Dallas, Seattle. Well, Seattle's still in the mix. Even the Bears to a lesser degree. Like all these teams that have huge question marks, either at head coach or at quarterback, you just write them off. You just they're done. And like when Purdy plays, awesome. 9 times out of 10, the Niners win. You know, like I feel like we're afraid to say that though. This
next stretch is just going to determine how fans perceive Brock Purdy these next 9 games. Everybody has an opinion about Purdy now. And if we had to give a grade, and we'll do grades tomorrow when it comes to the 49ers at the midway point, I'm giving Brock Purdy a B+/A- for his start to the season. Some people may think that's generous, but when you look at the context of everything and who's been in the lineup, who's been out of the lineup, chemistry with wide receivers, chemistry with running backs, I think Brock Purdy's been excellent. But I feel like these next 9 games are going to really shape the fan base's mind in terms of Brock Purdy and whether or not he's the quote-unquote guy for the next 3 to 4 years and what the numbers may look like here. This is and it's obviously big. All these games are big, and it's all, the quarterback talk, the quarterback roulette. Every week we feel good about a guy, then we're down on a guy. But for Brock Purdy this year, for these next 9, I think it's very important on how well he plays, because I think it's going to shape a lot of people's point of view on what they expect from him moving forward.
If CMC comes back and they go on like a 7-2 run, hypothetically, I do think that there will be a lot of people like, CMC. Like, Purdy's really good, but he's not that good. It's CMC. If CMC plays like 2 games and they go like 7-2, then hell yeah, I think a lot of people, because you'll have no Ayuk, no CMC. They go on a run against, look at the schedule. The schedule's difficult. I know it's the NFL. Every game is difficult, but it is a difficult schedule. Miami getting Tua back, they're a different team.
And they've yet to, and again, these are the facts. I don't want people to get annoyed with the facts, but the facts are the Niners, they've beat the Jets. What are the Jets, 3-5?
3-6 right now.
3-6. Patriots, they've got 1 win.
No, 2. They're 2-7.
Who they beat? They beat the Jets and they beat the Bagels. Beat the Jets and Bagels.
And they almost won yesterday. Drake May, you look good.
They're playing Tennessee.
I'm not denying that.
They played at the end there by Drake.
I'm just saying that they didn't look bad.
They scored 17 points.
Oh, yeah, but it's also New England. It's 2.
No, they're 2 terrible teams.
They scored a touchdown to force overtime the last play of the game. They had 10 points.
Sports Center.
Seattle, 4-5.
I don't know what to make of them.
And then the Dallas Cowboys.
I just write them off.
So the fact is, we need to see the Niners only put together some wins, but beat a team that's pretty good. They've yet to beat a good team.
Well, and then I also look at Green Bay, that Green Bay game coming up. Green Bay's got a lot of talent, but they're just, I don't know, something doesn't pass the eye test for me.
They're beat up too.
Jordan Love, if he can't move, he's a different player.
He is.
I still like Jordan Love, though.
888-957-9570. What do you make of these damn Warriors? Let's get back to that. We'll play some sound from Rod Adams. We'll play some sound from Draymond Green. What is it that you love about the Golden State Warriors as they look to improve to 6-1 today when they take on the Wizards? We'll do that. 888-957-9570. We'll also open up the lines if you got Niner thoughts as well. Moving forward here as they come off the bye week and get ready to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who will play tonight on Monday Night Football against Kansas City. And that is what is coming up. Brought to you by Los Altos Village Association. Downtown Los Altos presents the 21st Holiday Stroll, November the 8th, a sparkling opportunity to get into holiday spirit early. Sponsored by the agency at VLI Cosmetic Clinic. Find out more at downtownlosaltos.org.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
It's one of my favorite beats all time. Like, no joke. No joke.
Can you name the song?
Till 93 Till. 93 Till. It's classic.
NBA Street,
classic.
The video game?
Oh, yeah. NBA. I think of NBA Street. I think it's just being a kid, just watching hoops with the beat playing. Like, this beat plays for over any highlight. You cruising down the street, top down, windows down. Your fiance's girlfriend hair just blown in the wind. Wife's hair just blown in the wind. You're cruising. I mean,
Fiance
seriously.
and girlfriend.
Fiance, girlfriend, whatever it is. You know what I mean.
Hey,
93 Till Infinity, man. This
keep
is a
this
classic
beat going.
beat.
I got a quick six-pack right here before we get right back into Warrior stuff.
The Warriors are playing so well.
I know.
I
and
hear
Bonte's
Steph Curry.
so happy.
No, I hear that rejoin. I hear Steph. I'm telling you, man. I feel good about this Warriors team. I'm injected him. Wasn't that a feel-good win, folks? 888-957-9570 to blow a 31-point lead, to survive in regulation, to win that game with Draymond and Steph on the bench watching, Potts fouled out, and Kuminga, who heard all the rhetoric last week and all this nasty dialogue about who JK is, and he shows up in not one, but two, but three straight games. Damn, I feel good about the Dubs. Woo!
All right, quick six-pack of random stuff. Quick six-pack, 15 to 20 seconds on each topic, Bonte. I'm going to throw them at you. Number one, USC, Lincoln Riley. They're irrelevant.
Yes, they are. What?
Number one.
Yeah, they lost to Washington. Yeah, they're irrelevant. Lincoln Riley is who he said it. Lucas Alexander's so out on him, and when they first hired him, I said, Lucas, be careful. Be careful giving all this guy the money. He left Oklahoma. He left Oklahoma because he knew they were going to the SEC, and he didn't want the smoke. Whatever. USC, they've ruined that program. They're an afterthought.
All right, line them up on Warriors. A quick six-pack here. Number two. Penn State, Ohio State. I mean, big turnover right before halftime. Your thoughts?
Big turnover before halftime. That may have been the worst goal line sequence of offensive plays I've ever seen in my life.
God.
James Franklin cannot win the big one. And remember when Clemsoning was a thing? They said, oh, you're Clemsoning, because Clemson could never win the big game.
Yeah.
They're Clemsoning. By the way, they got smoked by Louisville at home. Wow. ACC race is wild right
15
now.
15 to 20 seconds.
Sorry.
You see them chanting the fire James Franklin as he was walking down the tunnel at him?
And then he yelled at the kid, and he was like, what's your name? No, what's your full name? It's like, dude, get out of here,
Beat
dude.
the top 5 team.
You know what? James Franklin, they're the new Clemson. They can't win a big game. They had the right tackle boot going in motion on fourth down. What were you doing?
The environment was awesome.
Yeah.
The environment was awesome.
Right. 9 o'clock kickoff. Wow.
All right, couple
Number
more.
3.
All right.
Sorry.
SMU is in their first year in the ACC. Do you know that they're 3 wins away from the ACC title game? And their only loss this year was to a top 10 BYU team.
Yeah.
They're getting into the playoffs.
They might. They beat the hell out of Pittsburgh, who was undefeated in Dallas. I mean, in Dallas, Texas, great environment. SMU is back. SMU, come on, man.
I'll be honest. I look at that SMU offense, and I think about Miami's penchant for giving up big plays on defense. I really do not want to see the Mustangs in the ACC title game.
Look at you.
Yeah, Miami's going to be one and done in the playoff. We know that.
With that defense,
Number
it's
5.
awful.
Number 5.
Number 4.
Bryce Young. He got a win. Good for him. Like, honestly, I saw the kid smiling, and I said, you know what? Good for him.
He's smiling in the locker room after the game, man. Just give him some weapons. Leggett is something. Leggett's a player.
You like him?
Oh, I do. I love, man, the way he talks.
South Carolina.
I love Leggett. I love him. He had a good game yesterday.
All right. Number 5.
Number 5.
Bob Costas announced that he's retiring from broadcasting at 72 years old. Bonte, you're a huge Bob Costas. I obviously love Bob Costas. I didn't think he was great this year in the playoffs, but retiring on top at 72 years old, your thoughts?
Hell of a career. One of the best to ever do it. He's on my Mount Rushmore just in terms of studio host, play-by-play voices. He can do any role. He played any role. He was Mike Tirico before Mike Tirico. Olympics, football, basketball, baseball. Well deserved, man. I'm gonna miss Bob Costas. We're getting older. We're getting a lot older, man. Bob Costas was my soundtrack growing up. NBC. When I think of NBC, it was Bob Costas in our biggest moments, whether it's the Super Bowl, whether it's the finals, whether it's the OJ 94. Who handles this Like Bob Costas.
I think The Last Dance for a lot of younger people made them realize, like, because he was doing a lot of the commentary during the Jordan stuff. We're like, whoa, this is the Bob Costas. Like, yeah, at like 30 years old, he's been this guy for literally 40 years. All right, last one.
Number 6.
This is just a fun one. In honor of the election, Bonte, you could pick the NBA, NFL, or Major League Baseball, and we will get back into the Warriors in just 1 second. But you could pick any of the 3. Is there an individual that you would vote to be the president, if you will, the commissioner, if you will, of that particular sports league? Can you think of any one off the top of your head?
Yeah, Steph Curry, NBA.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's a humble superstar. Every player respects him. Like, you don't hear a bad thing about Steph. He'd be well calculated, and he'd think about what would be best for the league. There's no better leader that we see in sports. When we talk about leaders in sports history over the last 30, 40 years, there's Brady and the way he led, and there's Stephen Curry and the way he leads. So it'd be Stephen Curry running the NBA. No, hands down. I don't even have to think twice about it.
I like that.
How about you?
For me, the NFL, it might be Tom Brady. Like, I'm listening to him yesterday during the Jared Goff game.
He was really good.
Oh, dude, he was amazing.
He's getting better.
What kind of blew me away is like, and this is why I'm viewing Jared Goff a little different. Like, he was very critical of Purdy. Now, I don't know if that baked into that is the fact that they stuck with Purdy and maybe didn't, or stuck with Jimmy and didn't go to Brady. I don't know. I'm going to take it on face value. He was praising Jared Goff's ability to throw in the rain and the way he was managing the game. Just everything about Jared Goff. Clearly, Tom Brady likes Jared Goff in general and was so impressed with Ben Johnson, with Dan Campbell, with Jared Goff. And, man, I just, when I listen to Brady, to your point about him getting better every week, he loves football so much.
Yep. Well, also,
God,
I thought you were going to mention the fact that how critical he was of Jordan Love when he threw the pick 6.
It's not wrong, though.
And he made another mistake. And Brady said, look, when you make decisions like this, it's a bad decision for your offense. It's a bad decision for your team, but it's a bad decision for the organization. You have the organization on your shoulders. So when you're processing and you're thinking about time and situation and down and distance and decisions on every single throw, you have the weight of the organization on your shoulders. And Tom Brady really bringing home that point, hammering home that point about that. I was like, I don't think I've thought about it like that. Like every single throw, the organization is on your shoulders when you make these throws and your decisions. And so when you make bad decisions like Jordan Love has been prone to do ever since that divisional round playoff game, and I love Jordan Love as much as anybody, but he makes some horrendous in-game decisions, throwing game-changing interceptions, and that lost the game yesterday. So Brady being critical of him while praising Jared Goff, Brady's getting better and better by the game as an announcer.
I think one thing that Brady, Manning, now Mahomes, they do really well is, hey, this play's dead, and even if this guy catches this screen or whatever, like we're going nowhere with this play. Let's just live to see the next down. Mm-hmm. On that screen play, Jordan, just throw that into the ground.
Yeah,
throw that into the ground.
I'm with you.
Like it's such a net loss play, no matter how you look at it. Not every play you're going to salvage like that. And I think that's where Russell Wilson got himself in trouble the last couple of years, is trying to make a super extendo play on every single play. Purdy's getting a little better at it as the weeks have gone on.
No, he is getting a little bit better at it, but Brady's getting better in the booth, being critical. And Jared Goff, the heater he's on right now.
Jeez.
Jared Goff, look, that experience of losing the NFC Championship game, and we forget that he helped lead the Rams to a Super Bowl, and they had to go to the Superdome and win an NFC Championship game. They had to go to the Superdome and win an NFC Championship game. This team is built different, man. Like, we're looking at the Lions, and I don't hear anybody say, it's Jared Goff. I think Jared Goff has earned the respect of a lot of people around the league and a lot of fans around the league saying, yeah, he can lead them to a Super Bowl.
They will throw the ball around the yard if need be. But the reason why I love watching Detroit is, like, they got a lot of hardball in them. Mm-hmm. In the sense of, like, we're going to jam the ball right down the middle of the field, and I dare you to stop it. And we're going to go with our 2 running backs and this elite offensive line. I mean, Penny has been a grand slam.
Yeah, Penny Sewell.
I mean, well, and then they got these other guys on the O-line that are just fantastic. I was so impressed with their offense yesterday, especially because Green Bay's defense has been very good this year.
Check this out. He's connected on 30 straight passes to Amon-Ra St. Brown without an incompletion. He also became the first quarterback in NFL history to complete 80% of his passes over a 6-game span.
Wow.
Goff said after the game, it's probably my best stretch of my career, and he's not even satisfied. So they're not satisfied. They're turning the page quickly. They have the Houston Texans on Sunday Night Football next week. That's going to be a fascinating showdown between C.J. Stroud, who hasn't played his best football, and it just shows that when you have wide receivers in and out of the lineup and you have offensive linemen who can't stay still, like Laramie Tunsil, who's called for the most false starts in all of football.
That's crazy.
You're going to struggle at times, and C.J. Stroud is struggling. He is struggling. There's no doubt about it. So the Lions playing really good football. There's something I was going to look up. Lamar Jackson, because you're bringing it up during the break.
He's so good.
The Baltimore Ravens, I don't know how they're going to work Deontay Johnson in, and I'm also looking at them defensively. Marlon Humphrey's going to come back. Eddie Jackson's been out at safety. What will they add at the deadline? Because this feels like with King Henry and Lamar Jackson, oh my gosh.
Am I a prisoner of the moment to say that, like, if Kyle Hamilton keeps this up, he's going to have to play another 8-9 years, but, like, we're looking at a first ballot Hall of Famer, right?
He's playing like it.
I mean, he's unbelievable. He is unbelievable. And then Derrick Henry, I already knew he was a first ballot Hall of Famer. What he's doing with the Ravens is just, because I think there were a lot of people who were like, I don't know, what's it going to look like? It's like, I think it's going to be good, guys. One of the greatest running backs of all time with one of the greatest running quarterbacks of all time. I think they're going to figure it out. I love watching Baltimore play.
Well,
they're one of my favorite teams to watch.
Well, Lamar Jackson, you talked about last week, is Zion Williamson, is he mesmerizing? And I look at Anthony Edwards as, Lamar Jackson on the football field, maybe the most mesmerizing player in this league.
And he's an MVP.
I mean, Mahomes, we know who Mahomes is, and I may still rather watch Lamar Jackson play on Sundays than Patrick Mahomes, and that's a strong statement. Look at what Lamar's done. All right, that was a number 3 defense. Rolling into town, the Denver Broncos.
They were very good.
Very good defense.
With some elite corners.
They dropped 41 on them. Lamar Jackson, it was his 4th career game with a perfect passer rating. It tied Ben Roethlisberger and Peyton Manning for the most in NFL history. So you're in a category with Peyton Manning and Ben Roethlisberger for the most perfect passer rating games in NFL history.
I would not have guessed that.
All right? He was 16-19. It threw for 280 yards and 3 touchdowns. Zay Flowers was open all day long, it felt like. But the ball fakes on Lamar Jackson can handle. The play-action passing. He was 5 of 5 for 157 yards and a touchdown on throws that traveled 20 yards in the air.
I mean,
he's throwing the deep balls so well. The deep routes. Lamar's just letting it fly. This guy, there's some other numbers I saw last night where he's in a category with Brady and Breeze and Roethlisberger. This guy's rewriting the history books.
But here's the part where I get frustrated with the rhetoric regarding Lamar Jackson. Everything is considered null and void to a large segment of people, fans and media, because he doesn't win in the playoffs. And it's like, all right, like, he's had some shortcomings in the playoffs. There's no doubt, right? That doesn't negate everything he's done for 17-game weeks, 17-game schedules, year after year after year. He's going to be a 3-time MVP.
Yeah.
He's not even 30.
That's crazy.
Here, I'll take it a step further. I consider Ed Reed or Ray Lewis, I would probably defer to a Raven fan, as the greatest Raven of all time. Yep. I think we're watching the greatest Raven of all time.
I was thinking about that too.
Were you thinking about that too?
Sunday, I'm watching the game.
Ray Lewis is the guy I think of, and Ed Reed number 2.
My homegirl Sarita, who does radio out there in Baltimore, I met her at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention. She's an OG Baltimore fan. Orioles, Ravens. So I always go on her show with Glenn Clark out there in Baltimore. And when they came out here to the West Coast, and the way they feel about Lamar Jackson, they call him, that's our son. That's our native son, Lamar Jackson. The number 8 jerseys out there go crazy. Whether it's purple, black, or white. The number 8 jerseys are selling off the charts out there in Baltimore. And he's doing things that a lot of people knocked him for doing. He's throwing from the pocket. He's playing quarterback.
Turnover-free ball.
Turnover-free ball. He's not just running. He can run when he wants to. Now, last week, he didn't even practice. All he did was study the film. He played the number 3 defense in the league, and the Denver Broncos are hitting everybody. They're shutting everybody down. And he dropped 41 on them. So, I'm telling you, the most impressive performance I've seen of Levi's over the last 2 years, and we've seen Patrick Mahomes, we've seen Joe Burrow, and we see Lamar Jackson. I can't get Christmas night out of my head and how quick Lamar Jackson looked and how explosive he looked from the pocket. Throwing the ball, running the ball. I said, damn, I don't want to play that team in the Super Bowl. I was actually happy to play Kansas City in the Super Bowl. Believe it. I may have been the only one. I was happy to play KC in Las Vegas because I didn't want to see that guy again.
For some reason, I thought you were going to list Jacoby Brissett on that one. Or maybe the Colt McCoy game.
The Colt McCoy game was special.
He did look like Montana.
That was special.
Let me ask you one more. I know we're going to get back into the Warriors. One more question. Do you believe in the San Diego LA Chargers?
I do. I believe in them.
I will always call them the San Diego LA Chargers.
I believe in them.
Because you've been very
critical of Justin Herbert.
You've been just more skeptical than most.
It's Jim Harbaugh. That's what I believe in. I believe in Jim Harbaugh. He said something in their post-game locker room to go into another man's house and impose your will. He says something how, what is the terminology he used? Somebody help me out on the text line. He said something. It warmed something around the heart or whatnot. The team started laughing out. He said it was a Harbaughism. It was something that only Jim Harbaugh would say. But they believe in that guy. And what they do in that locker room is they just give each other high fives. Harbaugh's giving high fives. Herbert's giving high fives. Bosa's getting high fives. They went to Cleveland and beat the hell out of them. I mean, the game wasn't even close. So Herbert with this young wide receiver core and Quentin Johnson and Lat McConkey and Josh Palmer, I wouldn't sleep on the Chargers in the AFC. They've got my attention. And it's all because of Jim Harbaugh. And that's why I always say the Raiders, I think the Raiders dropped the ball here. Now, Nick Friedel has a tweet. Cousin Nick, he said, he has a tweet that popped up on my timeline. I've been meaning to read this. What did Cousin Nick say?
God, how is he doing?
I guess he's not doing too well because the Bears are losing. The Bears are losing. He's not doing too well. They thought they were going to the playoffs. Hell, I thought they had a shot at the playoffs. I was
very skeptical of Eberflus.
Cousin Nick, I cannot believe the Bears didn't hire Harbaugh when they had the chance. The answer was right in front of them, and they messed up again.
He would have been the ultimate Chicago Bear coach.
They should have hired Jim. The Raiders should have hired Jim Harbaugh. The Cowboys should have fired McCarthy and hired Jim Harbaugh.
I love seeing the Cowboys lose.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh is why I believe in the Chargers. And I think they got some action in the AFC. I look at their schedule. They got Tennessee at home next week. Then they play Cincinnati at home. With that defense, they're going to get to Joe Burrow. Then they have a big-time Monday night showdown against the Baltimore Ravens November the 25th in the Horror Bowl. The NFL, man.
This is the best.
The NFL,
it's
man.
The best. It's the absolute best.
The NFL is just something unbelievable. It's really must watch. Just like the Warriors are right now. They're must watch television. Like, what do they have in store in the nation's capital today?
I am so pumped for this Warrior game. Does anybody care about Jordan Poole anymore, one way or the other?
Do you?
I really root for Jordan Poole. I do. I legitimately he's going to be one of those guys 10 years from now, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Gosh, we couldn't make that work.
I care about Jordan Poole still. I want to see him have a successful career.
That's what I'm saying. I have no negative vibes with JP. He did play terrible at times, but he was also really, really, really good. And I feel like he was more a victim of his circumstances that he couldn't control other than his actual play. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I would like to see him get out of Washington and go to a team where he can actually be good and be on a good team, because Washington just seems like a team that's perpetually stuck in nowhere's land.
Well, Spadoni brought up the Lakers, and he brought up D'Angelo Russell, and that did kind of get my attention there. But they have a young team in Washington, and he's a leader on that team, and we'll see how it plays out. I don't know if this correlates. Maybe an old school fan, but after watching the Showtime little parody on HBO, Winning Time.
Yeah.
Norm Nixon comes to mind for some reason after watching that, because Norm Nixon was playing alongside Magic. They win a championship, but obviously there was some no, I'm the point guard. Wait, I'm the point guard. There was some friction there. Now, it's not a like for like, but obviously there was friction with Jordan Poole on what he wanted, maybe what the Warriors wanted, and then what happened that last year with Jordan Poole. We don't need to revisit that because the vibes are good, but we know what happened. It's out there. it's almost like he's got this Norm Nixon feel to him, to where Norm Nixon gets traded to the Lakers traded him to the not to the Bucks, not to the Celtics, not to the Rockets. They traded him to the Clippers, right down the street. And he's kind of irrelevant the rest of his career. Like, he got his numbers, but he was kind of the forgotten Laker, and he was irrelevant. I hope that doesn't happen with Jordan Poole, where he helps the Warriors win a championship. We go from money time to him asking Steph how to pop a bottle of champagne, to looking at Andrew Wiggins saying, you're getting the bag, I'm getting the bag, to playing in D.C. for the Wizards where nobody's watching.
I thought we had a splash, bro. Like, a guy who's going to be on our team for 10 to 15 years. I know that's tough in the NBA specifically, but that's what I thought we had. What did you make of what did you make of the Draymond Green praising all of the young Rockets the way that he did?
Let's listen to it. Let's listen to it.
They changed the game. They were great. They brought energy. They brought force. They got us on our heels. And then Jonathan Kuminga showed why he is Jonathan Kuminga. Kyle Anderson and Loon down the stretch was huge. BP, some big buckets. He doing a great job of running his team while Steph is out. Yeah.
Draymond Green, how about this? How important was JK Saturday night, Draymond?
He's very important. Number one, he can match the athleticism of all those guys. A-Man, Tari, Jabbar, they are athletes, and A-Man's a freak. And Tari Eason got one of the best motors I've seen come through this league with skill. You know, you've seen some guys come through here with, like, great motors and no skill. He got skill, he work hard. But when you're facing guys like that, you need a JK, because not only could he go get his own, which he can, and he showed down the stretch, or every time we needed a bucket, we gave him the ball, he went and got it. But like I said, from an athleticism standpoint, he's just as athletic, if not more. And so to match that physicality and athleticism was huge. And so, you know, that in situations like that, you know, you definitely need a JK. Obviously, we need him more in other situations as well, but you definitely need him in situations like that.
It just tells me that Draymond's in a great space right now. He's in a great space. Willie's highlighted it. Fezzi's highlighted it. You've highlighted it. A lot of people have highlighted his leadership, his podium game. Now we get the podcast and he's talking about OKC, and we'll see OKC on Sunday. So that'd be interesting. But he's just in a good headspace. He told Fitz and Pookie, look, man, champion to change. I'm changing. I'm trying to be a better leader. I'm trying to be better with the referees. I was awful last year. I let the team down. I let the organization down. I want to be better. I want to retire here as a member of the Golden State Warriors. I want to help these youngsters. I want to help JK become an all-star. So, look, man, Draymond's playing some great basketball off the court, but his leadership has been equally as impressive, Shasky.
To go down the rabbit hole, he's bringing up, how do you pronounce his first name? Thompson.
Oh, Amen.
And then how do you pronounce his brother's name?
He's Asur.
Asur.
Yep.
The fact that they grew up in San Leandro, you know, just outside of Oakland there, and then obviously moved to Florida afterwards, I'm just blown away how good he is. He is really, really, really good. And it was obviously a rookie last year, and to come out of this area, like, that's pretty cool. I'm pulling for him. I actually really like the Rockets roster.
Yeah.
I don't like Dylan Brooks, but I like the Rockets roster.
Moving forward, the Rockets, they play better when Şengün and Van Vliet's off the floor.
Well, he got, from what I saw after the game, like looking at the
Rockets coming out to play.
The Rockets' point of view, I guess he got benched.
Yes. I mean, he wasn't playing well.
Why? Like, that's kind of, he killed the Warriors last year.
Empty calories, though. Empty calories. Look at the style of play. They were down 31. 31, and the Warriors, what they wanted to do was like, we're going to run up and down, especially with Şengün at center. And the Rockets went into the game, got these numbers here. It's really weird. With all this young talent the Rockets have, look at these numbers coming into the game. Going into the game, they were 29th in field goal percentage. They were 27th in pace of play. They were 23rd in three-point percentage. They were 23rd in points per game. They were 29th in assists per game at just 20 assists per game, 22nd in steals, 28th in blocks. So they're playing slow despite having a slew of athletes. What flipped that game? Şengün went to the bench. Van Vliet went to the bench. And what happened? They started playing faster.
And they attacked the rim.
They attacked the rim, so play fast. Thompson, Tari Eason, Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore, play fast. Even the Holiday brother got some run there. He got 16 minutes.
Which Holiday brother was that?
Aaron Holiday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Aaron Holiday. So
I like their roster, but this goes back to the Warrior conversation, which I like the Warriors roster, but they're playing like a team.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw, and for long stretches, clearly whatever they were doing out there, the Rockets, it didn't fit the style of play. And then when they got Şengün off the floor, it felt like the key opened up for them to attack. I mean, Thompson, how many shots did he get at the rim in the second half?
Plenty, because he was forced to so much full court pressure. And the game got chaotic there. So he had 11 rebounds, and he started checking the basket with reckless abandon.
I thought we were playing good D, too.
Yeah, no, Tari Eason as well. He could get up there, man. Tari Eason's a nice player. 35 minutes off the bench. So I think Houston moving forward, and Ime Udoka, who loves isolation basketball. We saw the Celtics in the finals. My turn, your turn, your turn, my turn. The Rockets with Şengün and Van Vliet, they're going to have to make some choices here. Van Vliet has a club option next year. He's making $40+ million. I would flip him in a heartbeat right now. Right now.
He's making $40 million?
Yeah, he signed a 2-year, like $85 million contract. Wow. He's got like a $40 to $44 million club option.
First quarter of the game, it's Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks out there. Dylan just plows someone, just absolutely plows somebody, and like turns over and starts like arguing with the ref, and him and Van Vliet are just crying to the ref. I'm like, oh, God, I can't stand these two.
So I think they're going to move off of Van Vliet, and for some team, they see that club option saying, oh, we could just wipe away the money. Club option, we decline. Van Vliet's a free agent. I think they should move off of him. He hasn't shot the ball well at all. He's a small guard, and he's not the quickest guy. He's not athletic, and they play too slow with him out there. That's one adjustment. It is Şengün. You got to figure out who he is and what he is and how he fits moving forward, because Jabari Smith Jr. can play. That young man is good.
Oh, I like him a lot.
Playing a small ball 5 with his athleticism and length.
Yeah, he's long.
Yeah, so I think Houston has a philosophical problem here moving forward. They play 27th in pace of play with all those athletes. That's a joke. That's a joke. Come on, do better,
No,
Ime.
I'm with you.
You know what I mean?
But they need a point guard that matches what all those guys can do. If they can get a nice facilitator, I think the Warriors could use another point guard, quite frankly.
They could. And the rumor is Steph Curry is questionable. It's not a rumor. He is questionable, which means he is closer and closer and closer to playing.
Be back for the Boston game.
That'll be Wednesday. We got plenty of sound for that.
Is that game on Wednesday?
Wednesday, 4:30.
So is that ESPN?
ESPN at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Sorry. NBC Bay Area. My bad.
NBC Sports Bay Area. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Who is the ESPN lead broadcast this year?
Mike Bree, Doris Burke, and it's been
because JJ's not there. Yeah,
it's been Richard Jefferson.
You know what? I'll give Richard Jefferson this. I do think that he really does study the whole league and watches everything, and I do think he loves basketball. As much as I can't stand him, he isn't the worst broadcaster.
No, he's not bad. He's not bad. Let's go to before we get to final thoughts. Why are you smiling, Carter? Carter looks so happy.
Carter put a bunch of money on most improved player of the year, Moses Moody.
Did he?
Before the season started.
Yeah, Carter likes to just throw his money away. Just sad. He makes some terrible bets. Terrible.
Wow.
Big Smooth in Oakland. What's happening?
Hey, Big Smooth.
Oh, man. Hey, first of all, I want to welcome back all the Warrior fans who vowed to never watch again as long as Draymond Green was on the team. So thank you guys for coming back. I also want to say, Shasky, I thank you because I just heard you say hey, Shasky, I love you because you said, man, you said before the season you didn't like this Warriors roster, that we needed Lowry soft tissue marketing, but I just heard you say you love the Warrior roster. So thank you for coming around. You are a man of principle. You will admit when you were off. Man, this Warrior roster, as I said, was the deepest team, bar none. And I don't mean William Floyd, bar none. And here's what I think. You keep running these 12, 13 people out. This is going to get them wins. We need to just stack up wins. We know how this thing works. And then when we get to the end, if you want to start forming, if you want to start condensing the roster, we get it, because we know playoff time is going to be different. But for right now, run these horses. Let them run.
Big Smooth.
Stack up the wins.
Big Smooth.
Yes, sir.
Are you happy that the Warriors didn't make? Because I told Lakem to his face. I said, "I'm happy."
I love how this is a badge of honor.
No. It's just
like
seriously.
If you come here, let me tell you to your face.
It's just small talk, and I was like, Danny Ainge being Danny Ainge, but Big Smooth. I was as much as you. I was happy as hell they didn't get Paul George and Larry Marketing. I wanted to see what this roster looked like and then visit something later down the line.
But listen, didn't you see the look on Marketing's face when the Warriors went against them?
It was great.
It just made me rejoice. I'm like, this dude doesn't. He's just frustrated. The Warriors have been taking out the big game. If you notice, they've been taking them out one by one by one. And Bonte, man, I'm going to show you how much power you have. I use the term buddy buckets. You said, I like that. Now all I hear on your station is buddy buckets, man. You're a powerful dude, man. You got juice, baby.
Even Fitz used it, man. I said it on the little fourth quarter. I said buddy buckets. And Fitz is like, oh, I like that. Hey, let's go.
I said, look at Bonte. I said, the power of Bonte. All he got to do is mention it one time. And it's going now seep over to ESPN.
I like that. I wish I had some sort of power within my own household, but, take
Big Smooth, will you meet me here? Will you meet me here on this year's team? Like, I'll be the first to admit it.
What you got, Jeff? What you got,
No,
man?
but this is what I say. Like, and I said this morning, and I'll say it again for the audience that's just tuning in now. Draymond at times drives me crazy. Actually, a lot. He drives me crazy. I see the value. We all see the value. But enough is enough at times. I really was like, there's no way this guy's going to be a changed man. And so if I'm going to come out and critique him and rip him and all that stuff, and then when I see him, now it's 2 weeks. I'm not saying it's a full season, but when I truly see growth and maturity and him empowering the young guys, he put his arm around Podziemski after a horrible possession where Podziemski shoots an air ball late in the shot clock. It was just no one touched it but him. And instead of berating him, he put his arm around him and then hit him on the shoulder. When I see him talking up Kuminga, and when I see him with Steph Curry out, being the leader I've been demanding and begging him to be, it's like, you know what? I got to give the guy credit. I got to give him credit. And so that's why I'm buying in.
I think it had a lot to do with that last suspension. I think the writing is on the wall. We don't see it, but I think it was discussed. Hey, man, this is your last chance. Hey, you get real reflective, man, when that paycheck is on the line, when that career after broadcasting. I mean, look at Ron Artest. I'm sure he could be a good podcast or whatever, but sometimes, man, you use too many bones out there.
No doubt. No doubt.
Good call, Big
Smooth. And look, man, did you pay your credit card bill last month?
Yeah.
Or you pay your credit card bill on time, right? All the time?
Yeah.
Just make sure you got money in April, man. House of Prime Ribs calling my name. Sounds like you believe, like me, he's going to be playing 65 games this season, buddy.
I mean,
don't be late on the payments, brother. Draymond, they playing at least 65 this year.
I mean, they played 6 games, and this guy's throwing a ticker parade straight down Van Ness House of Prime Rib.
6 games up, 6 games down. Draymond's been in all of them. Now we count down. What does he have to play now? 59 more games. Write an X over this one because he'll be available against the Wizards. My final thought is, what's going on in Philadelphia? Marcus Hayes writes for the Philadelphia Inquirer, wrote a nasty column. I thought it was nasty. You bring up Joel Embiid's late brother, you bring up his son, and Embiid was ticked off Friday, saying, I've done so much for this damn city. What the hell is going on here? And then Saturday, he pushed the reporter, Marcus Hayes, in the locker room. And Cheska, we've had this conversation. This is to be expected in new media now, with reporters saying whatever they want to say. You can't just talk about a player's family. That's out of bounds. Completely out of bounds, out of line. I would ban Marcus Hayes from the locker room for the rest of the season. Now, do I like Embiid pushing this guy? No, I don't. But I also don't like a column referencing his late brother and his son. That was whack.
So, in a little outside the box here, but, there are certain things that happen in life that remind you of just embracing the now and telling people that are very important to you in your life that you love them. All right. And so my little thought to everybody is that if there's someone who means something to you, when you have those interactions with them, go out of your way and tell them how important they are to your life and tell them that you love them, because you just never know what's going to happen. And, For those that are out there struggling in anything or whatever, or you haven't talked to a family member in a long time because you feel like you've been scorned or whatever, is it really worth it? Like, pick up the phone, hit them up, and tell them you love them and move on. It's just not worth chain-smoking hate, if you will. So, Sam, I'll throw it to you.
That's very well said, Shasky. My final thought is, my Miami Hurricanes might have the worst defense of a top 4 team ever. It is... they're able to hold out, beat Duke, which is great because Duke was not as good as that 6-2 record suggested. But yeah, when they start playing the real big boy teams, when you're giving up big plays like that, they had one touchdown they gave up at Duke where they did a quick juke to the right. The guy goes left, gets the ball. You had 3 guys covering the wrong guy. Duke receivers wide open. It's just a mess on defense for my Canes right now. But hey, thank God for Cam Ward, best player in college football right now.
Outside of Shedeur Sanders.
That's 3 Mike false starts right there.
I know. I'm turning to Shasky. Quicker than you know it.
Carter.
All right. First of all, my worst bets of the year have been on Florida State for the first 3 weeks of the season, so I don't want to hear from you.
Leave them alone. Leave them alone.
Secondly, I'm not really understanding why Lamar Jackson gets so much love. He's really, really good. He's amazing, obviously. But people just praise his feat. Can the guy just get to 1 Super Bowl? He doesn't even have to win it. Can he just make it to the Super Bowl? I mean, look at what the Chiefs have done. He's had no weapons. They got there last year. He's won it. Lamar has more weapons than him and Josh Allen this year. If they don't make it to the Super Bowl, no excuses left for the guy.
Sound like a young kid. I'm going to let you get away with that take.
Don't say Lamar Jackson's better than Ray Lewis. That's just crazy.
It's a bad take.
Crazy.
It's a bad take.
Look, Ray Lewis did the deer antler spray the week of the Super Bowl, so he's just that guy.
Has 2 rings, though.
Oh, God.
Now he just gets to a Super Bowl.
Carter, just get there.
How are you, Carter?
31.
Yeah, the take makes a lot of sense. Makes
just
a lot
get there.
of sense. Now it's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Did I hear Sam Lovins do a Warriors post tonight?
I am. Apparently no one's available, so.
Oh, damn.
The bottom of the barrel's being scraped.
Boy, Sam Lovin do a Warriors post game after the Wizards. Go take a nap, buddy. Oh, I'll be listening in the car. Evan Giddings, Daryl the Guru Johnson next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Florida State football.
It's about to get a little funky this week. It's about to get a little weird this week.
Yes, sir.
No Steiny. He's back east. He's having fun, enjoying himself. So you get Evan Giddings in all week with Daryl the Guru Johnson with you on Steiny and Goo. Goo, I got to tell you, man, I've been looking forward to this week for a while, and God loves Steiny. It's not nothing against him.
We miss you, baby. I know he's listening.
But, we get to run a little bit of a three-man weave sometimes. You guys hold it down. You do a fantastic job, but sometimes I just want to get in there.
Yeah, get up 31 like the Warriors, but not below it.
I don't want to give up 31 points also like the Golden State Warriors, but that's kind of like, I don't know. When I was talking to Carter before the show, and
first place Carter in our fantasy football league, about to put up 200.
Dude, he's kicking my ass.
Steiny didn't fell off.
It's
you
frustrating.
got an A+ draft grade, which is like the Madden curse,
the kiss of death. Anytime you get an A+ in your draft, no, I've been talking about it ad nauseum. It's the only thing I can hold on to because my season's going off the rails. Kind of like the Dallas Cowboys. I apologize for bringing that up.
Oh my God, the bazooka early.
Oh my God,
Michael.
But this is kind of what we're talking about, right? Because the Niners had a bye, so I'm always curious just how people are watching sports when their team's not on, specifically football, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole sports weekend basically revolves around Sunday. And so, like, what are you kind of watching? What are you getting into? And I think everybody right now is not even concerned about football, especially this weekend, because of what the Warriors have been doing. And you mentioned the number 31. That game, Goo, I got to tell you.
I listened to you on the post game, too, after I turned you on. I had to.
I sent about 6 messages, one to you guys, saying this game is over, Rockets are rolling over, and then they come storming back. And it just, I don't know, it feeds into what you guys were talking about last week, right? About how there's this clean slate, there's a brand new season for the Warriors, and it just feels different. So where I want to start today is because I'm watching football a little bit yesterday, and I'm wondering why fans are sort of bought into their teams, right?
Wow.
And I feel like right now in the Bay Area, almost everyone you talk to is bought into the Golden State Warriors. It's only been 6 games. Yeah. They were 5-1 last year too. But why are people so bought in? Because I think you and I are on the same page in that regard.
No, you are, and you're correct, and you're right, Evan. We miss you, Steiny. But at the end of the day, I mean, there were wholesale changes, right? One of your centerpieces and staples of the franchise, Klay Thompson, left. I was a guy, how are they going to find shooting? And they found shooting thus far. And in regard to the record, Evan, they've been here at this juncture just last year, and that culminated with a non-playoff berth. But right now, it looks like a strength in numbers. I will say this. I'm sitting there like, okay, Houston's on the, they're on the come. Okay, they're young. And the Warriors went in there in one half and dismantled them. And they're doing it by committee, right? Mm-hmm. So when you sent that text that this game is over, Houston no-show, first home game off a rodeo for the Rockets, I couldn't fathom that it was even feasible to come back. And then that game goes into overtime. And Evan, I'm telling you, it could have been Dr. Seuss doing the postgame. It wasn't. It was our main man, my little brother,
I try to rhyme sometimes.
Doing it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I just had to listen to the radio to just hear what you thought and the fans. But at the end of the day, they blew it. They came back, won the game in overtime. Kuminga to save the day. Pods with 3 of the most crucial buckets I've ever seen in his young career from him. So in totality, they are a surprise team in the NBA, I believe, on my list early on. And we got a long way to go. But, Evan, they're doing this without the chef who I told Steiny before he left and you, like, hey, man, this is so sweet, but it would be sweeter if 30 were playing. Hopefully he gets back tonight in Washington. But the fact they were able to come back and win that game that they'd won in the first half, all is good in the hood.
Well, that's what, hopefully we see Curry tonight. 4:15 tip in Washington, of course, all right here on 95.7 The Game. And, look, Curry's part of it too, but I almost wonder –
Curry!
No, but would that really amplify it? Like when I'm talking about buy-in, and I was just asking a few people, both this weekend, but also here earlier this morning, and it feels like the word that I'm really looking for is excitement. Like that's why people are bought in. I don't know how many people are bought in after a 4-4 start heading into the bye, coming off the Super Bowl runner-up with the Niners. I don't know how many people are bought in to the San Francisco Giants, even though they now have Buster Posey running their operation.
Oh, 2 guys got a gold glove.
2 guys did get gold gloves.
Bailey and Chappie.
Yeah, I don't.
I hear you.
It's going to be a long time before Patrick Bailey gets a Silver Slugger.
Well, and there you go.
But he's going to be getting Gold Gloves left and right. But that's the thing. It's like, I don't know how much excitement there is surrounding those teams. There's nothing but excitement surrounding the Golden State Warriors, and I find it interesting that people didn't really expect them to do a whole lot this year because outside of Klay Thompson and Chris Paul, they got these guys in who we didn't really know much about.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield looks like an incredible bargain. He's shooting the crap out of the basketball. Like, that was actually one of the parts about Saturday that I tried to go through. All right, what stuff got swept under the rug by the fact that you blew a 31-point lead and you won in overtime? The fact that Buddy Hield's been your leading scorer for 6 games this year has kind of just been pushed to the side because there's been so many other moving parts that have people excited.
Yeah, and Pods is one of them. Would you allow me to, Exhibit A, bring to the courtroom the fact that he was able to not play selfish basketball, but in a game where it was like, oh my gosh, if we miss, this thing it's already getting ugly, but one miss or two, we're done. And he was able to, in that environment on the road, I don't know how you scout his individual ability to create, but I'm like, this dude, and I love his post-game stuff after, because he tells you, to meet pressure, you got to apply pressure. I'm like, that's a bar. Who'd you get that from? But he was able to make 3 big-ass buckets when it seemed like, Finkster muscles were tightening up from the Warriors offensively. In those moments, he saved them. And that's what I appreciate. And I'm like, that is going to be greater later. Trace Jackson-Davis shooting 80% from the field, and I know a lot of his stuff is coming down low, but Evan, those are the things that I took away, like moving forward. And some can say, well, Paz is going to get a big head, or a young player can get a big head and think their name's on the marquee. No, it's not that. It was Paz was out on the floor, met the moment, and those buckets, I still vividly can remember them like yesterday, although it was Saturday. I'm like, those are the tangible things that I think are going to have Brandin just be more confident of meeting the moment when he's out there with Steph. And hopefully it's a playoff series. And I know it's early, but those are things. JK got taken out on the last, I don't know if you remember this, the Warriors called a timeout, 9.5 seconds left.
Yeah, because he texted me.
Yeah, I did. I'm like, let the walking fast break. What? And then they didn't get a shot, and Buddy but then for Kuminga to come back in the game in overtime and just show you athleticism on one thou wow, it's just like, Jonathan Kuminga, as far as role changing, because he didn't get benched, he'll probably go back to the start lineup once everybody comes back.
I'm not so sure.
But if not, Evan, he's saying and doing all the right things.
Well, and that's kind of the larger point, is it doesn't seem to matter, right? And we can get into JK, we can break down Pods, we can get into, the impact without Curry being here. They won all 3 games without him.
The Draymond turnover.
Oh, my God.
You can't do Day-Day.
I also had a bailed out list on Saturday night.
Who
got bailed out the most? 23 might be at the top of the list. Because, that's the great part about that game. And really the great part about this start, right, is it hasn't just been one person's night every single night. And I know when people think about strength in numbers, it's like, okay, first it's going to be Curry, then it'll be Wiggins, then it'll be Kuminga, then it'll be Podziemski. It took everyone in that game to get a 31-point lead, to lose the 31-point lead, and then to win it in overtime.
No doubt.
And Kuminga was a star of OT. Pods was the star down the stretch of the fourth quarter. Buddy was the star in the first half. But everybody was doing something over the course of the game that you could pick from. If you wanted to really break down that individual game, we could go through it for hours. But I think it bleeds into the larger point that that's the way that this team has been successful, and it's a reason why I think a lot of people are on board with them continuing to be successful, because it's not just one person that's carrying them on a given night. It's a group effort, and that's the Golden State Warriors brand of basketball that we've fallen in love with. I know it got skewed a bit with all the superstars they had during their heyday, but a couple of years ago when they won the championship, that kind of brand, I feel like, is back in a way.
No doubt about it. And if you allow me, Evan, I'm going to borrow, because I feel like we're watching this version, the 2024 version of Strength in Numbers. And Pods even talked to it, alluded to it after the game. I keep going to him, but I was like, damn, you were saying some stuff that is factual. He said normally when Steph was out of the game last year or years past, Evan, it was kind of a death blow. Not that the Warriors couldn't win, but you're facing an uphill battle. But the one constant and takeaway from Steph being out is this record since he's been out and the ability to, get that lead. Wiggins was phenomenal early and then come back and take it back.
Exactly. No, what we're talking about, again, to start the show, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Goo is here with you as always. We're talking about buy-in. Why are you buying into the Golden State Warriors? Is it because of the level of excitement that they've displayed through 6 games? Because they were 5-1 last year, but this 5-1 feels different, and I want to get to the bottom of why as we roll on here. 888-957-9570, also the number for the Comcast Business Text line. Make sure to tune in today. Warriors Live starting 4:15 with a 4:15 tip-off. Willard and Dibbs got you on Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Again, 4:15 against the Washington Wizards. They get Jordan Poole again today, which we can also discuss. As we move forward here on Steiny and Guru, bring on the good stuff. Also, that segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. Well, I hope Curry's back tonight. I hope to see the chef back tonight in Washington. By the way,
baking and shaking.
Okay, I knew that there was something different about you. It's not your demeanor. It's not, you got the Warriors hoodie on as usual. Like Carter spotted it immediately.
He offended me.
You got rid of the lip rug.
Yeah, and he goes, "Hey, you look younger. What happened?" I'm like, damn. I was in here feeling good. But man, yeah, I got rid of the lip sweater.
I thought that was a compliment when someone says you look younger.
But I feel like I'm younger when I'm rocking the lip sweater. So that's what I'm dealing with. Like, damn. But anyway, I'll take it. Evan, you know the dynamic of this show.
Every time I shave
you
off
look
about
good.
5 years.
What you got going after? Because you're dressed up. You're corporate.
Oh, well, I wish I was corporate.
Evan.
Came with a little more change. But no, later on tonight, I am going to be doing a radio play-by-play for St. Mary's men's basketball home opener. So
my man.
I'm excited about that.
So you got to see Lil D.
Well, he goes to Santa Clara.
What did you say?
St. Mary's. St. Mary's College.
Boy, I got to say something.
Clean up on Algo.
This is in honor of Steiny.
Yeah.
Because like no other show, we bring our imperfections and life stuff, to the show.
Well, personally, it's hard to hide. But
and
yeah.
I'm looking at your knuckles, and you got scars as if you were in a... Evan, who was it, and how long did it last, and did you get the win? What happened to your knuckles?
Oh,
you
no.
look like Rocky Balboa.
Dude, my brother said I look like Tyler Durden, the character from Fight Club. Rule number one.
I hate to put you on blast. I'm like, what happened?
Rule number one, don't talk about it. I feel
Who was
bad.
it?
wasn't.
You need me?
Well, first of all, the concrete is undefeated. No one has ever beaten concrete.
You fail?
Yeah, I bit it, bro. I bit it bad.
How? What? Why?
I don't even know if I should be talking about this. Going down Market Street late at night, and your boy took a spill.
You trip?
Right there on 6th Street. I feel so bad, man. I look like I hit somebody. That's not what happened. I don't fight.
Women like tough guys, E.
Yeah, I ain't one of them. I'm a hugger.
I'm looking at my man's knuckles like, what's different?
No, I wish I had some cool story to come in and tell you.
If you need some help, I'm here for you.
I fended off. Yeah, I wish I fended off 16 with one hand.
Misstep or what happened? Off the curb?
Oh. All right, so you know how you're rolling down Market Street and there's the cable car lines, right?
I know exactly where you're at.
Okay, so if you don't hit it at a proper angle and you're biking, your tire will get stuck.
You were on a bike?
Yeah.
Oh, Evan.
Yeah, I was on a bike. No, 6'5", I did not whoop some ass.
Hey,
I'm not going to lie to you. We don't lie on this show.
Yeah, we don't.
Well, your neighbor might, but...
Evan, now that could have been serious.
Yes.
Did you break your phone?
Yes. Oh my God.
To go get a new
People
one.
are learning too much about me at about 10:20 on a Monday. We got 4 more days of this.
I didn't know you were on a bike. I thought you just fell.
Yeah, of course. I had a helmet on.
What caused the crash, do you think?
I'm an idiot.
You just told us.
No, my lack of balance. See, I have I don't have 2 left feet, but sometimes... Goo, you know this about me. I'm a klutz.
Evan, I'm
clumsy,
bro.
I
want to text Steiny. Our guy crashed on the bike late night.
I wish I had a better story to tell.
Was it a
really
single bike accident? Nobody else involved?
No,
okay,
which was
good.
the worst part. There's a lot of people looking at me. I was staring around. No, for
We're
no.
laughing with you, not at you.
That's fine. You can laugh at me. There was definitely someone on the corner who was laughing at me. There was one man nice enough to ask me how I was doing. And I said, my pride hurts more than my body.
Well, glad you're in one piece, baby.
I am in one piece. I am in one piece. Yeah. Good thing I didn't roll my ankle like Steph.
I didn't know you were on a bike. That's dangerous, though. That's why I'm done
No,
laughing.
I wasn't hungover the next. I wasn't sipping. All right, I just suck at biking. I swear. I swear to you. I wish I could tell you that.
I love it.
It wasn't even that late. It was like 10 o'clock on a Saturday. I was trying to get home, dude. I had to work all weekend.
Yeah, no, I listened to you. You and Devone and
we had Warriors this week and then pre and post and dude, but that was a thing. I mean, maybe I'd fill off the bike because I was stuck on that Warriors game trying to figure out how they blew a 31-point lead.
Yeah, no doubt,
dude.
But Evan, you have no problem with me, and it's early.
Oh, Tyler Durden.
And I'm gonna give you my my Niner take, where I feel like at 4-4, Niner fans are feeling like, to me, not time's running out, but it's go time, and they got 4 losses. You know what I mean? That's a year worth of losses for previous Niner teams.
Oh yeah.
But the Warriors, it's young, it's the embryo stages, but I don't want to say wholesale changes, but I feel like it. You got to like what you see early on. And I know Friday, I was dreaming about Giannis. That'll all handle itself. This collection, of Warrior basketball right now looks like A- in regard to what they thought could happen and what you're watching, especially without the chef for a few games.
Well, I was going to say, what's the only thing holding it back from being an A is the fact that they haven't had Curry? Because I feel like that's what's almost caused more excitement.
You know, I should have said A+.
Well, I feel like that's what's made it an A, but that's also why people are more bought in. Again, you know, why are you buying into the Golden State Warriors right now? Because I think Curry being out has a lot to do with it. That to me indicates sustainability. That indicates that this depth that we've been sold on is for real. And going back, you know, again, it's preseason, but going 6-0, you wondered whether that was something that could enter the season, was going to dissipate, if it was going to fizzle. What did you make of the 6-0? It appears they got staying power. And I know it's preseason, but this team, as constructed, has won 11 games together.
Wow.
Like they have figured out how this team can win. And the Rockets game was significant from this standpoint. It was the first opponent that they played, that was whole. Portland and Utah, in my opinion, not very good teams. Although Portland, I guess, beat New Orleans, and I think they picked up a win this weekend against a decent team. But the point being, Houston had all of their guys. New Orleans was missing Zion, or sorry, not missing Zion. They're missing McCollum, Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, DeJounte Murray. They were missing a lot of pieces. That Houston team was whole, and they had just kicked the Mavericks' ass a couple nights before. So the fact that the Warriors got the lead that they did, I was blown away.
Man, I mean, they suffocated them, and they ran the Rockets out of their own gym in the first half. And I'll say this, Evan, and, you know, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. I love ball. I love the NBA. But I've told you, there's too many threes for me right now. But what I did learn from this game, Evan, 30 points is, and Steiny, I could hear him right now. Way to go, Goo. But you're never out of a game now with the three ball. And Houston used a lot of that to get back in the game like it was nothing.
They did, but they also they turned up the intensity in that game.
That they did.
And there was a few things that I took that the Warriors, I think, might need to, I don't know if they can figure out, but the fact that Melton and Curry are out means that Pods has probably got to do a little bit too much handling the ball right now.
Yeah, 38 minutes for
It means
Pods.
a lot of players have to do more than they're accustomed to. Yeah, Pods is playing the Curry rotation minutes from old. Like, he's playing 38 minutes a game.
And Wiggins looked like Patrick Ewing. He was sweating so much trying to get himself back. And I was like, man, somebody give Wiggs some water. He was playing.
But he was aggressive. He came out shooting. They were knocking down threes. I mean, they were absolutely killing it from deep in the first half. And then the combination of them going ice cold, along with the Rockets just getting in their jersey, I think frustrated them. And
Rockets went small, and it changed, Evan.
They did. They took Şengün out of the game.
Out of it.
Who might be their best young player. But again, it's, you know, what are you taking from that game? What are you taking from that start? You know, to me, why I'm buying into the Warriors, why I feel excited about the Warriors is because this 5-1 start to me is completely different than last year. I know it's the same record. I know they got the same amount of wins. But this team and the way that they were able to overcome the Rockets, they don't win that game last year for one, but I don't think that they get off to this kind of start as constructed like last season because there's less baggage on this team. There's less me.
Wow.
And it's not just Klay. I know that's where a lot of people are going to go. There's something different about having a reset when you don't make the postseason. And so they went from being the hunters, or from being the hunted to being the hunters, in my opinion.
No doubt. And right now, they're going big game hunting, and you got to love the record. And I'll say this, Evan, it just feels like outside of Dre and Steph and maybe even Wiggins, every Warrior player is playing with the chip on their shoulder. And I don't know what that chip is, if they've been doubted or whatnot, but you look at Kevon Looney, who was rebounding, had 7 rebounds Saturday night. Waters is when he's out there, 17 minutes. Kyle Anderson, 24 minutes. Peyton Hield. What did Steph say? Healthy ego. And I feel like that is the title of the jam for this team. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. I think that's a song, but Ben E. King, I think. But I love watching it. I don't know when it's going to end, Evan, but the one thing, if I can be greedy about this Warrior team, because I think early through 6 games, you keep saying it, and you're right. But the one takeaway is I want Steph to be a part of this also, and he has, and they lost to the Clippers last time we seen him play. But now I want to be greedy, and I want him to be part of the goulash, per se, so we can really hone in on who we're going to be moving forward.
Well, one thing to clean up before we get to the callers. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson to the 916. It was a bicycle. No, it was not a motorcycle. I was not motorcycling down Market Street.
Yeah.
No, I was not sipping. I'm just...
You fail.
Yeah, I just
you crashed.
I just stink.
Evel Knievel.
That's a 4. Let's start with Tom in Sonoma. Get us going, Tom. How we doing? How we feeling about the Warriors? What's up?
Hey, Evan. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Are you not entertained?
Wow.
Man, let me tell you, Guru, you know I've been with this team day one. I've loved this team the way it's structured. Dude, this last game was poetry in motion in the first quarter.
Mm.
The 12-man, 13-man rotation, I'm not ready to give up until they can beat us. We are playing. Switch. It's crazy, man, how we're playing the game right now. I love Buddy Buckets. I love Kuminga coming off the bench. Paz is starting to come around. Now, I want to say something. I observed something in that Houston game. When they caught up to us, there was one guy yelling at Paz and just screaming at him, talking trash. And he came back and hit those 3 buckets.
Yeah.
And that's why he was so animated, man. Okay? Draymond Green, I think he finally learned his lesson. I'm seeing humility, and he's never had that, man. He's never had humility. Okay? This team is incredible. I don't want to tear it apart right now. I felt that we lost the second half of that Houston game because they went to small ball. They went to smaller players, and we got out of our rotation because these guys are spending up so much energy, man. They rotating faster, but when the second half came around, they messed with that rotation, and that's how they came back on us. We have to stick with that rotation until somebody can beat us, man. What do you guys think?
No, I think you're spot on, but a rat on the table early, Evan, is the free throw shooting. The Warriors missed 18 free throws, 32 for 50. That's not going to help you. And I was listening to the broadcast, and Fitz was going crazy, but
yes, he was.
Yeah, that helped Houston come back. Like, you got to fix that part of it. But I didn't see the guy barking at Pods. I just saw Pods, man, step up like, ooh, if you missed this shot, I don't know if you... And then he just bottoms. And that's got to be big for confidence.
Well, I don't know what you make of this, but one thing that I felt like in that third quarter that sort of disrupted the Warriors' flow was actually the free throw shooting. And I know, all right, we would complain about getting 50 free throws.
Wow.
I think they shot 20 of them in the third quarter.
Man.
But to Tom's point, when this team is in a flow, which they clearly were in the first half, like everything was going down. You or I could have been out there shooting. I would have felt like, exactly, they were throwing a rock into an ocean. But in a way, I almost feel like going to the free throw line as much as they did, it just wrecked their rhythm. It wrecked their flow. And they started having to play a lot more half-court offense. They weren't getting up and down, and they weren't getting the stops. So I think, in a way, coinciding with the Rockets just simply raising their level of play, it did make me wonder, like, what is a safe lead in the NBA?
That's my
31 points gone.
Yeah.
Vamos. Like, very quickly. I think it was a 22-3 run in 5 minutes by the Rockets, made it a 3-point game. You're like, oh, my God.
So, Evan, I'll say this. I know it's crazy, the guru math. So if you're down 30 in the NBA, if 10 of those shots are threes, really you just need to go a 10-0 run, play some D, and if the 10 of your shots you make are threes, you're right back in it. But going into the fourth and it was 16, Joe Montana, I swear, Evan, I'm sitting there, I was sipping. I'm thinking, there's no way Houston's going to bring this thing home. And, Evan, they had the ball in their hands after the buddy kind of fumbled it to, heave it. And I go, this game is going to overtime.
Well, see, this is why I'm jaded. When I was watching the game, it was first, this game's over. The Rocket, I don't even need to watch the second half. I'm texting you. I'm texting everybody. This game's over. The Warriors are looking like world beaters. Next thing I know, it's 23. It's 18.
Oh my God.
It's 12. Oh, boy, it's a single-digit. Oh, my God, they're about to take the lead. And they did. And then at that point, I'm like, wow, the Warriors are really going to lose this game. But they didn't.
Yeah, and they didn't. So you got to give them something, for what's the word am I looking for? Perseverance. But, Evan, just imagine what the Jackals in the streets and what we would be talking about had they. Because I'm not used 31 points like that. That should be safe. night. And it wasn't.
Well, that in its most simple form is why I think this 5-1 start is different than last year. They lose that game last year.
Man, I heard you say that.
That was their calling card last year. Blown leads. They literally blew the most games in which they led by 12 or more points in the NBA last season. But you can go down the list. I was getting PTSD. I was going back to the game where they were up 24 in sack, where Kerr took out Moses Moody when he was on a heater.
14 on Denver. Remember Sunday night game here at the house.
With 8 minutes left.
Wow.
Jokic hit that 30-footer at the buzzer to beat him. The game against the Clippers, which I don't think the Clippers even led until Paul George hit a step-back three. They were up by 20 in the second half of that game. There were so many games last year that you could just go down the list and say, oh, my God, here it comes. It's just a tidal wave. It's an avalanche, and the Warriors can't do anything about it. This year, it's their first test, but they passed it.
Yeah, they did. And they did that shooting the hell out of the ball from deep, Evan. I talked about the missed free throws, but 15 of 32 from deep. And like you said, early on, they couldn't miss. I dare a Warrior fan to pick up the phone and call in and say, through 6 games, I know it's a short sample size, what don't you like?
What don't you like so far?
Like, my list is, I don't have much on it except
Kerr being out.
That after that, that's just kind of go under the injury umbrella. But as far as like the energy, the synergy, and the athleticism, and they look faster, they're playing better D, like what's not to like?
Well, see, and actually the Curry part of it, I don't even know if I can put it in that category. Like, you never want your best player to be out. I love watching Curry play basketball. However, the fact that he's been out and they've been able to win 3 games. Oh, by the way, they were 3-5 last year when he didn't play.
Yeah.
But they started 1-5. And the last 2 games they won were against Utah. Basically games where the Jazz had no interest in winning.
All right.
So, like, this team could not basically win without Steph last year. And that's largely been the case. That's why I do think that him being out almost makes this sweeter of a start and makes them more exciting, because it's not like you're the 49ers and you're looking at McCaffrey to come save the season. The Warriors are 5-1 largely without their best player. So now it has you thinking, well, what can they be when he's back? If Curry plays at a high enough level like he did the first half of last season, what can Curry add to this team? How can he help them? Not can he come in and be our savior because we don't know what we're doing without 30.
Mm-hmm, no doubt. And Evan, I guess as we get further down the road and you play different teams or better teams, like they're going to see Boston, I believe that's on Wednesday.
Yep.
I don't want to be greedy, but for me, I hope Steph is back so we can get, even if they get ran off the court by 20, it's still not going to negate this start. But when you talk about what Steph can bring back, to me, it's a closer. And right now, it's closer by committee. Hadn't even needed a closer. You did Saturday because Oops one almost got away. But at the end of the day, when you're in a game, Evan, and you got 30 out there, I don't think there's any lead that's insurmountable. But the bottom line is I just envision the Warriors playing good basketball with depth. And then when you get to the late third, fourth, you got 30. And if he's on, which, most of the times he is, that's a recipe and formula for a victory.
That's a fact. Let's go to Kevin in Pleasanton. Wants to talk about the Warriors start. Kay, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Good. Hey, listen, Steve Kerr the last 5 years is 197 and 186. That's a pathetic record as a coach. If Steve Kerr was not the championship coach he was, we would be trying to get him out of here immediately. The reason why Bob Myers left is because of the way Steve Kerr plays his young guys. Kuminga went on a 15-game heater last year. The radio station was like, Kuminga's the second scorer. You know why? Because he was playing the 4. Steve Kerr moved into the 3. That's hiding the kid. He can't play the 3. He's a 4. He won that game and showed us. He won the game, hands down. And he showed us that that's the position he needs to be in, the 4, not the 3. And until Steve Kerr realizes that, then every game is going to be, we're a good moderate to medium team. Barely get into the playoffs. We're the freaking Warriors. Why are we accepting being mediocre? You know that's not good, man.
Well, I'll say this. But real quick, and again, I'm not wearing Steve Kerr underwear, but there's a championship in there in that last 5 years. You're over 500 with the victories. I'm not saying Kerr's perfect, but I would just say, wake up and watch this season. The young guys are getting their opportunity, and that's what's making it sweet.
Kuminga is a 4. He's not a 3. He's dominated, Goop.
Kev, he's been playing the 4 the last 3 games in which they've won.
No, he was not. He was playing the 3. You're wrong. He was playing the 3. I'm not a fan.
Wow, we borrowed this.
Well, no, I mean that was the whole point. I appreciate the call, Kev, but I think like that's he started at the 3 the first 2 games, and then he got moved to the bench so Kerr could try and use him in a different way. And so far, it's been positive.
Yeah, no doubt. And his podium game's been positive. Again, I don't expect, and I know you had brought it up, and you might be right, Evan, but the bottom line is Kuminga's not letting when he goes in, how he goes in, affect his play. And I do agree with them. Those buckets in overtime to start it off, and the Rockets were what, 1 of 12? They were gassed. It was like, you know what, we got back, but we have nothing. But they couldn't stop Kuminga in overtime. My point is, I still don't just say, Kuminga won him the game. He was a big part of it, but this was a collective. He closed the game. No doubt about it.
Jonathan Kuminga closed the game.
And Pods got you to that juncture for him to do that. So we could give awards all day, but I think he's just not letting go of the past. I get it. You're a Kuminga fan, but watch Kuminga ball, and I guess, Evan, I would just say enjoy it.
Well, I like Kuminga too, and we can get into him as a little bit deeper. The other part about that stat, and look, I understand, around 500 is not where you want to be, but
you got to ring in that 5 years.
It's like the stat that Buddy Hield has led the league in threes for the past 5 years. Right. You're technically right, but Curry didn't play one of those seasons.
I hear you.
Klay Thompson didn't play in 2 of those seasons. Yeah. So Buddy Hield is the leading 3-point shooter the past 5 years because the 2 best shooters didn't play.
Right.
Steve Kerr is a little bit above 500 the past 5 years because one of those seasons, literally everybody was out.
Yeah.
Draymond took off the year, basically. Curry was hurt.
You got
Klay
the lottery pick Wiseman.
Yeah, exactly. So, do you want to go the last 4 years? Because I think his record's doing all right since then. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, I think Steve Kerr has had a hell of a start to the season. Now,
and you can look at it on his face, he's enjoying it.
I was a bit perplexed. I was perplexed when I saw that Kuminga was moving to the bench when Wiggins and Curry were out, but so far it's actually helped him. Like Kuminga has responded and played better since being moved to the bench, and that's exactly what you want to see from someone, right?
And I do wonder if that day is tonight in Washington, the nation's capital, Evan, if Steph comes back, is there also the domino effect of Kuminga going back into the starting lineup? Who knows? Yeah, Kerr said it wasn't permanent.
I don't know.
He mentioned spacing.
Well, I have my doubts that he'll be moved back into the starting lineup. But
even with Curry back?
Yeah, but then again, I think they tried to force it at the beginning of the year anyways. I mean, that lineup with him and Wiggins at the 2 and 3 wasn't that great, even when they were blowing the Portland and Utahs out. So, I don't know. We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, my God. By the way, the Bengals kicked the crap out of the Raiders this weekend. Zach Taylor's looking all right.
Don't let me leave along with yourself, Mr. Corporate, without talking about the Barkley phenomenal play on the football field that I've never seen before in an NFL game.
Matt Barkley?
No, Saquon. What was that?
He jumped backwards and hurdled a guy.
What navigation system do you have? I've never seen any needed to. Oh my gosh, man. That's my play of the day. Because all these receivers got the Spider-Man gloves, so everybody's catching. Dudes can catch, Evan. Shocker in the NFL. But I've never seen a running back do that.
It was so damn impressive that it made the spin move he put on the guy before just look like a toddler play. Like that, like what he did just to get to the point where he was turned around backwards was unbelievable. Probably 2 running backs in the league can make that move. And then he jumped backwards over a guy in which he got about 10 feet of air.
Evan, I'm such a hater. I let me find something to make this not that impressive. And the more I watch it, it's sick. It's better every time I watch it. Like, he did that. Dude, he could have did you Saturday night, fell on his neck. Dude, he jumped up, Evan, and that's sick, man. And the defender went, whoop. Oh, he's not there.
Saquon Barkley's the quad father. Like, that guy's got the biggest legs I've ever seen in my entire life. And as he leaps over this dude, I was
backwards, though, Yeah.
Backwards.
And they almost lost to get Sirianni.
He might be able to jump as high as Kuminga. Maybe. Joey's in the city. Wants to talk about the Golden State Warriors and their start. What's up, Joe? We got 6 games in. How you feeling?
Good. Look, I'm going to put it like this. I'm happy we started off well, but my thing is this, right? You got to think about our competition, right? We have been beating teams, but we beating teams that is realistically on the lower tier of the NBA. We're supposed to beat these teams. My thing is this. I'm a realist, and I want to win a championship. So my thing is, with our roster right now, we going to beat these teams. The teams on the lower tier of the NBA or the regular, you feel me, those teams, we going to beat those teams because of the depth. My thing is, when it comes to the playoffs, you're not going to be able to do that rotation with 12, 13 players. You're going to shrink your rotation to 9 or 10 players when it comes to the playoffs. I think this, look, Steph is in his last years, so we got to take advantage of that. I'm saying with all the role players that we got, and we might be able to, let's do a trade to maybe get a big man or another star that could go besides Steph, maybe like a Jimmy Butler or something like that. If we could get another star, because realistically, yes, we're going to beat all of these teams, the Jazz and the Rockets and all of that. But I'm looking at OKC, the Celtics, like the teams on the top tier of the NBA. I don't see us really beating those teams. So I think for us to beat those latter teams in the playoffs, the Nuggets and all that, we need to make a trade to get maybe two or three players or some draft picks to either get a star player or a really good big man that we can be competitive as far as like those really, really good teams. Because I think right now we can win 50-plus games because we're going to win a lot of regular season games. But I'm talking about the teams that we need to beat, like to win a championship. To beat those teams, we need another star player or we need a really good big man. And we need to go all in. I know people like to talk about the future, but learn from the Niners. You think about the future too much, you might get injuries and you never know what might happen. We need to go all in right now. If we want to win, let's win a ring. I'll take a ring right now with years of mediocrity over just years of being good. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joey.
Go ahead, Evan, because, wow, I'm sure he's not by himself.
But that's interesting, though. It's like, again, we're 6 games in. I don't think we know enough about this team yet. And while I'm kind of with him, like, I don't think their chances to beat Boston on Wednesday are particularly great.
But you don't play a Boston every night, E. Rome wasn't built in a day.
No, but I just think it's interesting how we're already fast-forwarding to how this team is going to measure up. When I think the reason why I'm bought into these Warriors and why people are excited about them in the first place is because there's less expectation. They were stripped of expectation by not making the postseason last year. And so after 6 games, we're already putting them back into, well, what do they need to do to win a championship? That's something that I'm personally just not ready to do yet.
I'm not mad at that at all, Evan. And we talked about, unfortunately, last Tuesday, I was at a funeral and I felt like the Reverend was talking to me, and I came in and admitted to Steiny, you know what, I was wrong. And let me tell you what I was wrong about, Evan. Looking at this Golden State Warrior team through a championship prism, and people telling me, hey, at the deadline, if something's available, the Warriors are going to, like any team, going to see what's out there and maybe change their trajectory. I was like, that's not a good thing. But now, Evan, I'm appreciating every game. I'm enjoying this team. It's currently constructed. But what I think I do know is internally, you just said, well, they're not I think Steph Curry called the shot saying, you know what? There are standards here. We cannot go another year without missing the offs.
Sorry, we're late for a break. We got to get out of here, though. When we come back, though, I do want to dig deeper into this conversation. 888-957-9570. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz for Gerald Gruber Johnson. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. People are learning about me, Goo, and I don't know if I like it.
I'm sorry. I should have asked you that question off air.
Which one?
The Rocky Balboa. What happened to the knuckles? Oh, man.
Well, no, look, we share all of our imperfections with each other, and they just happen to make their way to the air more often than I was, expecting.
Now my auntie, your mom, is texting you like you got in an accident. See, I didn't want it to go there. What's up, Mom?
Yeah, not a car accident, Mom. Just
no doubt. He's all right.
I got all my digits in order.
There you go.
Just like the Golden State Warriors. Outside the chef. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Good with you as always here on a Monday. We got the whole week together, which I'm looking forward to. And one of the big reasons is because we got a lot of Warriors games this week.
Man, I love it.
They play tonight, 4:15. Warriors Live starts at 3:15 with World and Dibs. They got the Celtics, of course, the defending champs on Wednesday. Dude, you remember the last time they went to Boston, by the way?
I'll never forget it. A Sunday, and I got mad because second quarter, the guys were done, the starters.
Yeah. It was
embarrassing.
What the Celtics did to the Warriors the last time they played in Boston was what I thought the Warriors were going to do to the Houston Rockets after the first half of that game on Saturday.
Evan, I believe they led by, was it 60, 50? It was something, it was embarrassing. And I came in the Warriors.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
We don't know where.
That's right. That was like a 4-1 road trip, but they got their ass beat by Boston, and Goo came in hot. I don't know where Wiggins is.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's one of the all-timers.
But we knew where he was Saturday. Wiggins coming back from a stiff back or whatever was ailing him. But I like what I saw from him. And just moving forward, and Jim Olay on the Comcast Business text line says, like, who's not excited about the 5-1? I get the numbers. It's early. But, Evan, all we can do as humans and as fans is judge what we see thus far. And before we went to break, I do understand a lot of people think, okay, the real Warrior team is not going to manifest until the trade deadline. But why rob yourself of the enjoyment? Because we don't know for sure if they're even going to utilize that. But when Steph comes back to what we think now is a strength in numbers, and he's not Han Solo to where he's got to do it by himself, I mean, to me, that equals excitement. And that's why I know Steiny got the Curry jersey, and it's just weird hearing stuff. He texted the thread this morning, Warriors Wizards, so that means he's all excited, but he really is. And I think we all should be. But to that caller in Sac, I just want to tell him, last year, the Warriors did not, and I haven't recovered, qualify for the playoffs. Evan, that cannot happen again. And this is how you qualify. Stack wins. And if you do it early, it makes it'll be greater later. But, man, these count.
Well, it can happen again. But the reason coming into the season, I think everyone felt like they might miss the playoffs is because someone like Curry would get hurt.
Man.
He's been hurt.
Yeah, last Sunday.
And they've won 3 games. You're hoping to get him back tonight. He got upgraded to questionable for the ankle that he rolled against the Clippers. So we're hoping to get him back for Washington, but this is the other part of it too. The more wins, to your point, they stack, I think the more careful they can be with Curry. And that's, again, I don't want to look at him as the cherry on top because he's the whole enchilada, like he's the whole pie. But Curry, to me, again, it's a different situation than what the Niners are dealing with McCaffrey.
Man.
Where the Niners are praying to God that McCaffrey comes back and is 100% so he can save their season.
No doubt.
I think there's a very real possibility, I might be off one, but there's a very real possibility that McCaffrey's not who he was last year. The Niners could miss the postseason. That's not what we're talking about with the Warriors right now. Curry has a chance to take a 5-1 team to a different level. They're already number 1 in net rating. They're number 4 in offense. They're number 2 in defense. And again, it's a small sample size, but that's where I think people are excited. Like, what can the Warriors be when they get their best player? Not, best player come back and save what's been a middling start.
No doubt. And I told you all I was sipping Saturday, and you can do that on the weekends. I'm not sipping now, but I bring that up, Evan, because, you work and I'm out.
Yeah, I got to go to work.
I'll tell you this, 18-2 in 2022 was the year. Remember when they had Bielitsa and who was Lionel Richie? Porter. Yeah, Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie.
But they set, they set a bar, Evan. They sent a message, and it was a different team, but this team has that opportunity too. And a lot of, aficionados on the TV, Evan, that know basketball or claim they know basketball, they know the Warriors play a brand of basketball that's successful, a la 4 championships in years past. But now you got a different roster, but you got guys going through their basketball puberty on the fly. And right now, I can't wait to see them play Boston. And you're going to be like, well, Goo, they got Washington tonight. I'm excited about that. But Boston's the one to where I'm like, okay. And hopefully Curry's back. Hopefully he's back tonight. But, like, I'm not going to apologize for being excited because they only played 6 games.
No, but I do think that there's going to be something that we learn every night about this team because it could be someone else's night. Tonight, it could be Moses Moody, who's been quietly starting the past couple of games.
Quietly started.
Since Kuminga went back to the bench. He hasn't played big minutes, but tonight might be a Moody night. It might be a Kuminga night down the stretch like he closed the game in Houston. It could be a Pods game. It could be a Draymond game. Like the second of the back-to-back against New Orleans when he absolutely shut down Zion.
Yeah.
It could be anybody's night. And so while Washington is a team that you expect them to blow out, I think they're like 8 or 9 point favorites on the road. The point is that every night we're going to learn something new about this team. And I think that's also what feeds into the excitement. Let's go to Pete in San Ramon's been hanging on patiently. Pete, what's going on? You're on 95.7 The Game. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I got a call about those last 2 callers, Kevin and I forget who the other gentleman was. But
Joey.
As far as Kevin goes, ragging on Coach, it's been so long, I forgot what Kevin had said now. Except
you're calling the right show.
Yeah,
we get
I got
you.
that part right. Anyway,
how you feel about what Steve's done?
But then there's Joe talking about Kuminga playing is a 4. Well, the obvious next question is, where does Draymond play? Is he a 3 or a 5? And Joe talking about get a big man. You got Looney, Trace Jackson Davis, the 7-foot kid. And they just made the trades that got him those 3 guys, Melton and Buddy and Anderson.
Yep.
Whoever the third guy they traded for, the vets. Those guys are coming. The team's going to come together. Just like Bay FC had a great team with a bunch of individuals at the beginning of their season, their inaugural season down there in San Jose. Well, they just beat Houston last night for the last regular season game, and now they're in the playoffs because all those people from all over the world played together all season and came together. And that's what's going to happen with the Warriors. It's just going to get better. And everybody else ought to just calm down a little bit. There you go.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it.
Pete.
Yeah. Well, where does
Positive Pete.
He has been positive.
Yeah.
Just like us.
But when you're 5-1, Evan, I mean, those were grander, I believe, illustrations of what some fans think the Warriors to be. Like, you can't win a championship this early through 6 games. And I think all that, just like you said, every night is going to reveal something about this team and its players and its coaches. But right now, you can't manipulate it or fast forward or simulate it, You got to play the games that are in front of you with who you have. And I didn't have this team 5-1. Have they played Muhammad Ali's? No, but their schedule hasn't, presented that. You're going to laugh, Evan, I'm still shocked they lost to the Clippers the night the Niners beat the Cowboys. Like, I didn't see that. It happens. But moving forward, man, all of the stuff that you want the answers to, you're not going to get them in one game. You'll get them over time. And if the Warriors feel like a move is necessary months from now, they'll pull the trigger.
I wonder, and again, that's way down the line. But here's the thing about the 2 callers that Pete was referencing. I think skepticism is okay. I think that's fair. Like, I don't mind that. People being skeptical of what the Warriors can be this year in their start, I think, is completely fair because you're right. It is a little bit out of nowhere. Like, again, going back to the preseason, they lost 1 game in about a month.
Right.
So again, it's preseason,
but they undefeated.
But they've been doing it different ways. Like, if I told you that Buddy Hield is maybe the most efficient scorer in basketball as far as per 36 minutes, you'd say, huh? Like, if I told you that all these things at the beginning of this year, we just rewind to preseason. Like, we had our questions. I was doing a show with Steiny, and we had questions about this year. My number one question was, how is Jonathan Kuminga going to handle his contract year?
Man, I heard you.
And so far, the last 3 games, I think he's done a pretty good job of it. That might move in the other direction. A big question I had was about Curry. Okay, is he going to be able to play 70 games? Maybe, still has a chance, but it looks like they're better equipped to handle that. Will the Warriors be able to keep jacking up 53s a game and hit them at a good clip?
Man.
So far, so good, but that could also change. So there's a lot of things that right now I think lead towards believing that this is sustainable, but also because I don't know, like why are people skeptical, do you think? Because you asked the question, what don't you like about this team? I can ask the question, what's been the most impressive part, but what's the thing that you're still wait and see on for this group?
Can they keep up this defensive intensity? Because how many times they led the league in fouling last year? It was like that. I think that's why so many of their leads evaporated. If you had an athletic team, the Warriors were going to foul you. You go to the line, the clock stops, you keep chipping, you run them down. And Evan, through 6 games, I am shocked at their defensive rating, but I feel from watching the TV and being at some of the games that I feel the Warriors. I feel them playing on the defensive end of the ball, and I don't think that's going to wane. Now, can they be as successful at it when they play better teams with more firepower? Okay, but just like you said, and Monte and I were having fun arguing about, did Zion get punked or Ingram? They played the baseball set. One of those games, each of them, Ingram and Zion had 30-31, and then they got shut down. The water was turned off the next game. But I just feel like they got the athleticism to keep up this defensive intensity led by Draymond. And the anchor, you're going to laugh here. I don't know why you laugh. I don't know why I said that, is Trace Jackson Davis at the 5. So that caller was a Jim saying he wanted to see Draymond at the 3. Draymond will be the 4. That's his ideal spot for me.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, like that's why Draymond Green is at that spot. And for a lot of JK fans, I mean, that is also one thing I'm monitoring. Like, how does he continue to handle it? Because I think the original caller about JK being at the 4 is right. I think that's where he's best suited. I think that's also why he's coming off of the bench. But Curry's not back yet. Melton's not back yet. When they're whole, I still think that there is a question of how do they handle the playing time for all of these guys. Because I think it's really difficult for someone to handle, both the coach, but also the player, me playing 30 minutes one night, me playing 20 minutes another night, me playing 15 minutes some night. If I don't have it going, how do I prove that I deserve to play through it? Because you got so many other dudes that are good enough that, well, I can just go to the next one, like next man up. And next man up mentality might work in high school, might work at some college levels, but in the pros, you rarely see coaches just say, all right, buddies, 1 for 5 to start, next shooter, in. Like, that kind of thing, in a way, I almost feel like the Warriors have been so good because Kerr has empowered them. But is that going to continue when they get all their guys back?
No, I love it, Evan, and let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by ADCO early. At the start of the season, when Steve Kerr said, and you tell me if you think I'm off here, Steve Kerr said, I'm going to play 12. If I'm in Jonathan Kuminga's camp or I'm a friend, and I'm using Kuminga in this example, I don't think that's a good thing because that means that my boss, my coach is telling me there's more options if I'm not on my game. And to answer your question about one of your fears or your worries or something you're monitoring, I'm wondering if JK is doing this podium game about his role change because he has no leverage in regard to being upset, Evan. So when you say you're going to watch Kuminga, are you going to watch him if his number's not called or he's not getting the minutes he thinks he should get? Because I feel like now that they said we're going to hit pause on that contract, I feel like Kuminga's in a situation where he can't throw a hissy fit.
Well, he can, and he might. I mean, I would argue that he threw a little bit of a hissy fit after being moved to the bench after the first game. Now, that's not anything that's going to disrupt the locker room, and they're winning, and But to me, that's something that is there. Like, that's a receipt that I'm keeping in the back pocket because his camp also went to daylight with last year. I think it was after
almost Christmas time.
It was after the Nuggets game when they blew that lead, and Kuminga didn't play, and he was out of the rotation at the beginning of last year. So he's had to deal with a lot that his peers, two of which, by the way, were on Houston on Saturday, Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün.
Green wasn't that great at all.
No, he was terrible. Like, Kuminga flat out outplayed him.
He was terrible. All the dudes that had marketed against the Warriors, terrible. Remember Jalen Green? He was awful. Missed the layup that would have put him within two, almost into regulation. I'm like, dude, you missed an open gym layups. I say all that to say, Evan, do you think Kerr, with this big rotation, I got the plethora of players, do you think he, I don't want to be harsh, gives a damn if you, I'm calling you Kuminga, if you're bought in? I feel like Kerr's like, dude, the bus is moving. You're going to be on it or you're not. Like Steph said before Game 7 a couple years ago, before the playing game against Sac.
Well, I think he does care. I think Kerr cares about all of his players, but I think also he understands that if you're gonna do this, you need to have everyone on board,
right?
And that means from Curry all the way down to Quentin Post. You need everyone to be bought in. And again, that's why the buy-in aspect of this. There was something that, like on Saturday, before the accident, I was out talking to a couple friends. By the way, someone on the 707 got me. He said
before the accident. Go ahead.
That was tough. Someone 707 said, "You're not on one E, but you fell off one." That's a 4. I'll give you that. But I was talking to people about the Dubs, and everyone just feels so excited, right? They were wondering, okay, well, how'd they get up 31? How'd they lose the 31-point lead? Who closed it? How did this happen? And there were so many different things that happened in that game. It's like, I just think people are excited that the Warriors are fun. The Warriors are a fun watch again. And it's because they're all bought in. Like, I think fans are bought into this team because it's apparent that this team is bought into itself. And that's the kind of exuberance that I'm feeling from this group, is like, they just look like they enjoy playing basketball with each other.
Man.
And they're not playing, it feels like pickup, but it's not.
No doubt. Oh, it ain't. No, there's a method to the madness. And just real quick here, E, Draymond Green. I was throwing a little shade. Oh, we got to worry about him playing when Steph doesn't play. And all he has been is an ultimate OG and leader while Steph's been out. And I know it's early, but I think that stuff matters, just to piggyback off of where you were going.
Well, everyone's getting upgraded. So we heard Curry getting upgraded to questionable for tonight against the Wizards. The 49ers have officially opened the practice window for Christian McCaffrey.
Wow, man.
So it does look like the reports from a couple weeks ago from Adam Schefter are true. That it looks like McCaffrey's ramping up to play this weekend.
Dude, that is amazing. Yeah. And I got to be honest, Carter didn't tell me, and I didn't know. I was like, oh, this is Curry's playing or Melton's upgraded. But McCaffrey is everything, Evan. I'm excited, and I feel like I think the Niners are going to make a move to bolster some type of depth on the defensive line. If you did it last year and the year before, why wouldn't you do it this year to give Bosa some help? We'll see if I'm right, but I just feel like, that's a part of who John Lynch and Kyle have been at this juncture. But I'll say this about McCaffrey. He is not a trade. He is your own. And for him not to step or play 1 minute of NFL football this season and to have the bilateral tendonitis in both ankles, like, this is awesome. And Evan, I guess I want to see him come back and see the minute usage, and then how he feels if he does play Sunday, that Tuesday, because that stuff matters. And the rat on the table is he going to be the McCaffrey we saw last time in the Super Bowl in Vegas?
Well, he's not going to be that initially. At least I don't think. If he is, that's like Adrian Peterson 2012 superhuman stuff. I mean, seriously.
What a pull.
They're just coming off of a tendonitis and looking unbelievable. What's up, Sam? Oh, gotcha. Sorry. We actually, speaking of the NFL trade deadline, we had a small move that was made. The Broncos are sending edge rusher Baron Browning to the Cardinals. So Cardinals are making moves. The Rams have decided to unpull the plug in regards to Cooper Kupp or their season.
Won a big game yesterday. So did Arizona.
They did. And they knocked out the Seahawks. So, yeah, I do wonder between now and tomorrow. And again, the trade deadline for the NFL is tomorrow. Also, shout out Election Day. Go vote. But
vote.
What will the Niners do between now and then? Whether they do anything, I don't know if there's an impact player out there that they can, again, go get to just fully reform their season. The player's McCaffrey. I do think they're looking at the trade deadline like he's a trade acquisition.
Exactly. And that's how I'm looking at it. No doubt about it. I mean, am I a worrywart if just for Niner fans, I know we're up against it. You can answer on the other side. Like, what's he going to be when he comes back? And hopefully it's this Sunday, man. I want to see him play.
Well, that we don't know. Yeah. That we don't know. Also looks like hopefully Curry's going to be back tonight. Again, he's questionable with the ankle injury. 4:15 against the Washington Wizards. Warriors live right here on 95.7. The game presented by Xfinity will be at 3:15 with Willard and Dibbs. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald Guru Johnson. We're going to dig deeper into the Warriors on the other side. I see you, Romel, in Atlanta. We do want to get to your calls again at 888-957-9570 is the number. Make sure to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're back after this. Yeah, see, I don't gamble. I don't gamble unless it's March. But, well, I guess I gamble with my life on Saturday. But the thing is, whenever I give you bets, it makes me feel good when you win. But I don't have that, kind of, oh, well, that's too bad, buddy.
I'll remind you, though, when you don't hit. Like, I'll put it on the vine.
Well, Jay in engineering reminds me all the time. He was asking me tonight who I should take in St. Mary's. I'm like, dude, I'm calling the game. I can't.
Oh, boy, yeah. I'm trying to keep my job,
can't be putting bets down, buddy. But he said, oh, what's the spread? I'm like 11.5. Who you like? I'm like, well, I'm biased. I'd probably lean St. Mary's. It's the first game of the season. I don't know anything about these two teams.
Man.
It's like betting on week 1 in football.
Evan, tell me if I'm wrong here. We're honest with each other when we do shows, and I see you every day, right? We're honest with each other.
I try to be.
All right, well, I'm going to read something, and I want your honest opinion, all right?
Okay,
Guru, I love you, but my gosh, have some show etiquette. Let Evan talk. You rambling for 5 minutes. I feel like I'm one of the best passers in the game.
Well, passers?
Well, what was well?
Passers? Well, Goo.
No, I give it back. I don't hog it.
No, that's true on the air generally. But the thing, you always talk about your pickup game and how you always talk about doing
different
things with the ball.
Right.
Like you're in the post.
Yeah.
Or you're taking it to the rack.
Dude,
or you're pulling up.
Yeah.
All those things demand the ball. So why would you describe yourself as a passer?
Well, pass means like, I used to rap. I used to be a rapper, so I know what a cipher is, and sometimes you got to pass it. You got to wrap it up. So that's how I do my radio. I always want to – I feel like I'm one of the shortest in the game. Like call me Spud Webb.
You're 6'5".
But I don't ramble. That dude said 5 minutes hurt me. I said, I'm going to – Evan, I feel like you're agreeing with it.
No, okay, well, I don't want to –
I don't go that long. No. Carter, I'm not motor mouth.
But what I will say is – and actually, this was Steiny's fault. On Friday, we had Ryan Hollins. He's the color analyst for the Rockets.
He was great.
He was a great interview. Steiny made me put the clock on you, though, because I'm sitting behind the studio where Carter and Sam usually are, and I'm cutting stuff, and Steiny goes, clock him. 52 seconds.
Of what?
A question.
No.
A question. So
I'm going to start putting the clock on my comrade. 52?
Well, I put the clock on Steiny, too. I just hate that he doesn't give me enough ammunition to throw back in his face.
Well, you got to start whispering in my ear because Steiny can, Evan, was it 52?
The longest I think he's been clocked out was 46. That was a pretty damn long question. And actually, he was pissed about it, too, because... Oh, you're not James Harden.
52.
The 415 just being rude. Dribbles for 22 seconds and then passes it with 2 seconds.
Oh, man.
Doncic.
I hope moms didn't text that. Right, Goo.
No, my mom loves you. She probably wants to hear more of Goo than me. Oh, my God. I feel like I rambled too much. But sometimes if you got a good point, you got to let it roll. Like, you just got to dive in and go.
But when we have guests, I feel like I just want them really to know where I'm coming from. So... I feel like should be clocked when I'm setting it up.
But you don't have to give him the pre-log. Like, you don't have to give him the intro.
The time, don't build me a clock, right? Wow. I get it.
Oh, boy. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. He passes the ball, okay? He passes the ball. Boy. In fact, I got to pass the ball to Romel in Atlanta. He's been hanging on for a while. Romel, what's going on in the A? How we doing, my man?
I'm great. How about y'all?
Hey.
Fantastic.
By the way, Goo, I think your crash outs and rants are probably up there with Denny Green's. I mean, they're absolutely fabulous. I love them. But anyway, the reason I called was I just hate that everybody thinks that the Warriors need some hired gun. You know, I actually hated the Warriors in 2015, 2016. Why? You know, the bench was so deep. It was so deep. It was ridiculous. And then if you look at all the teams that had hired guns, the Clippers, they blew up for Kawhi and Paul George. How's that worked out? Even some of the teams that they threw away, some of the players that they threw away, they're now superstars. Okay, but they had them on that team, that Clippers team.
Wow.
The Lakers, they blew it up for AD. You know, AD stayed hurt most of the time. Of course, they got their little bubble ring. You know, I don't even count that. You had Phoenix. They blew up the team. Their bench was probably as deep as the Warriors. Brooklyn sold the farm for KD, for Kyrie, and James Harden. You know, and even look at Milwaukee. You know, they sold the farm slightly. and how's that working out for them? And so I just, if we would just ride with who we got, you just never know. And I'm loving who the Warriors got right now.
Yeah.
So I'll take your call. Epic.
No, I'm loving it too. And I think that, again, it's like the Warriors are in a position where they can get their best player and hopefully take them to another level. The news we got right before the break about Christian McCaffrey's practice window being open for the Niners, that's their season.
Man.
Christian McCaffrey is the 49ers season.
Preaching.
And if he's not the same player he was last year, I don't believe that this team can run the table and get back to where they were and where they want to be.
It's real talk.
And that's the trepidation, and I think some of the tension that is right now in the fan base for the Niners is like, well, what is McCaffrey going to be? Because if he plays this Sunday, he's going to be the story. They could win in Tampa, they could lose.
Oh my gosh,
but
Evan.
How he looks is going to be the story. And everything right now, I think, over the next 21 days, that's his practice window. So technically he doesn't have to play Sunday. He could play in Week 11. But all things are tracking towards him playing on Sunday. That's what we're going to find out. Is McCaffrey good enough to help the 49ers salvage this season?
No doubt about it. And if you think this is wrong, for the people listening out there, I'm okay. I can take it. But I think 95% of why the San Francisco 49ers are 4-4 is because McCaffrey has not played football for your team this year. That's just how important he is, Evan.
So you think the only reason, like if McCaffrey had played... Actually, I mean, what do you think that they'd be 6-2?
No doubt about
7-1.
I don't even think they lose the Ram game in the fashion they lost. I don't think we saw the Mason fumble. Not blaming him against Arizona at home, but like he's that big to me. And the psychological component to it all, if you're a defense on trying to muscle up against the Niners, that's just how big of an impact I think a guy like he is your Steph Curry. So this is exciting. And Evan, I could be totally wrong, but that's how I feel the impact that McCaffrey has. So whenever he comes back, what he is, how close he is to what he's been is imperative to what you can do and how far you can go.
See, that I would fight you on. Not that they wouldn't be better. I don't know if they win both of those games that they blew, though, because Christian McCaffrey can't stop James Conner from running the ball down your throat.
Right.
He can't stop a kick returner from taking a ball to the house.
But maybe he doesn't fumble like Mason did when you're going in to go up 2 scores.
True.
You're right on that. But
and he could have helped the red zone issues.
No,
he could help your yak issues.
Right.
But is that really the only thing that's been plaguing this season is McCaffrey's injury?
See, that's a different question. I just feel better if you have that in the utility belt to fight what other things ail you. And you do have other things that ail you. But when you got 23, sometimes your best defense can be your offense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, he definitely takes pressure off of people. There's no doubt about that. But again, it's like, okay, Tutu Atwell getting open on Charvarius Ward for a 50-yard bomb.
Can't do nothing on that.
A special teams play down the stretch of the Rams game, basically flipping the field, putting them in a position to win that football game. McCaffrey might change things earlier in the game, but to me, he doesn't just paint a brush over all that's been ailing this football team. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe he comes out and just wreck shop and the Niners win 7 of their next 8 and prove to us that they're still a contender. But there's a lot more to me that's going on beneath the surface with this football team.
See, I'll go.
And it's not just Christian McCaffrey.
And you know what, Evan? And that's not fighting. I agree with that. I'm just mindset. The San Francisco 49ers with McCaffrey, I feel have a greater chance to overcome what ails him, and the defensive side of the ball and Murray taking it home, pointing the finger. Him specifically, McCaffrey's doing nothing for that. But what did we say? And I don't know how you watched yesterday. It was contenders and pretenders. This is when you separate the who's who, right? And I just feel like now there's no trade that will go down that will have a bigger impact than McCaffrey coming back to his team.
Yeah, and this is from the 925. So I think 925 is kind of with you, Goo. Comcast Business Text line. McCaffrey also helps the offense stay on the field longer, which gives the defense more rest. They haven't been losing the time of possession battle, though.
They have not.
That hasn't been an issue for them. They've kept the ball. Now, where I do think McCaffrey can help is finishing drives, like helping them punch it in.
All day.
But you'd think that having Debo relatively healthy, he hasn't played every game, you'd think he would be a weapon in the red zone. George Kittle's really the only guy that's been able to consistently score.
Might be their MVP this season. This early.
I mean, their running game has been so absent in the red zone that Brock Purdy has 3 rushing touchdowns in the last 2 games. Like, they just opted to have Brock try and plunge in. You know, they've gone to use check. I'm not sure if it's just McCaffrey. He makes them better in the red zone, and he helps them overall, but...
And that's it to me, Evan. He helps them overall. We could do this whole song and dance another 30 minutes, and you'll be right. I just want to go to battle with 23 as opposed to not having them at my disposal.
Well, I think we're both right in that sense. Like, the kind of running back that he is, and that's why last week I was talking about this with Steiny. Like, I think that while Jordan Mason is a bully and he gets north-south and, is an absolute animal.
Now he's got that AC joint issue.
He does, but even before he was hurt, it's like he makes their offense too predictable. Right, and the whole calling card of Kyle Shanahan, I feel like generally has been unpredictability. They use similar formations, but they can do so many different things out of it. That's where Christian McCaffrey is the ultimate Swiss Army knife because he does everything. Isaac Guerrero, I think, does more
I'm excited about
than
him
Jordan Mason does. Yeah. And in a way, if McCaffrey, I don't think he's going to play 100% of what his snap count would usually be on Sunday if he does play. So that's why, again, it's like he'll be back. How he looks will be important. But I'm just not sure he's going to wholesale change what the Niners offense has been, which has been largely broken. Yeah. They've been injured. They've been banged up. They've been inconsistent. How does he impact Brock Purdy? Does he turn him back into the quarterback he was last year?
And limit his runs, and we're like, why is he holding on to the ball? Maybe that dissipates. But we got somebody here, Evan 510. Goo, McCaffrey doesn't play defense. My point was sometimes your offense can hide and be so effective that it helps your defense. That's what I was saying. That goes hand in hand.
Well, and what we're talking about here is this. This is from Adam Schefter, the latest on Christian McCaffrey.
I haven't heard a single setback. I haven't heard that there's been any issues. I haven't heard that there's any complications. So as long as there's no red flags and that continues on, then I would think that he's going to play on Sunday against the Buccaneers.
Okay.
As long as there's no setbacks.
CMC's back. Congrats.
Well, again, as long as there are no setbacks. For all I know, he was running yesterday and felt something. Like, I haven't heard any of that so far. That's my point.
That's from the Pat McAfee show.
I was like, who was that? It was Pat. I was like, somebody came in the studio.
Oh, that was the one. I heard the well.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
So he's back,
too.
Right? Well.
It is Monday. Mean? But the excitement is, we'll know Thursday or Friday. And let me just tell you something. Let me prescribe Pepto-Bismol for Niner fans. Because, Evan, when he does come back, and that day's coming, when he runs for 8 yards and he's on the ground, you're watching him through that prism of, oh, my God, let's watch him get. That's what this is about, too. And that's going to be unsettling. But you take that as opposed to not having him back there.
From the 415 Comcast Business text line, McCaffrey dramatically affects the passing game more than anything for the 49ers. From the 510, McCaffrey, what he does for us is set the tone to begin the game. We aren't doing that right now on the offensive side of the ball. All fair points. But again, that's if you get the first-team All-Pro who had over 2,000 scrimmage yards and had 21 touchdowns last season. I find it hard to believe he's going to be that player immediately. Wow. If he is, well, then we got action.
Yeah.
But immediately, I do think that he's going to take some time to get back to where he was last season. And so you might not see that player, well, certainly on Sunday, but maybe even for a couple weeks.
Yeah, and let me tell you something. I don't have to, but there are no more buys, right? It's funny. We talk about the Warriors 5-1. It's early, and it is. But when you look at this Niner team in this season, Evan, and why we feel like where's that excitement? Time's running out, and you want to get this guy back. So if there is a ramp-up period, and it maybe be 2 to 3 weeks before he's back to full strength, high optimum level, you want to start that as soon as possible. So that's why I just want to see him back as early as possible, so we can get and use these weeks to get to that spot, Evan, to where he's really ready to be the guy that he was last time we saw him playing in the Super Bowl.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Does Christian McCaffrey, does that practice window open I mean, he's got 21 days to get back on the field. People, and again, Schefter is saying that he's going to be back Sunday, or looks like he's tracking to be back Sunday. Does that jolt you as a fan? Does that get you back to where this season can return to track, which is making the postseason, winning a division that right now is just drunk? I know you were sipping Saturday. I'm not saying you're as drunk as the NFC West, but this division is wide open. And is Christian McCaffrey the nail in the coffin for the Niners to make you feel like this season is going to end up with another NFC West crown? Ideally, yes, but I gotta see the product before I judge him. Christian McCaffrey makes me feel great, but I'm just not sure that he's going to be able to do everything that this team needs as far as defense, as far as special teams. He doesn't play in those phases. And I think that's what's probably scared me the most about the Niners. I don't know about you, Goo, but so far, the offense hasn't shocked me that much.
But it's also been and had some responsibility, just like the Dallas game. They dominated Dallas, but yet they couldn't muster up enough points to really to get those extra 4 points and not settle for field goals, which has been a constant for this Niner team throughout this season. Evan, I'm not mad at what you're saying, but at the end of the day, who wouldn't want that possibility of him coming back? And I'm being proactive here, to just turn around everything that's kind of, ailed you. And I'm looking at the national football, the NFC, Evan, and I'm being real with this. There are teams obviously having better seasons thus far than the Niners. But right now, I feel like the Niners got the biggest built-in excuse that you have not had your best player. Washington, Philly, they got warts. Detroit's the only team, and I still got PTSD just as a football fan of what they did to you in the NFC Championship in the first half of them being what they were last year, maybe not better. But Atlanta, Tampa, Arizona, the Rams, Evan, the point I'm trying to make is I feel like the Niners are still in that, especially when it comes to postseason football. They've done it. They've been there. Oh, my gosh, McCaffrey is like the best antidote, if he's on, to change the fortunes of their season. Like, I'd rather have that at my disposal than him being here and they're still 4-4 and stagnant.
So last time the Niners were on the field, you and Steiny had a bet that the Cowboys would lose by 20, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
If Christian McCaffrey plays in that game, do the Niners win your bet?
No doubt. It was 27-10. I think it would have been 37 to like.
So he's worth 15 points or 14 points?
Evan, I just feel like out of 3 possessions that you settle for field goals, what's that? You're missing 4, 8, 12 points. Maybe you get 8 of those 12. And you win it easy, because that's been the one constant, right? The Niners are, for whatever reason, I'm not taking the defense off the hook, but they haven't been able to put away teams.
But Christian McCaffrey's not covering CeeDee Lamb. Like, Christian McCaffrey is not covering Justin Jefferson on a 99-yard bomb.
Love that. But if we get the extra 4 points more often than not, we got more of a buffer to where if we blow assignment on CeeDee Lamb, we're still winning the game by 17 as opposed to up 6 with Dak with the ball, and we can lose just like we saw in Seattle Thursday night.
But that tells me that you are what you largely were last season, which was front runners. You can only win when you're playing from in front. So Christian McCaffrey, again, he's going to help. Yeah. I don't deny that.
All right, that's my biggest thing.
He gets you in front, but is he going to help them close games? I hope so. But it's been the defense that hasn't been able to close. It's been special teams that's allowed teams to hang around in games. They could have closed without McCaffrey against the Rams or the Cardinals. But I thought that their defense was leaky. Their special teams gave up big plays. And they haven't been consistently together enough. Is Christian McCaffrey going to bring them together? Offensively, yes. But he doesn't play defense or on special teams. Again, I hear why people are happy about this, and they should be. Christian McCaffrey's a hell of a player. He's the only guy who can maybe make that Saquon jump like we saw yesterday in the league.
Well, don't do that yet, right?
But, again, this is what we've learned so far is that this is a different team and a different year than the one last season. And so is Christian McCaffrey just going to sprinkle pixie dust all over this year that so far has been somewhat of a letdown? Maybe. Maybe McCaffrey should be playing defense.
Evan, what,
I don't know.
Evan, what else do you have at this point but hope? but you got hope in your best your best player on your team coming back. And again, if it's not in Tampa, hopefully it's the week after. I guess that's what I'm getting excited about, and I would marry. The questions you list are valid, but Evan, we're talking about take the best player off any of the teams that we mentioned, and there's going to be a ramification. Now you've got through that torture chamber at 4-4, and with him coming back, and I'm being proactive here, that's got to mean something.
It does, and we're going to find out how much it means. Again, 888-957-9570 is the number. How much does Christian McCaffrey mean? Does he mean the season? Does he mean the Niners are 6-2 or 7-1 right now? That I shouldn't be looking at this with a skeptical eye. I should be just essentially saying the Niners are right where they need to be, and now they can make their run. Does McCaffrey represent a run to you? Wow. 888-957-9570. Bobby's in Los Altos.
Bobby.
He agrees with you, Goo. Bobby, what's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. I 100% agree with Goo. I realize fantasy football has nothing to do with real life, but I have CMC and Rashi Rice on my fantasy team, and they barely played this year, and I keep telling myself, at some point when they become healthy, I'm going to move up in the standings. And I feel the same way about the Niners. I mean, you guys, I'm not quite sure I understand you're saying, they need to improve on defense, but they lost to the Cardinals by 1, right? And they lost to the Rams by 3. Are you telling me CMC isn't worth 3 points a game? The guy, I don't know if he broke it or tied it for most consecutive touchdowns, whatever, in a regular season or something, but CMC, he's worth more than 3 points a game, and we'd be 6-2. We would be 6-2. And the Vikings, they were red hot then, and we only lost by 6 points away, in Minnesota. So, I think we'd have a completely different conversation. So I'm not worried at all. And also, quite frankly, we have the most putrid division, most mediocre division in the NFC, which is crazy. The NFC West is actually the weak link right now, if you look at the records. So I think we're in great shape. We're surviving 4-4, and our ultimate weapon, which in my opinion is worth way more than 3 points a game, will eventually get healthy, I hope, and be ready for, the last quarter of the season and get ready for the playoffs. So I'm feeling pretty good, and there's nothing we need more than a little more, platelet healing or whatever, treatments the kids use these days to get better, and I think we'll be fine.
Good call, Bobby.
Thanks, Bobby.
First time I've ever heard anybody refer to you as Giddings on the air. I like that. It's like my dad, Johnson in the Navy. They called him John.
Yeah, Jeremy likes it. That's Pops.
But yeah, Evan, you cited the Minnesota game. They had the ball down 6. Sputters. Couldn't do anything offensively. You have McCaffrey. I'm wondering, do you punch that in and maybe take a lead? Who knows if you get out there with a win? We saw against, there was another game, the offense had the ball and they couldn't do the Ram game. Couldn't go down the field. I'm just wondering if 23 back there, maybe those chances improve.
If it's 2023 Christian McCaffrey, we got action.
Nah.
We got action.
Well, see, I don't have that answer. I'm hoping, Evan.
I don't think that's going to be the guy on Sunday, but can he get back to being that player? That is, I think, what is going to determine how far the Niners go.
No doubt. And that's why I'm assuming if he's back in Tampa, maybe it'll be a week or two, but Evan, they're not risking the biscuit and his Achilles or one of them exploding, then you're without of him, and it changes the whole, complexity of your future. But, Evan, if he's coming back, I got to believe he's going to be the 23 version. That's what I'm hoping.
I certainly hope so. The Achilles tendonitis, I'm not a doctor, but that's something that I don't want to mess around with. So we'll see. Again, Christian McCaffrey's practice window is officially open, has 21 days to make his return to the field, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. He's tracking towards playing on Sunday in Tampa Bay as the Niners come off their bye at 4-4. We're going to continue talking about that on the other side. That's what's coming up on the game presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, along with Goo, as always. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much more. Locations and coupons at BarryOilChange.com. I'm not looking down on this, okay? I'm not trying to. It's who I am. I'm sorry.
Baby Steiny.
No.
Yeah, look at you.
Someone's got to do it. Although I'm wearing more buttons than he usually does.
My man.
You ever feel uncomfortable in a dress shirt? Like I'm usually, in a t-shirt or sweats and I just...
No, you look great, man.
Maybe it's because I went to Catholic school. Like every time I wear a uniform, I just feel itchy. I feel weird.
Man.
I don't like it.
I don't know what that's like. A public school for your boy.
Well, so you guys could just wear like gym shorts everywhere?
Not gym shorts. They'd probably come
stay away from certain colors.
Yeah, that was before mine. That came after when they laxed the dress code, but you had to have some pants.
The liturgy days was like, I felt like I was dressing up for something I wasn't deserving of.
Yeah. What school did you go to?
St. Mary's College High School.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's actually, it is cool to be doing a St. Mary's College basketball game tonight.
So you were like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, you and Carlton, where you had the fit.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Did you have girls?
Didn't know where you were going with that.
All boys or it was mixed?
No, it was mixed. It used to be all boys. Yeah, but I think that changed around the turn of millennia. So, boys and girls.
I got you.
Well, it wasn't quite De La Salle and Chronolette, but a little something like that. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Yeah, I mean...
You're doing a good job. I'm like, why is Evan mad? You're not mad. You're right.
Mad. That's
but you understand the gravity of a 4-4 team defending their conference championship because they do, reign the NFC, not having their best player. And you could totally be right. But Evan, give me him as soon as possible. So that's why I feel like, holy crap, if this holy cow, Batman, if he's available, then man, let's go.
Well, what I've tried to be is consistent, and I've consistently felt like there was just something amiss this season, even before, like in preseason. I don't know if it was the hold-ins. I don't know if it was, the Super Bowl hangover, whatever you want to call it, but there's just something a bit different. The vibes have been off, and look, I know that McCaffrey can take a lot of pressure off people. And again, what we're talking about is his practice window being opened officially. He was on the field earlier today. We're going to talk to Whitley Sandretto in just a little bit.
Okay,
who is always at Warriors practice, does a fantastic job covering Niners for us on 95.7 The Game. But, is Christian McCaffrey, does that mean that the special teams gaffes, in which I think they're bottom 3 in special teams in the league, do those go away? Does the fact that they've been getting gashed on the ground, does he help them defensively? Is he going to make sure that they don't miss tackles? I don't know. He can make everybody's lives easier. He can help them score more points. But the things that have been eye-opening to me about the Niners this year and compared to years past, I don't know how many facets of the game McCaffrey impacts. In regards to those other groups, those units.
I'm not mad at you, nor am I mad at the ideology behind the question. But the bottom line, though, Evan, is if you're telling me I get my best football player back, I can't see the downside of that. And we have not looked our best. We do have, if you want to say, gaping holes at times. But the bottom line is we're 4-4, and this dude is Mr. Electric. And if those Achilles are working and fired up, my gosh, we can play with anybody. I don't want to say outside of Detroit, but that's what this would be, is we can now separate ourselves from the National Football, our conference, the NFC West. Because right now the Rams, I know Shasky got me at the summit, shout out Fremont Bank, but I was like the Rams. And it was moments like yesterday's game against Seattle that I don't think the Niners have a lot of without McCaffrey. And that was the Rams going into a hostile environment, surviving. Thank you, Geno Smith, a couple interceptions, but they went down and scored. And I feel like the Niners have not been able to utilize that or enjoy that part of their offense, like Bobby in Los Altos said, because 23 hasn't been available.
I mean, it gives me more confidence that the Niners, number one, are going to win the division because it's so weak. But,
in regards to two teams already.
Well, if he's 2023 McCaffrey, I now feel like they can go and win playoff games. We can get back to the conversation at the beginning of the year was, can they get back to the Super Bowl? This is going to be maybe the last dance or whatever for the Niners. And they've been hit by injury. They lost Hargrave. They lost Ayuk.
Oh, man.
Some guys have been banged up. They've been in and out. McCaffrey is obviously a big one. So does he just completely wipe the slate clean for Niners fans out there at 888-957-9570?
No, great stuff. You just hearing you say that, now that you get this news, if you're Johnny, John Lynch, and Kyle, being proactive, shout out Skin Stuff, do you think now you'd be more willing to do something tomorrow by the deadline, knowing that McCaffrey's coming back? If they feel real good about where he's going to be at, do you say, you know what, we might need an extra D lineman in here. Bosa could use some help. We might need this there. The fact that you're getting your best player back, I'm wondering if the euphoria, Evan, of that is they'll go out and make a move. And maybe it's not a blockbuster deal, but it's like along the lines of Randy Gregory and Chase Young. And what's funny about Chase Young is he played good in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he played well in the Super Bowl, and his team has lost 7 games now. His head coach just got fired in New Orleans.
Boy.
But
D. Allen,
I don't think McCaffrey coming back should change how the Niners, and I don't think it has changed how they're approaching the deadline. Like, what they need to add is not a running back. That's McCaffrey coming back. But some people felt like they needed a wide receiver. And yeah, Ayuk being out certainly hurts. Yeah. But I think McCaffrey can help you in the passing game. You can flex him out. You can put him out wide. He's a mismatch in a way that no other running back is when he's out of the backfield. Where they've needed to add, in my opinion, and I don't know whether they do it before now and the deadline tomorrow, is somewhere up front, somewhere in the trenches. Yeah. Defensive line has been weak, and really it's looked weak since the end of last year. This isn't a problem that has just been a 2024 thing. It was, I guess, the end of, beginning of 2024, but the end of 2023.
Aaron Jones, that playoff game, was running his ass off. And Greenlaw was on the field along with Warner, so there were no excuses last year's Saturday night game that they pulled out. And then we saw Detroit up 24-7, just Gibbs. And, come on, Evan. So I get it, but I'm just excited for Niner fan and the team that if he comes back, Evan, it gives you hope.
Well, yeah, Elvis, yes, that I 100% agree with that. He gives you hope. But I think Niners fans, and I want to give him credit for this, a lot of Niners fans that I know were hopeful even before McCaffrey was announced that he was returning or looking like he's going to come back on Sunday. And a big part of that might have been 23, but I think it's Kyle's resume after the bye, like his historically great record in November and December.
17-1 or something crazy. I heard the guys this morning say it.
Well, in recent memory, it's been very good. They went 9-0 after the bye last year. They went 8-4 after the bye in 2021. And those were kind of the two seasons that we've looked at, right? And then the year before, and the year in the middle in 2022, they were also very good after the bye when they started, I think, 3-5. So, Kyle Shanahan has shown that he adjusts in season, right? If McCaffrey's the only thing that's prevented him from opening up the playbook and scoring dozens of points, they haven't. I know they've been settling a lot in the red zone, but they're scoring 26 points a game. Like they're a top 5 offense in terms of DVOA.
But if we're talking about, Evan, closing games and the Niners, unless you play Dallas every week, they got a red zone problem. Well, I got the solution. It's you've been without your best player. And for some, that may be a cop-out, but damn it, no. To me, you got the remedy. You got the cologne, the thing to the odor of what ails you coming back whenever he does step back on the football field.
And he's going to have to be himself. I think, again, it's like, all right, McCaffrey, the way that he even got hurt in the first place was a little interesting. That's something else that I got my radar up about is, all right, how are the Niners going to handle this? Because everything in the preseason was, well, it's a calf, and then it's a calf/Achilles, and then it's Achilles tendonitis, and he's going to play week 1. He's good to go on Friday. Well, but then he got scratched allegedly before the game, and then now it's Achilles tendonitis in both Achilles. Like, I know man. NFL teams want to keep that stuff close to the vest, and I get it, but I also can't. I don't think the Niners have proven that in regards to McCaffrey that they've been 100% honest with us about his availability.
Wow, man, that's great stuff, E. And it's exciting all the more just to see how this is going to play out. But I'd like to read this to you from the 415 because I do remember it. Hey, guys, remember at the beginning of the preseason, Manti Te'o said the 49ers looked emotionally exhausted Do you still feel that way, Evan? Or are you going to look emotionally exhausted? You're 4-4. Are you going to look that way when you don't have your best guy and you lose Hargrave and you lose Ayuk? Like, if your answer is yes out there, now I feel like you got this guy coming back. And if he's anything close to what he was, this could be the changing point to where the NFC's like, oh, brother.
No, but see, I feel like he has to be what he was. And that's a lot to ask of someone. Again, if this season is going to go where people want it to, which is deep into the postseason.
Right.
McCaffrey can help you win the division. Well, I hate to break it. You're not getting the 1 seed. So you're going to have to win 3 games now to get back to the Super Bowl because I don't think anybody is going to catch the Lions. So the Niners are going to have to, and again, this is getting far ahead of ourselves, but this is back to where people are now. They're thinking about where McCaffrey can run this team to. And that also depends on him being the workhorse that he was, which is, in my opinion, the reason why he's been hurt for the first 9 weeks of the season is because he's gotten basically 400 touches each of the last 2 years. So is he going to be able to step back in and be 100%? We'll see. Does that mean he can then handle the workload that Kyle Shanahan is going to give him, I think, at some point because of how important he is to that offense? That's another big question I have.
$1 million question. And how about this? I add another $1 million to it. Do you think Kyle faces any scrutiny with this great running back coming back and Evan Giddings of the world saying, we all know this was your bell cow. We don't know if maybe that's why he's hurt, but we've seen Garindo pop at times. We've seen, and I'm saying the AC joint for Baby Marshawn is going to be better and J.P. Mason. Evan, would you dare second guess how you use McCaffrey if he were to come back against Tampa? Or would you say, damn it, feed him all day just like he was before we found out he had tendonitis issues in both Achilles? Like, I'm fascinated on that. Like, I don't think Kyle can win. He probably's like, Guru, I don't care. I'm trying to win the game.
Well, and this is kind of a rhetorical question I'll throw back at you. If McCaffrey is your season, if he's your hope, if he's your savior, then you should be cautious with him, right?
I would think.
I think Kyle has to be. But when has he ever been careful with a player?
That's the $1 million
when he's come back and proven to be 100%. When a player's been cleared, Kyle Shanahan uses him as much and as often as he deems appropriate to score points. With Christian McCaffrey, he might be still, even at a lowered level, the best running back in football. So I think that Kyle Shanahan is going to use him like he's used him in the past.
I would never compare a thoroughbred athlete, McCaffrey, like my old school 78 Seville Cadillac. But when my tranny was leaking and we thought it was about to go, you know what I didn't do, Evan? I didn't speed because I felt like if I tried to speed with the caddy, it was going to go and blow. So I'm wondering, you're right about Kyle's history, but now does that change because maybe the check engine lights that have had the caddy not able to drive for 8 weeks are on? I might use these youngsters a little more. And then when we get to the playoffs, like that's how heavy this is when you talk about Achilles and calf. Like one bad move, Evan, he could be out maybe next. You know what I mean? Like that's the reality. I'm not trying to be negative.
No, but if this is the last dance, and oh, by the way, a reminder that you're always listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First North Cal Credit Union. If I'm going to take that car example a step further, I could also look at it as, okay, you were good, right? You tried to extend the mileage as long as possible and get as much out of those last 20K as you could. What if I just want to go on one last joyride? What if I just want to floor it and see how fast I can take this car one final time before it goes? Because I'm not going to have much time with it left anyways.
And the reality of that beautiful statement is, Evan, I don't think there's any way to avoid that. Like, I think that's going to be the course of action.
See, I think Kyle Shanahan is it's Ferris Bueller's day off. Like he's one of the two guys that gets it in the garage and says, "Damn, I forget what the car was. I'm not sure if it was a Ferrari, but it was a nice car." And takes Cameron's car and just goes for a joyride. I don't care how many miles are on it. I don't care how slow people want me to take it. I don't care how many problems I get after this because we got one season. Each season is its own entity. And I think Shanahan's proven the last 2 years with how he's used McCaffrey, and appropriately so because it's led them to an NFC Championship game and a Super Bowl appearance, that he is going to ride Christian McCaffrey. This team is going to ride Christian McCaffrey until the wheels fall off.
And, I'm sitting here playing ping pong with you about I'm being proactive. You might be, or people like yourself, reactive, being cautious. But you're right. If they choose to be cautious, Evan, am I wrong to say then that may limit how effective one McCaffrey would be when he comes back? Especially if I'm going to limit his touches.
Well, and how far into the season can he go? How many games can he stomach getting 20, 30 touches? And when is he going to be scary? Or when is he even going to get to that point? Again, his practice window is open today. He's ramping up to hopefully play on Sunday in Tampa Bay. But I wouldn't expect him to get 20 to 30 touches his first game. I would expect him to get to that point over the course of a couple weeks. Can the Niners still win those games if he's not 100%? Because that's the other part about this, too. The hole that they put themselves in makes every game that much more important.
Oh, man.
And you do need McCaffrey, but you need the best version of him. And I just wonder when that is going to happen, if not in the immediate. 888-957-9570 is the number. What does Christian McCaffrey's return to practice and ideally a return to the football field mean to you? That's what we're trying to figure out here. Bob's in San Francisco. Wants to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Bob, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? First off, Ferris didn't drive that car the way the two parking attendants did.
Yeah.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. The two parking attendants just took it and rolled.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, I still think it comes down to defense. Number one, we've had coaches turnover. We've had player turnover because, like the last 2 years, we were deep on the defensive line. Now we don't have anybody. But they don't sign these guys. They don't sign them for a long-term, short-term. They get rid of guys like Ebukam and other guys like that were in their system coming up, and then they let them go, and now they're playing good for other teams. So I just think it comes down to the defense. Plus, like I said, the lack of consistency on a defensive coordinator. That brings up to mind, do you think that Saleh would be interested in coming back, or would the Niners be interested in having him back? Or where do you think he lands next? Anyway, I'd take your answer off the air. Thank you.
Well, I know Dennis Allen got fired today, and how many coaches are about to get fired? Mike McCarthy. So I don't know about Saleh's future, but I did find it. I was off too, Evan, and this is how I know I was off, because I tuned into you two, and it's kind of funny about Robert Saleh, when he got fired, he's going to go be with his kids and family. And then he was on, I forget what team's, he was
Green Bay.
Green Bay practice.
I'm like,
man, my man's available. But again, Sorensen, he's doing what he can. And I don't know if Jesus could do anything with this Niner defense without Greenlaw, but you can make tweaks to it. And if guys are playing more sound football, Evan, you're better. But what you just said earlier hit me. You're right. You're 4-4. Your division is damn near all 4-4. The Rams are 5-4. Your leeway, your margin of error is damn near done, because it looks like you're going to get into the offs or try. It's early through winning the division.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the NFC is very good.
Man.
Philadelphia is a 6-win football team after yesterday. They're not in first place.
Man.
The NFC North has 2 6-win football teams that are not in first place. So, yeah, the Niners' path to a wild card spot is probably not there. They're going to have to win the division. And that's why, they might have got some help by the Rams knocking off the Seahawks. Every single week, I go back and forth on whose division this actually is. And so maybe McCaffrey makes you feel like it's the Niners for the taking, but you don't have the tiebreaker with Arizona. You don't have the tiebreaker to the Rams. The Seahawks right now are looking like the worst team, not just because they're the seller, but the Rams are playing good football right now that they're healthy. Yeah. And apparently their wide receiver thinks he could also play in the NBA.
And that was a big-ass win yesterday, and Niner fans are like, we want Seattle to win. We beat them, and the Rams pulled it out. Geno gave it to them.
Yes, he did, and that's why I struggled to believe in the Seahawks, because I think they have the worst quarterback in the division. But the Niners, they have a damn good quarterback. They now have the number 1 running back in the league coming back, if he is that guy.
Right.
If Christian McCaffrey is the same player that he's been since he stepped into Levi's Stadium, the Niners have action. If he's not, I feel like we're in a similar place we've been, which is wondering who this team is, because I still don't know if they're good. Callers earlier are correct. McCaffrey probably helps them beat the Rams, probably helps them beat the Cardinals, but that was supposed to be a soft portion of your schedule. Like the other part about this too is the reason why I felt like the first 5 games were so important is because the remainder of their schedule is difficult. In fact, it's much more difficult than the first 8 weeks of their season. So in a way, it's like, yes, they need McCaffrey, but is he going to help them get over the top when they play the Green Bays, the Buffaloes, other good teams? Tampa Bay's no slouch.
But the history says yes. Like, you know what I mean? Just his presence means that. But again, I can't supersede or interrupt how effective he's going to be. And let me, Mr. Blow things out of proportion. That's what my kid, I own it. But Evan, if I'm the biggest skeptic, how disappointing would this be with this news today on Monday? Not much going on. You know, guys getting healthy, especially McCaffrey. Let's just say something happened to where he wasn't readily available Sunday against Tampa. Not that you can't go there and win the game. I expect you to, but would you be like, oh, this guy's more injured than we thought? Or if you're a Niner fan, how excited should you be about? Because all we really reported is the windows open. And what was Steiny's thing? And he wasn't by himself. I think he's coming back for the Kansas City game. And I was like, you know what? I just, I felt it like that would be the game, but it wasn't a conference game. But the window being open and he doesn't make it to Tampa, would you feel any like, oh boy, or no, he'll just be back the week after? Hopefully.
No. And the reason is that we could put the rat on the table, brought to you by Atco. Christian McCaffrey has been more injured than we've known the entire season.
And that, man.
He was hurt in preseason. He was expected to play week 1, and then he was out.
He was hurt in the Super Bowl, Evan.
Well, he was hurt in the Super Bowl too, but allegedly this was, the other Achilles. This wasn't, or the other calf, or whatever. But Christian McCaffrey was. If you asked me in preseason when McCaffrey was going to be back, I'd say, maybe not. Week 1 maybe, but probably week 2, week 3. It's week 10.
Man.
The Niners have not been upfront about Christian McCaffrey's injury, and that's because I think that it's unpredictable. And that's what this season has been, unpredictable. Man. The Niners have been up, they've been down, they have not shown themselves yet to be a good football team, and that's why Christian McCaffrey represents hope, that they can get back to being a football team. But if this is an unpredictable injury, and he's got tendinitis in both Achilles, then I would also have to say that the remainder of this season is going to be unpredictable. And so if he's not back on Sunday, I wouldn't be shocked. If he's back on Sunday, I'll be rooting my ass off for him. But I have no idea what McCaffrey's going to give you.
Wow, Evan, that's heavy, man. And it's unfortunately the reality of the situation with the Niners. And again, I'm going to go Jim Carrey. Everything that you said that ails this team defensively, you cannot tell me and when he comes back, he won't fix the red zone issues. And again, I know he has been a home run hitter, but you could just look at it from a vantage point if you wanted to just eat clock. And they've been good at that. They've time of possession. They've won that even without him. But, man, he means almost everything to this team, not just the offense. So if you're telling me there's a chance, Evan, I got to feel like this is the one to where it changes maybe the fortune and direction of their season.
Well, here was the news from earlier today by Adam Schefter of ESPN. This was on the Pat McAfee Show.
I haven't heard a single setback. I haven't heard that there's been any issues. I haven't heard that there's any complications. So as long as there's no red flags and that continues on, then I would think that he's going to play on Sunday against the Buccaneers.
Okay.
As long as there's, there's no setbacks.
CMC's back. Congrats.
It's not bad.
Well, again, as long as there are no setbacks. For all I know, he was running yesterday and felt something. Like, I haven't heard any of that so far. That's my point.
Ain't that the most backhanded thing, though?
And Adam, come on. You got duped during the whole Trey Lance, the quarterback thing, and he said, hold on, I'm not saying that. Almost like I'm just talking to be talking. Welp, don't run with it, Pat.
No, his report is that Christian McCaffrey, there's been no setbacks.
Evan, what's the window opening?
And I think that's actually perfect because McAfee and the whole crowd, yay, he's back. He's back. Well, as long as there's no red flags and there's no setbacks, which, by the way, brings me back to week 1 before the season. Because remember, McCaffrey, I think it was on that Thursday before the Monday night game, said that he was good to go.
I remember it.
And then Friday, apparently he wasn't.
And he got testy, kind of lightweight, irritated when he said, I'll be out, like nothing stopping me. So when we were out there Monday night and we got the news and there was a hush over the stadium, all I went to was, he told us a fib. Or, he must have felt like he was playing. But, Evan, he did say it sternly, it's my job, I'm going to be out there. And we ain't seen you since.
No, and he said if it was a playoff game, he would have played.
That boy.
Well, is it playoff time now for the Niners? They're 4-4. They got to get to the postseason. I don't think it's a must-win situation yet, but they've been in a couple. Each of the past 2 times that they've lost, they've talked about being their backs up against the wall and being a must-win spot. So again, we're talking about the news of the day, which is Christian McCaffrey. We're returning to practice. He was officially on the practice field today, and he is on track, as Adam Schefter says, to play on Sunday, barring any setbacks. Make sure to download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First North Cal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, Stunny Guru. Back after this, 95.7 The Game. Dude, you got to reset, Goo. You got to reset. You always got to let people know what's going on, what's happening. No Steiny this week. Evan's in.
Steiner!
Not halfway home. 212.
You better not push me like Embiid. What's going on in the world? Everybody fighting. Drake versus DeMar.
I'll reset in a moment. We do have to discuss this.
Okay.
Wait. First of all, if you push me like Embiid, I'd call HR if we had a department.
Okay, well, there
we
you
don't
go.
have a department.
No,
Well, not one president anyways. But what was going on this week? Dude, there was so much that happened this weekend, honestly. And I know that the Niners didn't play, and we'll talk about the McCaffrey news in a moment. But there was a ton else that just, it was like I'm waking up Sunday morning, and I thought the news in the NBA was the Warriors, right?
Yeah.
Blowing 31-point lead, coming back, winning in overtime, all the rest. I find out Embiid shoving reporters. Drake is hijacking Vince Carter night.
Acting like Tupac on Above the Rim. Like, come on, dude. Bird, what are you doing? I love Drake's music, but now he's turning corny. You can't be the tough guy. I defended him, but now he really thought he was doing something to DeMar, and they used to be friends because DeMar played in Toronto. But I guess Drake went on the telecast, and that night was Vince Carter night. He was so emotional. It was awesome. His son went up there.
Yeah, it was great until Drake ruined it.
Yeah, he got on the mic and told the Toronto broadcast, if they put up DeMar's banner, I'm going to go up there and take it down. So a reporter after the game asked DeMar that, and then DeMar just said, if he does it, he's going to have to get up high and do it, and then just walked off. But it's all because of the Kendrick Lamar beef, and DeRozan's is from Compton too, so he sides with Kendrick. But I'm just like, what world do we live into where Drake is trying to be tough guy?
Well, it just goes to show time apparently does not heal all wounds. Like, some people just can't get over things. I mean, I was embarrassed.
Some things I can't.
Well, I was embarrassed on Saturday night because I bit it.
But nobody saw it.
But I got to get over it.
Yes.
Well, people saw it.
But it's not
saw
fun.
it. It's probably,
Evan, what if it went viral? Like, you didn't. Your tweet about the trade went viral.
Yeah, that kind of viral I'm okay with. even if people were mad at me, like one of my friends reached out and was like, Giannis for this? Warriors fans on your head. And I said, well, that's okay. I don't really mind that. If it's all in good fun. But if someone saw me eat crap in the middle of Market Street, I don't know how I'd handle that.
So you're going to pull up to St. Mary's. You need to go to Michael Jackson and maybe put something on the hair because you look all corporate. Look at that good looking. What's up with his nut? Oh, he's a fighter. You might want to put something on it.
Tyler Durden. Somebody said Vaseline. That's what my dad texted.
No, that'll work. Yeah. But you look like a tough guy right now.
I'm not a tough guy. That's the last thing I'd describe myself as. Yeah, no, from the 510, you're right. Embiid, the reporter was speaking on Embiid's dead brother, and also his child was involved in the column as well. The reporter came out and I think apologized for it on social media before Embiid got in his face about it. But, again, it's just like, what is going on? I don't know. In regards to big moves and big trades, like, does Embiid want out of Philly? He clearly is not happy there.
Man, but I'll say this to that, Evan.
BS in the city.
What could a writer write that needed to bring up your brother who's passed and your son? Like, what article are you writing? I don't know, but that's a little too in-depth. I don't know, but man.
Well, and the column was from Marcus Hayes of the Inquirer, I think.
Oh, boy.
But that is...
Where do you draw the line?
That's a different level of media criticism on the East Coast. So I always think it's funny how people talk about the West Coast, like being soft, and, maybe not digging deep on certain questions or, in this market, they would have asked that. In this market, they would have found out. Yeah, and in some markets, they also go a step too far. And you
but I think
generally
that's part
don't
of who
see
they
that.
are. It's almost like they want to. Like that's
but
part of the job, Evan, is to take it too far.
You got to have some sort of line that you're willing to not cross,
some moral
right?
compass, right.
Yeah, family is off limits.
No doubt.
I think. I mean, especially ones that are deceased. Like, and I read it, and it probably came off worse than I think he was intending it to. But again, like, his mind went there. Was Embiid right to physically accost him? No way. And in fact, he threatened him afterwards.
Wow,
saying, like, if you do it again, I'm going to do something that I regret. And while Embiid is talking like that, it's neither of them are right.
Yeah, the league's going to find him, you would think, right?
Yeah, you can't have that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Especially with what you just said, if you do it again.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something else. But the news here in the Bay Area is that Christian McCaffrey is back at practice. His practice window is open. You asked what that was earlier. So basically, when the practice window is open, he doesn't have to play Sunday. Like, this is a report from Adam Schefter for all who didn't hear it.
I haven't heard a single setback. I haven't heard that there's been any issues. I haven't heard that there's any complications. So as long as there's no red flags and that continues on, then I would think that he's going to play on Sunday against the Buccaneers.
Okay.
As long as there's,
Here we go.
There's no setbacks.
CMC's back. Congrats.
Well, again, as long as there are no setbacks. For all I know, he was running yesterday and felt something. Like, I haven't heard any of that so far. That's my point.
Walshy.
Oh, they put it on thick, and he had to back up like, oh, well, like, nah, don't quote me. I ain't saying he's back.
And maybe that's why people are coming down my road, because I'm basically doing my Schefter.
Are you getting some of that?
Well, no, people are just wondering why I'm not more excited about this. And it's the,
I didn't want to tell you.
It's the well.
Or it's the seat.
Oh.
That's I give myself a 2. No, but
I'll give you a 3 for that. Somebody's got to do it.
They're 4-4 without their best player. The best player coming back, that equals good on my bingo card. And I'm assuming, Evan, that he'll be who he was, or at least 85% of what he was.
I think they need him to be 100%. Well, because also think about it, dude. They had a 100% MVP level McCaffrey last year, right? Brandon Ayuk was obviously on the team. He's playing much better even when he was on the field this year than he was last season. He was awesome. They had everything last year, and they still did not win the Super Bowl. So if we're talking about making the playoffs, then yeah, I'm excited, right? This gets them right where they need to be.
Right.
I think it almost, if he's 85%.
Solidifies, they're in the offs.
Yeah, put him in. Like, they're going to win the NFC West if Christian McCaffrey is 85%. But they need him to be 100% to have action in regards to, I think, the goal coming into this year, which was to try and win a Super Bowl. That contention status was taken off the table when McCaffrey wasn't there. So are we going to be back to talking about them as contenders now that he's returned, now that he's on the field?
Wow.
Are we discussing them like they're a 4-4 team? Or are we now talking about them with the hope that a lot of people have because of 23, which is, all right, this is where the season starts so we can go right back to where we need to be? Because I can tell you right now, like that team, again, they've made 4 deep postseason runs the last 5 years. That's their expectation. And so far, I haven't seen it because, you know, they've been up and down. But is McCaffrey going to get us back into that mindset? That's also one thing I'm curious about.
Yeah, and I don't know if they control it, E, and that's what makes this whole scenario crucial. I'm looking at Jim Olay on the Comcast Business text line. He says, I'm with you, E. I can't be excited until I see him play a series or two without the heel blowing up. And that's the rat on the table. How's he going to be on Tuesday if he makes it through said game and moving forward? And maybe that's just what you sign up for, Evan. But I'll say this. We know it's the NFL. It's not for long. Guys aren't going to be crying with tissue if something were to happen to McCaffrey. They got to win a game. They got to win the next game. But I guess I depart from you in the sense that, yeah, we're 4-4. Yeah, we got a list of issues, but this dude coming back solves, in my mind, 89% of them. And I could be totally wrong, but just imagine if you're 4-4 with McCaffrey and your defense is not giving you any confidence, then you feel like, man, okay, we got to just, hopefully it'll get better. But this, whenever it does happen, this return, man, I feel like it could, it'll propel them. Yeah, we're not going to be the 1 seed. Maybe that's too far gone. It probably is, but we've seen crazier things. But, man, if you could just get this guy back to mirror what he was, what he does for Debo, what he does for Purdy, everybody.
No, he makes the job much easier.
Kyle.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. No, McCaffrey's in a different category. Like, he's one of the best offensive players, if not at full strength, the best offensive player in the NFL. But I guess, it's just kind of a thing I have with sports. Like, in general, I hate the idea of a savior, of someone that is going to come in and all of a sudden save a season that hasn't been going the way you expected it to. Especially in football, there's so many other moving parts outside of the running back that, again, he's going to help, but how much can he help everything?
I think of Curry in 2022 when he came back against the in the first round of the playoffs.
But that team was already good. Like that team had already proven that they were a top 3 seed and they'd won 53 games without him. So again, it's like, that's why, in a way, I am more optimistic about the Warriors and the Niners because they've proven through 6 games, and 3 specifically, that they aren't Curry dependent. Curry can come in and elevate what they've already done. Christian McCaffrey, what he has to prove, or what the Niners have to prove, is that they're not McCaffrey dependent. If they are good enough and can be, he comes back, he works his way back. I don't think he's going to be 100% this Sunday, but if the Niners can prove that they can get this thing on track, and have a little bit of McCaffrey, well, then after a few weeks when he gets back into the groove and he becomes, ideally, the player he was last year, well, then we can talk about him taking the Niners to another level. Right now, he has to take the Niners from being an average, a 500 football team, to a good team, not a good team to a great team. And that's what I think they need to be if they want to challenge for a Super Bowl.
Wow, I love that. But I'll say this to that, Evan. Again, this is why I don't envy the position Kyle's in. And it stems from, okay, you have Jordan Mason. He's been a shining light. Nobody knew he could run like this. And if you did, I didn't know. So I'm shocked there. You got Garindo, who's showing that world-class speed all of a sudden. So, Evan, would it be crazy to think maybe you got a 3-headed monster for the first? Well, we've seen Kyle do it before with Breida and the Mosterts of the world. So I guess the science of what McCaffrey's dealing with, or the medicine component, wouldn't it kind of tell you, hey, you got Evan back. Something's better than nothing. Don't run him in the ground. Spell his carries, and spell his carries with Jordan Mason and Garindo. And I wonder if you don't choose to go that route and something were to happen to McCaffrey, would you catch criticism?
Well, you 100% would. But this is the other part of it, is that Shanahan does not usually divvy up the workload. When there's a running back that has the hot hand, he rides them. And it doesn't matter whether it's Raheem Mostert, if it's Breida, if it's, Tevin Coleman didn't tote the rot like that, but Elijah Mitchell, I think in his rookie season, emerged and ended up being a bell cow back for them down the stretch of that year. Deebo Samuel, who got moved into the backfield in 2021, they rode him. Christian McCaffrey, since he's basically become a San Francisco 49er, has gotten the ball 25 times a game.
Yep.
Jordan Mason, even at the beginning of the season, before he had the AC joint, was getting the ball 25 times a game. So if McCaffrey's back and he's healthy, I have no reason to believe that Shanahan isn't going to use him like that. And I hope he can hold up because he's incredible. He's one of the most fun players I've ever watched in my life. Him and LaDainian Tomlinson are probably the most 2 electric running backs I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. So I want McCaffrey to be that player, but he's going to have to be, For the 5-1-0, they're definitely a good team. They're a few plays away from being 6-2.
Well, I'm 6 numbers away from not working here. Winning the lotto, Evan. That can't get you too many places.
I mean, that's like Jay. I don't know if Lucas is in the back there right now.
Director of Sports, Lucas Alexander.
How many times you heard this one in the last week, Luke? Hey, I was a leg away from hitting that 5-leg parlay.
Every day, baby.
Every single day.
Oh,
I had a 7-legger going, but damn, the Cowboys lost the Falcons yesterday.
I'm down on Lucas and USC. Lost the game in Washington they should have won.
So your neighbor almost won, $600.
Dude, I was like, man. Anyway.
And instead, yes, they are almost 6-2.
I got to say something to you.
The reality is they're not.
I didn't like your line. It wasn't personal about the Savior. I'm like, somebody give him the Bible. But you were saying the Savior for sport teams. But somebody, 510 says, what about Brock Purdy when he came in and saved the Niners season and took him to the... You got it. I'm like that. I tried to go Warriors.
No, I don't want to get out to this.
Evan, I think that one qualifies. Brock did say today.
I don't want to pop the bubble wrap, but remember that also was the season where they traded for Christian McCaffrey.
Now you got that.
They won games that he started before Brock Purdy got there.
I'll give you that.
Now again, Brock Purdy came in and took them to another level, but that wasn't as if that wasn't a good to great football team already. They might have got to the Super Bowl that year if Purdy hadn't got hurt in the NFC Championship. So I know people are drawing parallels to that 22 season, and understandably so. Like, you're getting McCaffrey basically, right? You're getting him after the bye. Same thing.
No doubt.
I guess I'm proceeding with caution.
All right, I hear you.
That's all I'm doing.
But you can understand how over people like myself, Evan, are being proactive, just assuming, and we know what they say about people that assume, but if he's the old McCaffrey, then it's like, watch out, NFC. And maybe the league.
Yeah, I mean, I still
defense is
even with 100% McCaffrey, I still think Detroit's been the class of the conference so far.
But you wouldn't be afraid to go to Detroit and play them, and that I got that.
No.
Like, that could happen.
No,
okay, because all the other teams Tampa Bay, Atlanta is the fakest 6-2. They got some nice pieces. Steiny's here. I would say it to his face. Cousins missed me. He's the same Kirk, but you give him time. But they don't scare me. Minnesota, Darnold's turning the slippers back. Hey, they won a game. Hey, DeForest Buckner still got something left.
Yeah, go get him.
That Indy defense.
Go get him.
Oh, they're 4 now. Well,
they're
4-5.
No, I don't think there's a big boy coming or a savior.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I went to Catholic school. I got respect for JC. But no, look, the Niners right now, like they're not. If they had lost either the game to Dallas or one more, like if they're 3-5, I don't think you'd be feeling great about them. But at 4-4, they're a half game out of the division, and I don't think that their division is that good. Like, if I ask you to just quickly power rank the NFC West, how would you do it?
And I keep thinking of Shasky. Get me at the summit. I'd go Rams,
okay,
Niners, Cardinals, and then Seahawks. But
I don't have a problem with that.
Am I wrong, or is somebody out there, probably in Arizona, saying, "Fool, how could you put the Niners above Arizona when we came here and beat you?"
Well, it's the same thing.
And they got a better record than you.
They do. And it's the same thing the 5-0 is talking about, right? It's that you shouldn't have beat them. Now, they did, but
what are we going to do with that?
I don't know.
Kyrie shouldn't have hit the shot again. Draymond shouldn't have got suspended. We could do that all day.
Yeah, a lot of things shouldn't have happened. I mean, the Warriors shouldn't have blown a 31-point lead. You shouldn't have fell
off the bike.
Why you keep pulling that card, man?
Because the knuckles, man. Evan, I'm telling you, women like the tough guy.
I'm not scraping them on the ground. But no, I know that. No, I deserve that. I deserve that. Let's go out to Vallejo. Wants to talk about Christian McCaffrey needing to come back. Brother is what's up?
Cool. Hey, what's up, man? This is Leo, first-time caller, long-time listener.
Right on.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, man, we need to get McCaffrey back because, I was telling the guy who interviewed me, whatever, how many touchdowns did he have last year? 19, 20? That's like 10 points a game, man. And like I said, I know we're 4-4. We should be 6-2, but the last 3-4 years, we've been 3-4 almost every year. The Jimmy years, the first year we got Brock, and then we run the table, or damn near run the table, and get to the NFC Championship game. And I know we haven't won it all, but, we're the Niners, and Greenlaw's coming back, and if we can get healthy, then we shouldn't be scared of nobody, not even Detroit.
Now, that's where I get skeptical at Evan. You tell me if I need to proceed with caution like you.
Thanks,
on the McCaffrey. Are we sure Greenlaw's coming back? And I know the Niners would love for him to come back, but I feel like that's a bit different than McCaffrey, or maybe he is coming back.
I hope he is.
You need him. That's the bottom line.
Funny enough, that's the guy that we haven't really got a lot of information about in his recovery, which also makes sense. He tore his Achilles in the last game of the year. So right now, basically he's around 9 months removed.
Man.
It takes a long time to come back. That's the other part of it too, is in a way, because he tore the entire thing and had to go through, basically a full reconstruction and surgery.
Running onto the field.
Well, but in a way, it's like, I almost have more faith that Greenlaw, when he comes back, can be 100% immediately than when McCaffrey does.
Because it's been repaired.
Yeah, like tendonitis is, again, it's unpredictable. So could it come back?
Achilles.
Potentially?
Yeah.
It also might not bother him for the rest of the year. But again, the Niners are dependent on McCaffrey, I think, being 100%. And, they do need Greenlaw's help, but Greenlaw's not playing D-line. He's not letting guys get behind him. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Would you look at Greenlaw like the defensive McCaffrey?
No, and that's a good call. Well, this is what we know from the history, right? With Klay and KD, it's going to take some time. But, what's upstairs, the mental game of knowing your job and what you have to do is going to help him. But, yeah, Evan, I would expect him to be the best version of himself if he came back week 11 to cause havoc. But, the doctors know, I don't know. I'll say this, and I don't want to be negative, but give me this. If McCaffrey doesn't come back to this Niner team, and I know nobody wants to hear that the day that the window was open for him to practice, how confident is Evan Giddings in this team making the playoffs as currently constructed with no McCaffrey? Because that's the rat on the table for me. I'm shocked they're 4-4. I really like those games they lost to Minnie and the Rams and Arizona. I'm shocked. But they're 4-4. It's not over. But without McCaffrey, do you still feel like, this is just a walk in the park? They're going to get in?
With McCaffrey, I feel very good that they're going to make the playoffs.
And
without him, I think it's a coin flip.
Man, that's how I feel.
I don't think it's a given that they win this division if Christian McCaffrey, let's say, God forbid, re-aggravates his Achilles or isn't the same player. If McCaffrey's not the dude they need him to be, I do think there's a very real possibility that they don't make the playoffs.
So here we go. And Mr. Blank Check, I think he's earned the bread already. Brock Purdy, now the numbers. Okay, you can interest me in some discussion in regard to the numbers, but the bottom line is, what does the team want to pay Brock? How much of this is, hey, Brock, you've been okay. I'm not going to say you've been bad. But for us to reach the promised land without McCaffrey, you got to step your game up. Fair, foul.
Fair. Yeah, Brock Purdy does need to step his game up.
Well, I just lost Ayuk. He's not here. He's out. So I have no McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I will say is that Brock Purdy has got thrown into the ringer. Like, his job has always been relatively easy,
no doubt, man,
in the situation category,
Hand
right?
it off or throw it to him out the backfield.
So I would argue this is the first time he's really had to just kind of figure it out on the fly. And to be 500 is not the worst place you could be. Now, he got exposed against Kansas City. It continues to be a thorn in the side of
kind of a bad game against Arizona.
Every single team. Yeah, Arizona didn't have his best game. But I thought he played really well in the game they lost against the Rams. That's a plus on his
Ronnie
resume.
Bell drop.
Yeah, so I think Purdy's played well this season. But after the bye, he absolutely needs to elevate his game. All right, this is
interesting to watch.
Yeah, this is from the 510. So all I'm saying is the Niners are a good team. Oh, well, I was saying they're not a good team because they're 500. Their record says they're not. But the 510 is saying they are 100% a good team, and McCaffrey makes them elite because he's going to fix the red zone issues. I think he should.
And I love the elite because that's what they were with them.
They were elite with him. They were also elite with Hargrave healthy. They were also elite with Ayuk, who was the second-team All-Pro receiver he was last year. They were elite, with Trent Williams playing better than perhaps he has this season so far. Yeah. They were elite with not Deommodore Lenoir. Well, Lenoir was good last year too, but with Charvarius Ward playing shutdown, coverage at the corner position. They were elite with a lot of different players playing at a higher level last year. So it's not. I know injuries definitely have not helped this season at all, but I also think some players have regressed a bit, and I don't think that's an unfair criticism.
Love it. Yeah.
All right, on the other side, we are going to take calls on this, 888-957-9570. Basically, the question we're trying to kind of parse today as the news comes in that Christian McCaffrey's practice window is open, looking like he's going to be available on Sunday against the Buccaneers. Does Christian McCaffrey wipe the clean slate? Does he cure everything for the 49ers? Is Christian McCaffrey the missing piece that allows them to begin their run towards hopefully back where they were last year, which was playing in the final game of the season? 888-957-9570 is the number. We're also going to get into some Warriors a little bit later in the show. Of course, as they get set to take on the Washington Wizards later tonight at 4:15, 3:15, Warriors live right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs will have that for you. But Evans in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by Robert Half. Evan in for Steiny all week with Daryl the Guru Johnson, as always, here on 95.7 The Game. Getting to know each other a little bit better. I always feel weird sometimes I feel like I know you just about as well as anybody, and vice versa.
You're my brother.
But sometimes we learn about each other in front of the masses, and you're much better at handling that than I am because you're not afraid to share who you are. I am.
Well, damn, Evan, when you put it, who am I to you? But anyway, I need to apologize.
Well, you're genuine.
You say hello to Dibs. I walk past him. First thing I say is like, I fell off the bike. Hey, Evan fell. I need to stop doing that. That's your like, I'm like, God, I walked to the thing like, who are you? I just told Dibs, blurted out, Evan fell on the bike. I apologize. That was none of his business, and that was up to you to tell him.
Well, he did ask what was going on with the Fight Club knuckles.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I don't mind sharing with people. Yeah, I fell off a bike. I wasn't inebriated, and that made the story worse. It was like, God, you just can't ride a bike.
No, you're good. Yeah, you're in one piece. Hey, I love myself for this. I got some guru trivia, and this time, sound. This is correct.
Okay.
But I was just looking at...
Why do you have to clarify with correct?
Because there are some hiccups.
This is what I mean by you share too much.
Now, Carter, I'm going to ask you and Evan, how many 2-win teams or less do you think we have in the NFL right now? And the reason this came up is I'm looking at the standings and I'm like, okay, if the Niners wanted to do this, and I'm shocked. So I'm going to ask you and Carter, how many 2-win teams or less do you think we have? Evan, I see you looking at something.
No, I'm looking at the text line, but
okay.
How many 2-win teams are left?
No, two-win teams or less do we have in the league as a whole?
Oh, so 2 wins, 1 win, or no wins?
Yes, sir. I'm shocked at this number.
Well, I don't. Is there a team with? I don't think there's a team with 1 win, right? So I would say, well, everyone in the AFC East, not named the Bills, that's 3.
And you're correct about the one. No one win.
No 1-win teams. Okay, so well, everyone's tanking for Shador. Not really a tank.
Well, I think. Go ahead.
I would say a 32, 8.
Okay, how about you, Carter?
I'm taking a total stab here, 6.
Oh, great. The winner goes to Evan, 9. So you actually didn't win. You got the closest. But 9 2-win teams or less? Like, what about the prime time schedule? Like, there's going to be some flexing going on, if you can even do that. But that's Miami's 2-6, New England 2-7, Cleveland 2-7, Jacksonville 2-7, Tennessee 2-6, Raiders 2-7, Giants 2-7. Carolina 2-7. New Orleans just fired the coach 2-7. That's nasty. That's too many teams for me. Evan.
I mean, the team that should be ashamed. Well, there's 2 teams that should be ashamed.
Tell me.
One is Jacksonville. They absolutely stink, and
they just gave a game away.
Kind of surprised they haven't fired their head coach yet. That might be coming. Wow. And then it's the New Orleans Saints, who just did fire their head coach. They lost 7. You know how hard it is to lose 7 games in a row?
The week 2 NFL season after they beat Dallas, scored on 8 straight drives. Carter fact checking me. I'm good. It's 9, but that's embarrassing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
At least they fired the coach. So if you're Jacksonville and you got a Super Bowl winning coach, you blaming it all on him? You have to, right?
No, I think blame also goes on your quarterback you gave $50 million to. Trevor Lawrence has not been very good since he got paid. Really, since the playoff game that
you're right. Came back on your Chargers.
Back on the Chargers against. Yeah, no, that's fine. The Chargers are going to be in the postseason this year.
Look at my man, Jim Harbaugh.
Woo! Nobody's got it better than us.
Hypotheticals.
No, we just attack every single day with a relentlessness unknown to mankind.
I wouldn't have been mad had you played it.
That's what the Los Angeles Chargers do. By the way, so we're talking about McCaffrey and his importance with the Niners and him coming back, and whatever synonym you want to use for savior, you can throw in there. I think that's how a lot of people view him in regards to the season. But let me ask you this. So I realize Cowboys are in disarray, right? They're one of the more disappointing teams.
And I haven't counted them out of the wild card yet at 3-5.
So why haven't you counted them out?
Because Dak's out for multiple weeks and Cooper Rush is a better quarterback. And I think he will. I'm telling you, they almost won the game yesterday. I'm being real with that.
Boy.
Watch Cooper Rush. He reads defenses better than the starter, who's getting $60 million. It's ridiculous. You just watch out for Dallas. They got Philly this week. I'm just leaving that there.
So
Micah coming back?
I was going to say, though, is Micah Parsons your Christian McCaffrey when you're looking at the Cowboys?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the run defense gave up 100 yards yesterday, but that's like 20 compared to what they've been giving up. So I look at stuff like that is, okay, everybody's laughing and the coach might be out of here, but they're going to give Philly all that and some, especially if Jacksonville can almost beat Philly on the road.
See, and I could be completely wrong, and I could, eat crow at the end of the year. I think Dallas is done.
And you sound like 99% of the people. And what's funny about that assessment, I'm not even mad at it, but this loss this week, it'll be, now you're trying to get a top 5 pick.
But I think they're done not because of the injuries or the returns. Like I don't think they're a very good football team. The 49ers to me, and that's why to bring it back to the Niners, that's why with McCaffrey, again, this is how I'm looking at it. He's a great boost, but the Niners to me have not proven that they're even remotely similar to last year. So Christian McCaffrey is going to help them, but I just have reservations about what level he can take them to. Like I think he's almost.
Don't we already know?
He's a necessity.
Yes. And that's why it's euphoria of hope that he's coming back. If you get my drift, you're totally right about what's he going to be. We'll all watch that play out and unfold. But what you just said is everything, Evan. You've gone through 8 games without him, and you're 500. You're not 2-6. You're 4-4. You gotta believe the impact. I keep going Clint Eastwood here. Will be sudden. And this team will play its best football. And I heard Bonte and Shasky have a great discussion. I don't even know where I come out on it, but Bonte was just pointing out, Evan, and I want to get your thoughts on it, the quality of wins from the Niners this season. I almost wanted to call the show and be like, B, it doesn't matter to a degree because you were without McCaffrey, but you're right. There are no stylistic victories from the Niners on who they've beaten. But the bottom line is, Evan, I guess I'm looking at it like the season starts this week in Tampa. And if you get Christian McCaffrey back, all that matters is what you guys look like and manifest or morph into headed into the playoffs.
I mean, that is what matters. And I guess I don't know. The idea of transforming your season, it's a lot for me to get. Like, I feel like I have a pretty good idea who the Niners are.
Why is that, if you don't mind me asking, without McCaffrey?
Because it's been half the season. Now that they're disjointed, they're not together, in my opinion, and they haven't shown that they can really close out a game.
Now, I'll give you that part of it, but I got to just double back.
And a big part of that is because of their defense and their special. It's not just their offense. Like the offense, I don't know, maybe I'm on an island. The offense is not the biggest concern to me about the Niners and hasn't been, even without Christian McCaffrey.
But see, I marvel at why, and you're not letting anybody off the hook, why we can't hone in on that and say they're responsible for not adding to leads. And we've talked about the 2 games against the Rams and Vikings where they had the ball at the end, had the ball against the Cardinals at home, and there was a fumble. Things happen. But, Evan, why are we kind of letting them off the hook?
Letting who?
The offense in regard to adding. And that's why I feel like I got the solution right here, Evan. His name is McCaffrey.
Well, what you're hoping now is the offense can basically shoulder the load of the other 2 units that haven't been very good.
Hadn't even brought up special teams, so I got nothing for you there.
I mean, special teams have been atrocious. Just objectively this season, they've been very bad. And, they've been hurt with injuries too. Like Jake Moody's not been kicking for them in recent memory. And maybe that helps as well. But, you're hoping that McCaffrey takes your offense to a level where you don't have to be as concerned about the defense and special teams being the reason why you blow a game like you do against the Rams or the Cardinals. At least that's the way I'm looking at it.
Real quick before you grab a call.
Yeah.
What did you mean by disjointed?
Something as simple as the Cowboys game. Like that's a game last year where they beat the Cowboys by 30 points.
Right. Dude, I'm laughing, but you're right.
Dak Prescott had the ball down by a score with 3 minutes left in the football game.
And so did Geno Smith when you were up 20 points on him in Seattle a couple Thursdays ago.
Yeah.
So that's wow. But again, who's disjointed? The team collectively, or was that the offense not adding, or the defense letting Geno Smith and Dak and CeeDee Lamb cook late?
Well, as a whole, I just think they're trying to figure it out. And you hear, I don't know, someone I always listen to is Fred Warner after games because I feel like he really has the pulse of not just the defense, but the team. And basically said, we're making things more difficult than we need to be. That sounds like a team that's disjointed to me. And it might manifest itself in example like a broken coverage where CD Lamb's on one side of the field and there isn't a single member of the 11-man defensive unit on that side.
Two dudes hit each other, but go ahead. I got you.
Well, but I'm saying, okay, so then the second time, there's miscommunication about who's supposed to be in coverage when Lamb goes right up the field. Like, these are instances and breakdowns that I didn't see as often from their defense last year. So, but again, that's just me. If you want to call in and tell me I'm crazy, I'm here for it. I hear you. I took a lot of L's this weekend. Let's talk to Jonathan in San Francisco about the difference with Christian McCaffrey. What's up, Jay? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? For me, he's going to make a difference offensively. But, guys, he's not a gunner who can be a special gunner in special teams and shore up their coverage. That special team is still going to be garbage, in my opinion. And also, he's not a nose tackle who could shore up that middle of the defense. The 49ers run defense is SOFT. Man, they're soft. They could any running back could get yardage. Even if the linebackers show up in the hole, linebackers are getting carried for a ride 3-5 yards downfield. You can't win a Super Bowl or be a force in the playoffs being that way. For me, as a 49ers fan, man, I'm looking at big picture. I want the next team and the teams after that to just beat him and put them out of their misery. Because, like you guys alluded to, they're disjointed. Something's wrong. They're not all that in. And for me, it's just Operation Super Bowl 60, and we all know where that is being held.
It's being held at Levi's.
Wow.
I like that.
Yeah,
but I also don't. I don't want to skip to next season. I hope I'm not coming across as like this. The season's not worth talking about or over. It's not. You're not. No, it's got to look. They got everything in front of them, and they got a big piece coming back because Christian McCaffrey is back at practice. By all accounts, he looked healthy running today, but we'll see what happens when the bullets start flying. I think I don't know. Like the idea that this team, and it's not the disjointed part. It's not just someone holding in or holding out. They've had to deal with a lot of indescribable things. Like, for example, like Mooney Ward losing his daughter. That's something that you can't control, and that is terrible. I have to imagine that's probably affected him on the football field. How could it not, right? And so that's not something I'm holding against him by any means. But that happens. McCaffrey's unfortunate injury and extended absence is something. Ayuk tearing his ACL is something. Hargrave being out for the season is something. And there's just all these little breadcrumbs that Ricky Pearsall getting shot is something. And I'm glad that he's back and he's looked really good so far.
Can I add something, Evan, real quick?
Yeah, of course.
And tell me if it's valid, and I'll throw it back to you. The Bosa MAGA hat.
I think that could be something. We don't know how that's going to impact that locker room. And I think Nick Bosa is very well liked by his teammates, but what he did may not have been.
Yeah, okay.
But that's another just ingredient you're throwing into this gumbo pot, which right now hasn't tasted very good.
What if I brought this up to you, because nothing can compare to the tragedy that you just mentioned in regard to the Ward family and losing the daughter. That was terrible. Nobody wants to go through that at all. But if I just kept it real on football, I'm picturing Steiny's head on your shoulders here, because I brought it up a couple weeks ago, and he's like, I don't think he liked it. He didn't dislike it, but Evan, I think a lot of stuff that was said from Ward about how he was not utilized against Justin Jefferson and what zone or mental space or capacity he goes to as a player, because we all know he wanted to follow Jefferson that whole game. He didn't. He still has a job to do. All I'm saying to that is, yeah, we can scoff and say that means nothing, but Ward was opening it up, and I do wonder, okay, he ain't had the greatest of years, but he might have been telling us a lot. Like, if that thing is something that happens more times than we think or hear about, if your boss is utilizing you at any job in a way where you don't like it or you feel like it could be better, Evan, you're telling me maybe you could perform at your best? Or maybe you have something on your mind every week thinking about I wish I was doing this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that is a good point. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, there is something about questioning your role. I also think questions naturally arise when you're not playing that well, because you always feel like you can do more. And when you're winning, it's something that I am monitoring with the Warriors with Kuminga. Like, they're winning right now. So it's probably easier to buy into a relinquished role or not starting than it is if they were 1-5.
No doubt.
Right? Draymond Green has talked about how he's become a different person. And I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, but you're 5-1. Okay, so if you lose 3 games straight on this road trip to Boston, Cleveland, and OKC, which very may well happen, how are you going to respond to that when things aren't going your way? So far, I don't think that things have gone the Niners' way. They've lost to some inferior opponents, and I don't think they've beaten a good one so far. So they have a lot to prove, because you can make the case that Tampa Bay this upcoming weekend is the best team. If they win that game, would be the best win on their schedule.
Wow.
And I don't think that's, I don't know, that doesn't give me a ton of confidence.
And I totally understand.
Like, they need to win. I mean, they got to move above 500.
They need to stack wins.
They haven't been above 500 since they were 1-0.
Yeah, but it's not the BCS. It's not, who did you beat? And okay, that means something.
That's true.
It's just, just keep getting them. And then hopefully, Evan, when the tournament starts and you qualify for it, that's when you know it's win or go home. But I understand it. And the Seattle win, Evan, I mean, if they win that game yesterday and Seattle's above 500, then what are we talking about in regard to that footnote about they hadn't beaten anybody? Are we looking at Seattle differently? I'm just asking.
If what? Sorry?
If Seattle would have beat the Rams and would have been in first place in the division and had an over 500 record, would we then say, just for that caveat you gave about the Niners not beating anybody, it's that minute that would we be saying, okay, well, we scratch that itch because they beat Seattle?
Yeah, no, I mean, not for me. The Seahawks haven't really passed the eye test for me, and a lot of it does have to do with the quarterback. It's also, like I tweeted it out last night, it's a reason why there's just something about the Vikings that I can't believe.
And I think people know what you mean, though. And then no shade at our boy Darnold, but he's looking like Darnold more often than not now. Not the guy that won the first 6 games. But I'll say this to Niner fans. If you're, and what the guys were talking about this morning, I'll tell you what, the schedule's going to give you plenty of tests in regard. Buffalo. You got to bring it to, you know what I mean? You're going to get quality opponents. They are on their way.
Yeah, and I think with a 100% Christian McCaffrey, they can rise to the level to beat those opponents. You get Tampa Bay on the road. 10 a.m. starts are never easy on the East Coast. Seattle at home, and then, which is a game you probably want to win just as far as the division goes. Green Bay, Buffalo, Chicago, L.A., Miami, Detroit. Like, they don't play a rollover team the rest of the season. And even the Week 17 or Week 18 game is against Arizona. So, no, and that's why the 4-4 started. Look, with all the adversity you've had to overcome, 4-4 is by no means a bad place to be. But the 4-4 has also told me that unless Christian McCaffrey is himself of a year ago, the level that they've demonstrated so far might not be good enough.
No doubt. But, Evan, I love that, and I love how you said it. But the bottom line is Niner fan will take that, and I believe the coaching staff all day, every day. Yeah, you are right, but we're 500. The fact that this window was open, and maybe it might take 7 more days after this week, hopefully not. But, Evan, what other 4-4 team, or any team for that matter, outside of a trade, has that gift under the Christmas tree of, oh, man, we get our best player back. He's about to play his first down of the 2024 season.
Well, interestingly enough, I think the other team that's 4-4 that's probably looking at the rest of their season like the Niners would be the Rams, because they haven't had their best players up until recently. Now, Kupp came back before McCaffrey did, and Puka has also, come back before
thrown
McCaffrey
out. That was weak.
He also said he said that if he played 15, he could get 15 for the Pistons.
He thinks he could get 15 minutes a game on the Pistons.
Now he can dunk. I don't know if what Evan.
He said he thought that the transition to the NBA would actually be easier than people think.
Evan, he must have some game. I've seen him dunk.
I don't care. Well, if he could get 15 minutes for the Pistons, he would be getting 15 minutes for the Pistons.
He chose football. I make outlandish statements, but for him, I kind of like he must have been a hooper. I don't know if you saw the video. Like he dunked off two.
I mean, you also said you could score on Jordan Bell, so
No, you bring that up as to.
I mean, well, you said you could. So
now, I'll say this about me. Evan, and us, you and I, you and me. You've never seen me play.
That's true.
Up close.
Well, I saw your fadeaway over Willard.
I feel good about that, but that's at 50.
Yeah.
But Evan, look, I'm a big guy. I can put you see me hit a home run. No. I hit a home run at the softball game.
Not wide. Yeah.
Hit a home run at the softball game. Check.
Yeah.
He was drinking water. Okay. So, Evan, I can put my shoulder down and just go to the cup on Jordan Bell, who's no longer in the league.
No, but again, it's like Puka's saying that he can get 15 minutes for the Pistons. It's like when people try to say that the number one team in college, I don't know, is it still Texas? I don't know who's number one. Oregon. Like Oregon could beat the worst team in the NFL. Like no, they couldn't.
All right, I got you on that. If that's what it sounds like, I'm done. I hate that stuff.
I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. They would get run off the gridiron.
Yeah, I hate that.
Like the 0-16 Lions would be able to beat the number one team in the country.
But they used to say USC and the old Miami teams could beat the bum teams of the NFL back in the day.
Well, if Andre Johnson was 2010 Andre Johnson in 2000, and if prime Frank Gore in the NFL was that player in college, then maybe those teams could. I don't know. I don't necessarily buy it. It's always weird to me which players believe that they can do these things cross sport.
Man.
I mean, all right, maybe if you had dedicated yourself to basketball, Puka, you might have been able.
He said it for a reason, Carter. The way he said it, I was
like, are you buying that?
He said, here's the quote, "It would be so easy to transition from the NFL to the NBA, less than 3 months."
Like he put a number.
So easy.
90 days, Evan. He said he'll be ready. Like, I would love to see if he had game.
Yeah, I almost want him to try it now. Just drop out. It would also make the Niners pretty much a cakewalk to the division. I think the Rams are the other best team there, but
that's too. Hey, can I ask you a quick question? You
I
and
thought
the masses.
He was a humble guy.
Yeah, that's letting you know.
All right.
So we got Tampa Bay, Kansas City tonight, Monday Night Football. Kansas City at home, -9.
Yeah.
Is there anything? Because
are you asking for your neighbor? Or?
No. This had nothing to do. No betting. Just your eye test of the Chiefs. Mahomes having more interceptions than touchdowns. They're undefeated. He's won a Super Bowl that we took in at Willard's house 2 years ago on a bum ankle. Yeah. Just real. I know we're up against it. You're like, what? Do you love this? The fact that they're about to be or have a chance to be the only NFL team to ever do a three-peat. Is there nothing to see here, or what's going on in Evan's mind when I say Kansas City Chiefs? Something to me is not right, but then something is perfect because Mahomes is showing you I could do it any way you want.
The issue with the Chiefs is that no matter what you say about them, it doesn't matter because they've won the last 2 Super Bowls. So
they're undefeated this year.
Yeah, I could tell you that the Bills, the Steelers, the Ravens, the Chargers all have a better point differential than they do, and it doesn't matter. Like the Detroit Lions have scored more than twice. The scoring differential is twice as large as the Chiefs. Like, I think the Lions have been the most impressive team in the NFL this season. It doesn't matter because the Chiefs are 7-0. They won the last 2 Super Bowls. So the Chiefs right now is the word impregnable? Impregnable in argument.
Tyson, yeah.
In argument, because you can't argue it. It's like, I could say Kittle's had a better season than Travis Kelce. In fact,
and you'd be telling the truth.
Yes, but someone could just walk up to me and say, do it in the playoffs. Right. Kelsey's done it the last umpteen seasons.
And that's what I guess as a fan I strive for, where I could say that about the teams I root for. Like, that is real. Evan, this is incredible, right? It can't keep up, and I don't feel like they're destined to win it again. Or are they?
They're in a good position to. I mean, unlike last year,
Evan, they do it again with this team.
I'm going to be so mad.
But what would make you really mad?
The fact that they're just running a gambit on the league. No one's ever won 3 in a row. Like that's kind of the
crazy.
I don't know. That's the contrarian in me. Like,
or the Charger fan in you.
Oh well, I don't. I've come to grips with that. The Chargers are never going to win that division. I've come to grips with that. But I guess my bold proclamation at the beginning of this season was neither the Niners nor the Chiefs would make the Super Bowl this year, just because I think with the Niners, what happened to them last year makes it very difficult to overcome.
And now they're injuries, but they still can.
It was before the injuries.
Oh, whoa!
And then the Chiefs, because God, I don't.
This has to stop.
Well, apparently not. Okay. But we have to because we actually have to. We have to hit a break. We'll get to Pat and Mike on the other side. We'll get you into the Christian McCaffrey conversation as we roll on here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. Make sure to tune in today. Again, Warriors play 4:15, Washington Wizards, all right here on 95.7 The Game with Tim Roy. Warriors Live is at 3:15 with Willard and Dibbs. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. On Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Steiny. We're back after this. All right, Evan in for Steiny with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Going to be with you all week. Steiny taking a deserved breather back east. Then down south, hanging out with the family. So
there you go, Steiner.
Steiny's listening. Shout out to you. Hope you made it there safe.
And we didn't say rest in peace to Quincy Jones.
I know, man. That was something that happened yesterday, and sometimes people look. I mean, they pass away, but sometimes people you cannot encapsulate their entire career, their entire life. Like some people are just giants and colossal figures that we could spend 4 hours talking about Quincy Jones, and I don't even feel like I've even breached the surface of his career. You're probably much more familiar with him than I am. Like I was just quickly looking up all the things that he did, and it's impossible to put into words just how influential this guy was.
He's an icon. Always will be. Quincy Jones, rest in peace, man.
Dude, he's got 28 Grammys.
How many you have?
Yeah.
I used to rappy.
As many games as McCaffrey's played this year. How about that?
Man, that's good news, though. The window being open.
Should be. Yeah, and I think a lot of people are excited about this. So, Pat's in Foster City's been hanging out for a while. I do want to get back to the phone calls at 888-957-9570. Pat, how are we feeling about Christian McCaffrey coming back?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I guess a couple things. One, I don't really see any team being super dominant on the offense, defense, and special teams. I guess, Kansas City probably comes closest to it, but, they're kind of mid-pack in terms of scoring points and whatnot. But so I don't think it takes a super team to win a Super Bowl this year.
Real quick, and I'll give it back to you. What about Detroit? What about Detroit? Because they look like they got the look right now.
Yeah, well, they can score. They can score. I don't know about their defense compared to the other teams. But in any case, putting that aside, I think with the Niners, what I see is we get into too many third and eights situations, and without Ayuk and with Kittle being sort of banged up and having a rookie guy that's just playing his second game, and Samuel's maybe wondering a little bit about his future contract with the Niners, we puts us in a bad situation. So, sometimes Purdy makes a great throw and I go, oh man, that guy, that's your $60 million quarterback. And other times he's 15 yards over the receiver who's wide open. You go, oh, this guy, we can't win with this guy. So it's too much of that third and eight stuff. But I think if we get in third and eight with McCaffrey, that's another receiver coming out of the backfield, and he can get you 8 points on a reception, all day long. And also he can help us avoid third and eights and get us into third and twos because it's such a great running back. So to me, he is a real silver bullet for the Niners. But the main reason I was calling, we were talking about what kind of difference will McCaffrey make and whatnot. I suspect that almost you guys and probably a million of your listeners have all had tendonitis of one way or another in one form. I know I have. And, there's times when it limits you a little bit, but you're still 90% of your game. And if McCaffrey's anywhere close to 80 or 90% of himself, he's still going to be better than almost anybody else in the league. So now if he's only 40, 50%, that's different. But I just don't think he'd be playing if he was at 40 or 50, 60%. So I think he's going to make a big difference. I just hope that, it doesn't flare up and whatever. But I think you have to kind of look at him as, I don't think it's a binary situation. It's not like he's the best player in the league or he's a bust. I think he'll probably be somewhere in the middle, but hopefully closer to the best.
For sure.
Yeah. Evan, you pitched in college. I pitched almost up until high school.
D3.
Union City White Sox, American Legion. Had you experienced, what was so funny?
Tommy John?
No, tendonitis.
Oh, tendonitis? Well, I actually had bicep tendonitis.
Ooh.
No, but that's not Achilles tendonitis.
Okay,
I didn't have to worry about.
The guy that's had everything, he says he's endured every injury. I can't wait to ask him when him and Willard come in here. But the tendonitis, dude, in both, bilateral. Wow.
No, comparing myself to McCaffrey is a useless exercise. But it's something you have to monitor, and I think more importantly, it's something that you can't really predict. So that's why I think Adam Schefter was saying, you have to leave the rest of the week open to whether it flares up or if there's a red flag.
He wanted no part of McAfee saying, Adam told us he's playing.
Oh, he's playing.
He said, well, that was great.
All right. But I'll tell you who is excited about Christian McCaffrey being back, the guy who the Niners have to run behind.
Me, myself, I was energized. It was a very short practice, so, we only had one team period. But I was energized. Definitely super happy. Super happy for him that it turned the corner and he was able to go out and do what he loved again. Even had a glimpse of Greenlaw. out there sprinting around with a helmet on. So, they both of them, just seeing that got our juices going.
Little nuggy nug in there from Trent Williams.
Man, that is a nuggy nug.
Trent Williams.
Could you imagine, again, I know you, Evan, you just remind me of a lawyer or attorney right now, just swatting everything I throw to you. But it's not when they come back, it's how productive that's a 3, how productive they are. How close Greenlaw is to the ferocious Tasmanian devil he was before he got hurt.
Well, and even if he wasn't hurt, again, like we've seen players that didn't get hurt that weren't the same player from last year. Brandon Ayuk on line 1. Trent Williams has been very good, but he hasn't been as supremely dominant as he was last year. Again, he's awesome, but I think the bigger no was like, a Greenlaw? Greenlaw's on the field too.
Man, in a helmet.
Working his way back from also an Achilles, something that we got to wait and see about. But that's why, all right, if I'm going to look at the deadline, which is tomorrow, that's the Niners have to make a choice of whether they're going to make some moves.
Wow.
To me, the 2 trades that they are essentially making are for Christian McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw. If they do not make a move at the trade deadline, I don't think that hurts them at all. I don't think it indicates to me that they're, not serious. What it means is that they're going to get better internally and depend on both of those players being healthy for the remainder of the season.
I like that. I expected, but Evan, I would just tell you our line of the show, proceed with caution. I just really feel like if there's an opportunity or player out there that can bolster, this defensive line depth or not offensive line, but Evan, I don't want to say receiver because Pearsall's supposed to be your Ayuk right now, and I liked what I saw from him in the Dallas game. Another week to get ready during this bye week. So, I mean, I feel like if you added 2 guys last year at this juncture, Evan, what's happened to where now it's also based on availability, but how has your mindset changed to where you can look at this defense and as porous it's been at times to where you feel like we don't not need to add? Like, I feel like they need to add more than they did last year, and it was shocking.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think it was also, right place, right time. They could get a guy on the cheap. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's any premier players out there that are going to just, all of a sudden bring the level of defense into a different stratosphere. From the 650, DeForest Buckner on line 1.
The Colts are still in it.
Well, yeah, I was going to say if he's available,
Boy, they got defense, man. That front 7 for Indy is no joke.
Yeah, and also, too, this is something also I wonder if the Niners are thinking about is with how well they drafted this year, pretty much every rookie they've taken this season has played a role in some way, shape, or form, except for the 6th-round pick, who I think got picked up after they couldn't keep him on the roster. So every rookie's basically played this year for the Niners. Do you look at your draft capital differently now that you are trying to get younger and you've gotten pretty good results from the young guys who've had to step up and play? Is a 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick worth a Chase Young?
Well, sometimes you have to, and this is terrible. You ain't living like this yet. Sometimes you got to rob Peter to pay Paul. So, Evan, I would just say that to say if the player that you traded for and what you had to utilize in regard to compensation was worth you winning a chip, then would it be worth it?
Yeah, it would. I mean, look,
I mean?
If there was a Christian McCaffrey caliber player out there to go get, I would expect the Niners to be very aggressive in doing so.
Look at the Saints roster. They got to be all those teams I just mentioned that had 2 wins. I'm sure John's on the horn.
Well, yeah, but which players are they like the Giants aren't very good. They're not trading Dexter Lawrence.
But they got a pretty good defense. Would you laugh at me if I said...
Well, but that's what I'm saying is they're not giving up Dexter Lawrence, who they just paid. I don't think they're going to trade Kayvon Thibodeau.
All right, I got you. I hear you.
Maybe one of their other ancillary pieces would be available, but to me that's more of a Randy Gregory or a depth move.
Yeah.
I don't, again, think there's somebody who's coming in, and I don't know, maybe they think, look, Yetzer Gross-Matos is a couple weeks away.
We've been hearing his name.
Maybe they feel like that's the depth that might help this team. I don't know. It's, the Browns are a catastrophe right now. They're not trading Myles Garrett.
No doubt.
Even the Raiders are probably not going to move Max Crosby. So there are a lot of impactful defensive players on bad teams. I'm just not sure if they'd be willing to trade them.
What would you give me for this thought? Since 2019, when the dominance was on the horizon here in San Francisco, I believe right now, forget why, Evan, I believe this is the poorest version of the Niners defense since 19. Now, you could say, Guru guys, just right now, as it stands.
Outside of the lost season, yes.
Okay.
That I would agree with.
And that's what scares the bejesus out of me for Niner fan is if you were to see Detroit again, Evan, and Greenlaw played that game. You had everybody, and they ran rush shot on you first half.
They also had Armstead.
Well, man.
They also had Hargrave.
That is wow, man. And the Hargrave one is big too, but the Armstead, you cannot tell me that he was not missed. And I was the first one trying to run him out of town. But the bottom line is, I feel like Detroit knows who they are. They smell it. They look at the Niners as, man, that's where we let one get away. Bad coaching. But if they were to hook up again, Evan, I just feel like Detroit would have the confidence of knowing, this defense, if nobody comes back, we can do what we need to do. Yeah, they are potent, man.
They are. Yeah, and Dre Greenlaw is absolutely a shot in the arm. And that's kind of what Trent Williams hinted at when he said he was excited and the juice is flowing here and McCaffrey coming back too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Mike's in Santa Clara wants to talk about CMC. What's up, Mike? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
First off, I just want to say continued prayers and love over to the Ward family. I'm expecting my first baby girl in February, so I can't even imagine how they're feeling. Thank you. But, I can't even imagine how they're feeling. Regarding the CMC thing, look, he's going to be coming back. If he's able to play this game, he's going to definitely be on a snap count. Just coming from my personal experience from playing tennis, basketball, and golf, I ended up getting tendonitis in my left Achilles. And obviously I didn't get the same kind of treatment that CMC got, but I was in a walking boot and also in one of those scooters for a little bit just to take relief off of it. But I expect them to really kind of like play him maybe 12 to 15 snap stops. And it's going to be a committee at that point with the running back core. I expect, JP and also Garendo to still be plenty involved in this case with this next game. And it's still going to be like that for the next few weeks. Who knows? They're probably going to baby CMC for a while, depending how it works out. And if it gets to playoffs, I think that's when they're going to run him hardcore as long as he's feeling okay. It's just been a really random carousel this entire time with the Niners offense and the team in general with how many injuries that have been going on both offensive and defensive side. We just don't have, and I've said this before, Goo, I know I've said it to you and when Steiny was on there, and Evan, I'm sure you heard it too, but there's been so much inconsistency with the team because it's a random offensive play group that's out there every time. So I expect us to still take this game. But in regards to CMC, I wouldn't expect a whole lot from him. I hope to still see some big plays coming out of the 12 to 15 snaps that come into when he's in the backfield. I just hope that he's going to be okay and that he doesn't re-injure anything. Fingers crossed and everything. And let's go Niners. Thanks, guys.
Well, I appreciate the call and the kind words, and I'm with them. Thoughts and prayers to the Ward family. But
also, congrats to Mike. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Congratulations.
3 sports. What did he say?
I was talking about the daughter, not the fact he's a modern day decathlete.
Dude, I was like, my man, getting it in. But the one thing the Niners have been consistent at is getting hurt and having to endure injuries.
Well, not last year.
No doubt. No, this one. That's why I was. I'll never take a victory lap for an injury. But when I heard McCaffrey was dealing with the calf and Steiny was laughing like you're worried too much, Evan, we have not seen him. And then Hargrave goes down. Brandon Ayuk, in a year where it felt like he was fighting the fans or something was off, he got paid, so that was the good part. But, for him to be done and, ACL, MCL, and still to be determined. So we'll see Greenlaw, but, man, that sound from Trent Williams, Evan, he's actually sprinting and on the football field just, my gosh, no team needs those two guys more than the Niners.
Yeah, let's take a listen to Trent Williams again one more time. This was from today after practice where he was asked about Christian McCaffrey being back in the fold, having that practice window opened.
Me, myself, I was energized. It was a very short practice, so, we only had one team period, but I was energized. Definitely super happy. Super happy for him that it turned the corner and he's able to go out and do what he loves again. Even had a glimpse of Greenlaw after sprinting around with a helmet on, so, they both of them, just seeing that got our juices going.
And I think what he's getting at for me, and it happens every single time that there's a trade deadline. Like for baseball, like you get around the dog days of August, right? You're worn down. The trade deadline is a chance for you to get reinforcements, but it's also a reason for you to feel like you're getting help. That your efforts this far have not gone unnoticed by the front office. Same for basketball, perhaps. If you're a piece away from being a piece away or whatever. And the Warriors have time to prove that. But for football, I think it's also the same case. And it's a little different because the bye week fluctuates, right? Like the Niners is week 8. I think first bye week is week 5. Last bye week is week 11 or 12 or something. So it's a different kind of sprint for each team. But the idea of the November 5th deadline is, all right, are we going to get reinforcements? Are we going to get a shot in the arm? And I don't think that the Niners need a shot in the arm because it's coming from McCaffrey,
understandable,
as well as the other guy Williams is talking about, Greenlaw. So that's what I think he means by it energizes you. Like it's kind of a second win when you know that you are going to get help.
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Evan, you are correct. But even as whole and as dominant as this defense was last year, Lynch felt the need to go get the Chase Young and the Randy Gregory, and you had a healthy Greenlaw, and you had Armstead. So I know what we won't talk about tomorrow, Evan, is kind of funny, is the politics. We don't do that. But can I just share with you just why am I irritated the NFL put the deadline on vote day? I don't know why that.
I didn't think about that until you said it.
I don't know. I'm not Mr. CNN or Mr. Pop, but that bothers me. Tomorrow's a big day in the NFL, but it's not bigger than the big day.
Well, I hope all the players got their ballots in before.
No doubt.
Yes. I mean,
I was what are we doing, Goodell? Get it right.
Is the NBA off on?
No
on
games tomorrow. No games. They did it right.
No, that's usually, and it's, again, to promote voting. The politics is going to be a discussion no matter what.
Right.
But yeah, we encourage people to go vote, to exercise your right to vote. That is where you get to have a voice, unless you're being traded. On trade deadline day, you got to hit the polls early.
No, Evan, I got to say, thoughts and prayers to Pop. I don't know if you saw Saturday. He was coaching. Yeah, he was coaching a game, had a medical issue, and won't be with the team for a little bit. So hopefully, whatever's going on with him, he's okay, man.
Well, he's getting up there, right?
Yeah.
He's in his 70s, I think.
He looks good, but life is all I'm saying. You're thinking, get ready to coach a game, and then
75.
A curveball comes. Is he 75?
He's 75. Yeah. So yeah, shouts out to Pop. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, man.
The thing,
if they maybe win a little more,
What?
I said maybe if they win a little more, he'd be feeling better. But that's where, you know what? I'm turning the mic. Go ahead. That's worse than Steiny's Pearsall, which bothered me.
But damn it! But I hate that was funny. I shouldn't laugh at that.
Because we don't. Yeah,
you did a good job in not laughing at it on air.
Yeah, Carter.
But in the back, it was the comedy seller.
Yeah,
I hate that
comedy seller.
But I feel okay chortling because he's all right. If he wasn't okay,
all right, there we go.
Something bad had happened.
Make me feel better, E.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I want that one
In
back.
fact, actually, Ricky Pearsall, it's funny, like when you think about the second half of this season, we largely haven't seen Pearsall, but he is one of the reasons why. If you ask me what their biggest need at the deadline was, or whatever, I wouldn't have wide receiver near the top because I think Pearsall, he's blown my expectations out of the water.
That's amazing.
He looks really good.
And he looks like he's had more rapport with Brock than Ayuk ever did. He did have an off season with him. OTAs where I just thought Brandon was so made and they made sweet music together like it really wouldn't matter. But I never played the game. I'm not Low Neal. But Evan Pearsall looked like him and Purdy had been throwing balls to each other for a couple years against Dallas. Like, who's to say that stops Sunday against Tampa?
Well, Tampa can't really guard people.
And they have,
or defend the pass. No, I look. Also, the thing with Pearsall is, I don't know, maybe just because I watch the Chargers a lot, but I think him and Ladd McConkey are very similar. And McConkey's already the number one wide receiver for the Chargers just because he has to be. But I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the season, we look at Ricky Pearsall as the wide receiver one, even over someone like Juwan Jennings, because he's already shown that he can get open. I know the Chiefs game, he didn't have a big game, but I think that was largely due to stamina. I thought he looked comfortable in his first few plays matched up with Trent McDuffie. He's one of the best cover corners in football.
No doubt.
Against the Cowboys, they don't have as good cover corners, and he was able to get open in the first half. Of course, they had him on the big swing, the big jet sweep.
Yeah, 38 yards.
So I think Pearsall is only going to get better. And with no Ayuk there, Debo is, probably not the wide receiver, the prototypical wide receiver one. It wouldn't shock me if Pearsall is able to fill that void by year's end.
Yeah, and Steiny, I'll never forget when I think we were doing the crossover. He was talking about possible trade destinations or positions that you trade for. And I'll never forget it. He was just perplexed. The last thing the Niners need to do is trade for a receiver. And I kind of get that now, just looking at Pearsall being the perfect. I mean, you don't want it this way with Ayuk getting hurt, but I mean, man, to pick up where Ayuk left off.
Well, that's just kind of how things work out in the NFL, right? You don't think that you need a wide receiver. You take one in the first round. You think you need offensive line depth or maybe wherever else they needed. And it turns out that Ricky Pearsall was actually the perfect pick.
No, man.
Because imagine if you didn't have him right now.
Man,
well, then you would be forced to trade for a receiver, and all the good ones are gone.
And is it funny that Juwan Jennings had that great game, and ever since then, either injured or not as productive as that great game he had this season, Evan. So hopefully he comes back and he's healthy.
Yeah, I think, Purdy's been on the more of the same page with Juwan than any other receiver, even when Ayuk was healthy, which is, alarming. Yeah. But I don't know. The thing that Chris McCaffrey also does is I think he will extract the best of Brock, because Brock hasn't really had a safety valve that he can hit either out of the backfield or behind or at the line of scrimmage. So I think Brock Purdy also stands to benefit from McCaffrey, and not just because he'll help him in the red zone.
That's tremendously.
So, he's fantastic. But on the other side, though, crossover with Willard and Dibbs, we can discuss a couple of things. I also wonder what they felt about the Warriors on Saturday night and how they're feeling right now about Christian McCaffrey being back and having that practice window open. Again, doesn't mean that he will for sure play against the Buccaneers on Sunday, but according to Adam Schefter of ESPN, there's been no setbacks, so far no red flags, and it looks like he's going to make his 2024 debut on Sunday in Tampa. So I'm looking forward to breaking that down with the guys as we roll on here on 95.7 The Game. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. You can visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Crossover coming up next with Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. All right, this is the crossover.
Yes,
Getting
yes.
Zipper, Steiny Goo, Willard Dibbs. What's going on, boys?
Talk to us.
Yeah, just
Well, first we got to bring him up. It just look. We're trying to bring everybody in.
There we go. Yeah.
That's my guru. Yeah.
Hey.
No, I love it. I emulate you all the time.
Willard's not this guy.
On the air and off the air as well.
You love it.
Oh, boy. Tell him, haven't we been fighting? Not like Scotty and I.
Oh, no.
But now that's
my
before.
That's my current favorite.
No, you haven't.
But
No, you
Willard,
haven't.
We've been getting to know each other a little bit better on
I
air.
said
in front
if
of the people.
McCaffrey comes back, that's everything to this Niner 4-4 season. And I'm not saying they win the Super Bowl, but that's 99% of what ails you. So if he could get back, Willard, I know he doesn't play defense, but man, he takes your red zone, curiosities and things that haven't been anything to write home about. I mean, he can elevate everybody on that side of the ball.
He's Christian McCaffrey, but can I challenge your statement?
Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if you believe what you just said. Do you believe that Christian McCaffrey is 99% of what ails the 49ers?
I'm going to double back to 88. Okay, because he doesn't play defense. But you're right.
Michael Irvin.
Evan brought up defense, and he's right.
Yeah.
But he helps. Will Dibbs, he helps.
Well, the red zone, I think, is the number one thing where you need it, and that's where he helps the most. And he had, I believe, 19 red zone touchdowns last year.
Oh, my God.
But one of his, I think, came in the red zone. So that's what you've missed the most. But I would argue that the offense mostly hasn't been the problem this year. It's been the defense and the special teams, and he doesn't help you in those areas. And I also think that you don't necessarily need to immediately saddle up and ride him.
Okay.
Because Garendo has shown flashes. JP has been solid all year. So I'm more of the mind, and Mark and I were just huddling outside about it. I think whenever he's ready, you can ease him back in a little bit because the division is still winnable even if you don't have 30 touches a game.
Now, real quick, Willard, before you and Evan go, there were 3 instances this season to where the Niners had the ball, the offense against Minnesota down 6. They didn't do anything with it. McCaffrey plays, maybe you take the lead and you still got to close it out. Arizona, J.P. Mason, not blaming him, at home fumbles the ball. If you have McCaffrey, maybe there's no fumble there. So those are 2, and I could come up with another example of if you had your best player, maybe your record 6-2 instead of 4-4. That's all.
There's no doubt that he helps, obviously, and these things all work in concert together. You can say he doesn't help on defense, but actually, if you score more touchdowns instead of field goals, that does help your defense because now you're up by 20 instead of 10 or whatever. Like we could play this all day long. Christian McCaffrey needs to come back. I think that they need Dre Greenlaw back, and I also think that they need to make a deal tomorrow because, and this is the other thing we were just chatting about, I think we got to stop thinking about this just in terms of the division and can you beat the Cardinals, Rams, and Seahawks. The Lions are a massive problem.
Oh, they are.
They have the best offensive line in the league. They've got a 1-2 punch at running back that is a problem. Your defensive line struggled with them last year, and that was a better defensive line than this. You have to do something on defense to be, and part of it is not just an acquisition. It's the group you have performing better. That group is going to have to, because I was told this was Super Bowl or bust. So I'm not just caring about winning a division. You're going to have to beat the Lions at some point.
Oh, my gosh. Who've gotten better.
If you're looking at the Lions, that's not just a McCaffrey away, in my opinion.
Evan, wow.
No, I mean, that I absolutely agree with. And that's why I wonder, when we got the news about McCaffrey and his practice window being open, does that mean we're now back to talking about the Niners in regards to contention? Not that they are contenders, but that's the goal. At the beginning of the season, last dance, Super Bowl or bust, whatever you want to say, the goal is to hoist the Lombardi Trophy. And it's almost like we've been waiting for this moment for 9 weeks. We've been waiting for McCaffrey to come back so we can accurately assess just how much action this Niners team has.
I mean, I'll agree that a full assessment doesn't come yet, or maybe never needed to, except where I maybe don't see it the same way it sounds like you're seeing it is. I never left the idea that they were a contender. It was September and October. Like you don't need to be at your best in those months, and there's tons of examples across sports. So whether it's just the health of the team or how they're playing when we get to November, December, they've given themselves a more of an uphill climb than they needed to.
Right.
But especially this group, They've been 3-5 and 3-4 and all of this stuff many times before and ended up in the NFC title game. And I've never really thought that was like off the table. I don't know if that's exactly what you meant.
So with everything that they've dealt with, because a lot of people called in and said, look, they've dealt, the guy got shot, the guy got tore his ACL, they've had 2 players, impact players out for the season, McCaffrey's been out. All that said, they've gone through a lot just to get to 4-4. And while I hear that, I just wonder, like, again, what the goal is, because I personally am not looking at them like contenders right now. I don't think they've played like contenders. They haven't beaten a good team yet. I don't even think they've really closed out one of the wins outside of the Patriots and the Jets, and those teams are no good. Like, I don't think that they've proven that we should put them back into contention category, but it seems like you've always been Super Bowl or bust.
No, I'm never Super Bowl or bust.
That was me. Yeah.
I've always thought they're a Super Bowl contender because I'm not gonna live that much in the moment to where it's like you've got to show us this year that you're a contender. We already know that the Niners, when they're at their best, are a contender, and we already know that halfway through the year sometimes they're not at their best. But like we know who these guys are. They may never get to that level this year, but it's always a journey. There's always an arc to it. Sometimes it's not pretty in the early parts, but I don't need evidence to know that the Niners are a contender because they have been for a long time.
Well, you have to contend before you can compete and maybe win a Super Bowl. And I'm just glancing up at the screen, and Dak Prescott going to miss several weeks with a hamstring injury.
Yeah, Goose happy.
You're so crazy.
No, seriously.
You're so
Hey,
crazy.
Dak, I hope you're okay, but it's just a happy.
It's the breaking news. Yeah, but it had me thinking about like the Trey Lance, QB2. It had me thinking about like the contenders. Detroit, amazing. Minnesota is better than you. Philadelphia is sneaky good with Mr. Reverse Hurdle Leap in the air, which is
I don't know, but
an incredible play.
Playoff time, Niners over those Minnesota and Philly. Like, there's no doubt.
Maybe, but I do think that the Niners get to be in that group, and if they win the West and they're the 4 seed, that means you'd have a second game. Your second game, if you win the wild card round, would be against Detroit in Detroit. So it behooves you, in my opinion, to get to that 3 seed so that you would have a better route, and maybe you'd be playing the team that you play Sunday, Tampa Bay, in that first playoff game.
I wouldn't dare compare, and I use this recycling, Evan, McCaffrey to my old Cadillac, but when my transmission was going, the one thing I didn't do is speed because I knew at some point it's going to go. I'm fascinated to see when that day does come, McCaffrey comes back. Do you just forget about J.P. Mason and Garendo, or do you say, I'm going to play the long game, and I want to give you 25 touches, but I'll give you 17, or can he even escape there? Like, is he just going to lose anyway because somebody will say, well, why? If something were to happen serious and we don't want it to, the way you used them, you kind of sped that up.
I don't think you're not going to forget about those guys, as in, like, not play them now. However, Kyle Shanahan has been known in the past. It's like, dude, if you're up, you're up. Now, this might be different because it's been so long since he's played a football game. So is there sort of an ease in this weekend? Because I think he's playing this weekend.
Okay.
And is there sort of an ease in this weekend? Maybe. Maybe this is only, they play this one the way they played. Remember when he was acquired and showed up on a Friday and played against the Chiefs?
Yeah, I remember that.
And that was like, what did he get? 12, 15 touches?
Something like that, yeah.
Like maybe that's this weekend.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, if you're asking me right now, let's pretend everyone comes out of this weekend healthy. What do you got the week after? Seattle? Who's coming here?
Seattle.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Off a bye.
Okay. 20 touches.
I got you.
20
I do think that it's going to be a shared load this weekend if he plays, and probably depends also on J.P. Mason and the AC joint.
Right.
Hopefully he's back close to 100% because he didn't look like it before the bye against Dallas. He still looked a little bit hesitant.
Was on the ground a little while.
He was on the ground, and Garendo looked good, so I still think you keep Garendo around, but I'm with Mark, and once he's really ready to roll, you like your caddy, and I heard Evan earlier, like, you floor it, and you go ahead and see what you have.
Yeah, I got it.
Doc Pandia told us having this ailment does not necessarily mean you're going to blow out your Achilles.
Well, but yeah, gosh, I hope. The other thing is, it's not just about touches, it's also about snaps. The beauty, and this is why I really want everyone to start, like we can really hopefully start diving in on a true offensive assessment this weekend. I know Ayuk is obviously still gone, but the optionality now of having potentially as many as 3 running backs who you like. Jawan Jennings, don't forget he's coming back to go now with Pearsall, who's starting to get reps.
No doubt.
Maybe Debo and Kittle. Like when you put that on the field, the defense is up a creek. Whether you let McCaffrey touch it or not, what he offers in terms of what the defense has to cover on the field is so important. The playbook gets this much bigger. Man. And so that's why I do think he's going to be on the field a lot.
Well, but that's also assuming that he is Christian McCaffrey, which I don't know. I just feel like it's going to take a little bit of time to get back to.
Maybe.
One of the reasons I think he also might not have played much when he first came here against the Chiefs because they got waxed that game. So you didn't have to play him. But when Kyle Shanahan has a bell cow, like he uses him. So I think if McCaffrey is on the field and he's 100%, I do think that Shanahan is going to be tempted to just basically do what works. And if McCaffrey's working, he's going to give him the ball. And if his body's going to be able to take that again and again and again, and I don't know. To me, it's completely unpredictable, like how his Achilles responds to this. He could be healthy the rest of the season and be 2023 McCaffrey. He could get re-injured. Sure. He might not be as good. I just wonder, again, all the rest of the things around him, because I do think that the offense can help the defense and special teams, but it has to be much, much better. And I'm with Goo. Like Goo made this point earlier that of the last 5 years, throw out 2020, this has been their weakest defense. And even with Greenlaw back, and even in addition at the trade deadline, I'm not sure how much that changes. So Christian McCaffrey is going to have to catapult this offense back into where it was last season, which without Brandon Ayuk, which without maybe even a Purdy playing as well as he was statistically last season, like they just have to do so much more offensively than they've had to do in years past.
Well, they didn't really have to do it last year in the postseason, and Brock Purdy was closer to ordinary in a lot of those games until he had to be great against Green Bay, and he got to the Super Bowl. And you mentioned before, like if McCaffrey, or you said it, if McCaffrey's there, maybe they don't fumble. Well, he actually did fumble in the Super Bowl, so
that happened.
That did happen, and I think that the offense this year can be as good as the offense last year, and the defense is just different to me. Yeah, you could say it's not as good, and that's fair. New coordinator, and you don't have the same personnel. I think you miss Armstead more than you probably want to admit in the middle, and I also think they're looking for a more consistent edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa, and you got a bunch of pups in the secondary, so we'll have to see how they continue to mature.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been... Also, like, again, their players just haven't played as well as last year. And so, I mean, I think one thing that I'm optimistic about is the fact that Kyle Shanahan teams, no matter what the roster is, typically tend to turn it on in November. Mm-hmm. And they turn it on after the bye week. So that makes me feel good about the adjustments, not just in-game, but more so in-season that Kyle Shanahan has made in years past. And so no matter whether the defense has been good, the offense has been down, whether it's Brock, whether it's Jimmy, McCaffrey, no, he has a track record of proving that this Niners team tends to respond no matter where they've been.
I'm expecting a very, very inspired football game this Sunday morning. The Tampa Bay Bucks haven't even played their game yet. They play here in a few hours.
Oh, yeah.
So the Niners are not just coming off a bye. Yep. You're coming off 14 days rest, and your other team is coming off not just a regular week, but a short week. And there's no Mike Evans, and there's no Chris Godwin.
There's
go. Nobody who scares you. Their running back group is interesting. Yeah. That's a fun group, and they can all catch the ball out of the backfield and stuff like that. And Baker is, kind of crazy good sometimes on certain weeks. But
I hear you, Willer, where you're going.
No, but this is when you're rested, and you should be inspired by the return of Christian and Juwan, and even seeing Dre Greenlaw running around out there, because he's not going to play this week.
Trent just said it.
But seeing that guy out there, if you come out and you look kind of lazy, sleepy, and the second half of the year, and you get it, you're only 4-4, boy, this is set up for the Niners to really, really play some good football, and you can start to get concerned if they don't, I think.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I turned Evan on Saturday night because I need you guys to be honest with me, because you always are, right? Your thoughts after the Warriors up 31 in an NBA game were going to overtime. Like, I just couldn't fathom like that's even feasible. But 77 3-point attempts, and I thought of what's bugging you.
Yep.
It's out of control. But just before OT tipped, just share with me like the game's tied.
How? I mean, and you watch it happen. And they go up 31, and it's like, okay. I mean, not that the game's not over, but you're thinking, oh, they're gonna make a run.
I thought it was over.
Well,
So we both did. We're texting
you
each
thought it was over, but I didn't think they'd win by 62, being up by 31.
All right.
You know, Houston was was live. The Warriors were amazing, and Houston was just kind of okay. And then out of the locker room, Houston changed it up. They started switching everything on defense. They started trapping the ball. They started pressuring the ball, and all of a sudden, nobody on the Warriors could either dribble or continue standing up.
Make a free throw.
Right. It was like bowling pin basketball. They were just toppling over at the top of the key and couldn't make a free throw. And, you know, all of a sudden it's 16, it's 13, it's 9, it's 7. This game is tied.
And then the Draymond turnover.
Yeah.
Oh
my God. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, I got saved from the anxiety because I ended up at a costume party that night, which is something that I do
What'd you go as?
twice per life. I actually, and this was almost embarrassing. My son is so large that I now fit into his costume. So he bought a Halloween costume. He's like a naval aviator.
You wore his hand-me-downs?
I wore his costume. Well, he wore it on Halloween.
Yeah.
He wore like a Top Gun outfit kind of a thing. He bought it on Amazon or whatever, and he was done with it because Halloween was 2 nights earlier. So I'm like, all right, let me grab that, and I put it on. We go down the street to the Halloween party. And this is watch the whole first half of the game.
You watch the game.
Feet are up.
It's an Ottoman game.
It's an Ottoman game. We're making food for people. We're like tweeting. I'm like, I think the Warriors are best team I've ever seen in my life. Like, I mean, you're just we're excited.
Yeah.
And then I go get ready. And as I'm leaving, Lil Jude's still watching the game, and it's not 31 anymore, it's 19. But it's the fourth quarter.
So what's
So I looked at it.
No problem.
I gave it one eyebrow, and I'm like, we're all right.
No way.
We out. We go to the party. And now we go talk to people, the bop, and you're meeting people who are in costume, so I'll never know if I see them again. All of that stuff that you do. And then I pull the phone out 2 hours later. Why do I have 27 texts? What the hell happened? I went back and watched it, but I got saved from all that, the anxiety you guys are talking about.
Man.
I went straight to the end.
I couldn't believe it.
Oh,
yeah. That's one, if they lose, you're going to file that one away, not only for this year, but for a long time.
And PTSD, though, because of last year.
Yeah, of course.
Nick, I think it's beautiful that they did this and still won.
Yeah.
Because last year, those are the games they kept losing.
And I went to Twitter. They had the possession. I go, they're going to win it on the walk-off, 9.7. Kuminga subbed out. I tweet, how's he going to take that? And then he's Superman in OT, but he didn't get the shot off. Yeah. But it was great they won that, man. I hope Curry's back tonight. But, Willard, that's funny because he was 16 going in the fourth, and I'm still not believing. I had something in my little cup, so I'm having fun with myself. Like, there's nothing here. And I turned Evan on, like, I got to hear his thoughts, and I felt like he's talking to me the whole time doing the pre and post. But, Dibs, wow. With the 3-ball, you're never out of stock. Here's Steiny now. Dude, thank you, Guru.
But that was the crazy part. It wasn't like they were raining threes. Like they were basically just stopping the Warriors every time down. And getting whatever they wanted. Dude. It was like leads in the NBA now are not what they used to be. That's obvious, but that would have been tied for the 5th largest blown lead in the history of basketball.
Don't you guys kind of feel like we've
like
learned
31,
especially in this era of the 3-ball. If you're up by 20. It's not over. If you're up by 30, it's over. Like,
it's over.
You're not giving up a 30-point lead.
It's not only the 3, it's also the pace. And I looked it up a week ago, or maybe longer, where the Warriors were when they won their first chip. Their pace was, I think, 2nd. And if you took that pace that they were at then and you applied it to last year, they would have been 27th.
Wow.
The pace, everybody. And you look at this game, the Rockets shot 107 shots in 53 minutes. 45 of them were threes. So now it's just up and down. We're shooting threes. Everybody's running and ripping. Right. So you're bombing, but you're also doing it really fast. When was the last time you saw an NBA team walking up the floor? I mean, they just don't anymore. the ball goes through the hoop.
Chris Paul last year.
Pop, and it's,
Oh, that's good.
He was actually running, but it looked like it's right. I can take shots now.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
One thing I noticed, guys, because there's no NBA tomorrow because it's such an important day.
And I hate the NFL had
in the
deadline.
NFL. No, forget the other
In the
sports.
NFL.
I thought that was why tomorrow was an important day.
Exactly.
NBA's taking the day off because it's the NFL trade deadline.
Exactly.
And they need to focus.
We all need to focus.
Yes.
And I dropped the other thing off today in the mailbox, so I'm all set. But one thing I noticed about today, there's 15 games, all 30 teams, but they are staggered starts. So the first game tips at 4 our time, and then every 15 minutes, another game tips.
That's why Warriors, I'm like, why 4:15?
Exactly.
That's a weird start time.
So you got a game at 4:15, 4:30, 4:45, 5, all the way up until 7, whatever.
And that's because of tomorrow.
I think it's just because they wanted to do something different and special. So you're going to have staggered finishes.
I did not notice that until just now.
4:15.
You can watch the first quarter of every game.
It's like a tee sheet at the golf course.
Exactly.
Every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, Mavericks and Magic. You're on the tee. Mavericks and Magic.
Wow. Next up, Warriors and Wizards.
Warriors might need to play through tonight.
Exactly.
Down.
So that'll be something to watch. As you're sipping on something on a Monday night, and you got
not tonight. That's only weekend.
Weekend. I'm gonna be sipping on a bunch of stuff tomorrow night.
No doubt.
That juice you gave me a few months ago, I saved it for tomorrow night.
Yeah, there you go.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Anyway,
should be a fun football game too if you want to partake. And you got Mahomes with a big number he's laying, and Tampa Bay. The line is now 9, I think, right? Yeah, 9.
And I asked him his thoughts on the Chiefs and this version of it, how they're undefeated. And Mahomes, the great quarterback, has more interceptions and touchdowns. Kelsey's a no-show, but they're it's the
bananas.
epitome.
It's frustrating bananas is what it is, because everybody is lined up to go, well, let me see. The Lions are the best team in the NFC, and the Ravens are the best team in the AFC.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs are over here painting their nails.
It's incredible.
They're like, we've won 3 of the last 4 bowls. We have not lost a game yet this year. I'm sorry. Who is it you think is the best team? It's the weirdest dynamic.
And we were at your house when Mahomes won a Super Bowl on one wheel. And now here they are,
allegedly.
Undefeated. It's incredible, man.
Well,
they can't win it again. This would be the first time.
You kept saying that. I'm like, wow.
I checked. They're allowed to.
Yeah.
It's not against the rules. And by the way, do you know, and this is fun for the spread tonight, Fade the Dibbers, the win over the Niners.
I'm cold.
That's their only 2-score win of the year.
Now, wow.
All of their wins are by 1 score.
Was that the most points they'd scored? It was like 26 or 28 or something.
28.
That would be against the 49ers, by the way.
They won by 7, 1, 5, 7, 13, 10, and 7.
Oh,
they
did
beat
I
the
miss
Saints
one?
by 13.
My bad. That's right, 2.
Well,
Okay,
they don't even have the best scoring defense because that belongs to the Chargers.
Right.
But the thing about the Chiefs is
Your team needs some love.
What?
The
I
Chargers
told them Jim Harbaugh's a damn. I knew it was going to happen.
Well, I gave them a ton of love last night because the week before I'd kind of taken a shot at them. They were 4-3, and I'm like, but you're boring. And this
they still are.
You're boring, and
I hate that.
This Harbaugh style's not going to win in 2024. And then they were like, "Watch this," and I know it's just Cleveland.
Yeah,
but boy,
Cleveland was riding high.
Y'all loved Winston when he went up and down the field on Baltimore. Yep. The Chargers can play.
Man, you ain't got to tell me.
You know what it is about the Chargers is you just haven't heard of any of them.
Oh, quit talking like this.
No. Enjoy it, relish it.
Even Justin Herbert, as you know, has faded into the background. Like nobody wanted him in fantasy anymore. And then outside of that, on offense, there's no Eckler, there's no Keenan Allen, there's no Mike Williams.
Yeah,
nobody's heard of anybody.
They've got Quinton Johnson, who went off yesterday.
Is that how you're going to pronounce it now?
I am, only because I noticed.
J.K. Dobbins.
I went up against
Johnson last year.
Lubman in fantasy.
Now you got I got 188. You got 170.
Lubman had a wide receiver starting who is on IR, and he had Quinton Johnson on his bench.
Wow.
So I'm watching Quinton Johnson go off, and I'm like, oh, thank you, Sam, for for deciding not to play fantasy any longer.
Yeah, starting people on IR should mean relegation.
Wow.
It should be a fine. Kangaroo court.
Yeah. No. You don't get to be in the league next year.
Oh, Willard.
This guy is such a D.
Come on, man. Playing people on IR?
Dude.
For those of us in the cellar, it's...
I mean,
well, hopefully
you're still
you paid
fighting
your
for your
fees.
life?
Yeah, Carter's kicking my ass.
Yeah,
this
it's
week.
over.
Yeah,
I'm in trouble.
Carter's
And he
that
got an
team
A plus on the draft. That's like the Madden curse.
Yeah,
when I see that, whenever I see that, like if I do a draft,
Evan, I love you.
If I do a draft and it's like you got an A plus, I throw my phone.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, this season's over. It's not going to go well.
Before we get out of here, I think the one-handed catch now is just it's become ordinary because they got the gloves.
Yeah.
But the Saquon Barkley, whatever you call what he did on that football field, is the most incredible thing I think I've ever seen.
It was figure skating. First, it was the jab, you can't get me. Then it was like the triangle spin. I don't know those video games.
Dude.
He hit him with the spin, and then to finish off the three-piece, now I'm going to jump over you.
Backwards, though.
With a half spin in the air.
Can I just say this? Swing it back to McCaffrey because I don't think there were that many running backs in the league.
Evan said he's the only one that could have did it.
There's not. Well, but here's what there's not that many running backs in the league that can change a team. There's not that many. McCaffrey obviously did it to the 49ers.
Yep.
Are you saying Barkley's
I think he's
it?
about to do it again.
Yeah, wow. Derrick Henry, you guys said it earlier. Yeah. Derrick Henry did it to Baltimore.
Although Lamar is just insane.
But Henry can't jump over newspaper.
That's not the point. Yeah. My point is the Eagles. Remember who the Eagles were when we last saw them in January.
I see where you're going.
They were a joke. Yeah. They're winning in spite of their coach. Because he's still a joke. Almost blew it. Yeah. But Saquon Barkley.
He has changed it.
He has changed that football team.
He's probably an MVP conversation. I know I'm
It starts and ends with Jared Goff.
He's playing, man.
I had a chance to.
The Rams can never regret that since they won a Super Bowl with
chop it up with Jared's parents on Saturday night.
Look at my man.
And they, Jerry, if you're out there listening, and I know you're not, he wasn't too happy with the anti-Jared rhetoric on some local station. So
that sounds
I was fighting for my life.
I'm trying to. When's the last time people even had a lengthy conversation about Jared Goff?
I don't know, but when you're talking to a father about the criticism of his son,
no doubt.
and then when the mother of said quarterback chimes in, your boy is getting a two-piece.
What did the mom say?
I've listened, and I think you guys are too hard on him.
Oh, man.
Especially coming from you, a fellow Marin County person.
Dibs.
And I said, I think
Yikes.
I just...
We like Jared Goff.
I love this man.
When the hell... Do they know that the show open for 3 years was about him?
I tried to explain the humor in that.
They didn't like that?
Everyone's got to call.
I can say for the next hour up until Warriors Live at 3:15, leading into 4:15 against the Wizards. I know where you won't hear Jared Goff slander on 95.7 The Game.
You might. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's start another week, and it is Christian McCaffrey week. It is a 3-pop of Warriors week. We got him tonight. We got him Wednesday night. We got him Friday night. So we're going to have a bunch of that. I think, look, we got some stuff we want to say about McCaffrey, but I'm gonna do what they call forward promote.
I like it.
In the business.
I love it.
Listen at 2:30. It is my belief that on the morning roast today, on 95.7 The Game, the most interesting, the most important comment that the Warriors organization has ever made about Jonathan Kuminga was uttered this morning to Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Okay? So we're going to, in 15 minutes, we will play it for you. We will talk about it. It is fascinating. I think it is illuminating. It is an illumination sensation.
That's a buck.
It is. Pay $2 because it's a big one, okay? We're going to talk about that coming up at 2:30. But hey, Christian McCaffrey is on the internet running.
Yeah.
And it's pretty alluring.
And the window is open, which means they have 21 days to get him on the field and activate him. And I would guess that it happens within that 21-day window. He probably is going to play on Sunday, and I have mixed feelings about that because I don't think you need to rush him back, and they won't rush him back. But I also think that you can beat Tampa Bay even if Christian McCaffrey doesn't play. I think you need McCaffrey in December, in January, more than you need him in early November.
But can I ask you why you would constitute playing him this weekend as rushing him? It's week 10. He's been working out on the side for 6 weeks.
Right, and it's not rushing him if they think he's ready. Yeah. But I just don't want to have Kyle Shanahan get in a spot where he starts to use him and overuse him, and you maybe use him up in November because you've been mostly good on offense. Your running backs have not been the problem, in my opinion, with your offense. So, go ahead and let these other guys still play a role.
But you know that, and I don't disagree with that, but it's not just about the running back stats. Having him on the field makes a defense sweat. They don't know where you're going. They don't know what you're doing. Your optionality doubles as far as what you can do because he's essentially a wide receiver in the backfield, and you got a running back as a wide receiver. And if you've got Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey on the field at the same time, good luck to you, defense. Defensive coordinator nightmare. And so here's where I hear you, though. I really hear you on this front. Sometimes, and Kyle Shanahan, like many of them, football coaches, and maybe just men in general, a little bit of black and white thinkers. Are you in or are you out?
Right.
And if you're in, let's go. So I hear what you're saying, which is that maybe try to find some sort of a middle ground. And actually, my guess is that they will. These are questions that Kyle will maybe sort of kind of answer throughout the week. But I would imagine just because it is his first game at football speed, you're probably not going to see 20-something touches for Christian McCaffrey. But like I said, man, if he's ready to go, get him out there. Because even if just having him on the field, your offense is so much better.
Absolutely. The decoy factor and what you can do from a multitude of formations and line him up in different spots. And I'm not so worried about Garendo and suddenly not having his development happen. I'm more concerned with Jordan Mason and if his shoulder is going to be healthy. And if Mason still is nursing the shoulder, well, maybe you do need to lean on McCaffrey a little bit more. And I also think if the game is close, then he's going to lean on McCaffrey more than fans actually want. And I just don't think that this game is going to be that close. You're coming off a bye. Shanahan's usually really good off a bye. And as you were mentioning, Tampa has a short week. They only have 6 days. You've got 14. So the advantages are built in for you against a team that is a little bit down, a little depleted.
I agree with your concept to a point. The other side to that, though, is you're really kind of run out of room for error. And the 49ers, I don't think that they have the ability to look at football games anymore and be like, well, we can get this one without Christian, or we can do that, and we're fine, like we're headed to the playoffs. Look, the Cardinals won their 5th game already yesterday. They've got the tiebreaker on you, at least for the moment, and they will until the final game of the year because you don't see them again until then, and you have to go there. And by the way, before you do that, you've got road games in Green Bay and Buffalo and Miami, and Detroit is coming to you. This is hard, and the Niners really can only afford 2 or 3 more losses. If Christian McCaffrey's ready to play, dude, clap, let's go. Let's go. It is winning time. You got 9 games to go, and you got to win most of them, if not almost all of them.
Yeah, 6 of the 9 with the right 6. If you sweep your division and win just 3 other games and you wind up 10-7, you win the division, I believe. I don't think that anyone gets to 11. And if you beat the Rams and Seattle and Arizona as a part of your 6 wins, you get to 10-7, then you would hold the tiebreakers. And I can't imagine Arizona goes 6-2 in the rest of their games?
You looked at their schedule?
Arizona?
Yeah.
No, but
I mean, remember, were they 3rd or 4th? Like, what was their placing last year? They get a crap schedule.
Oh, I think they were 4th last year.
Like they're 5-4, and they get to host the Jets this weekend. That is a very winnable game. In fact, I bet they'll be the favorite in that football game. And then they get a bye. And still on their schedule in the second half of the year, home games to Seattle, New England, They go on the road to Carolina. Like, I'm looking at the Arizona Cardinals and going, dude, don't just assume if you get to fair. 9 or 10 wins that you're going to be fine. You could very easily both end up, for example, 9-7 with a road date at their place to decide the division in the last game. I hear what you're saying, and obviously Christian's health matters more than anything. But dude, I don't think go time is 2 weeks from now or 1 week from now. It's this week.
Of course, coming off a bye, and you've got 9 games left, and you realize that, as we were talking earlier, it's not only about winning the division, it's about getting a good placement in the playoffs seeding-wise. And for me, the big key is avoiding Detroit's half of the bracket if you can. If Detroit is going to be this good, and if they are going to be the number 1 seed, then, in my opinion, it behooves you to be 2 or 3. Because if you're 4, then you win your first game, you're most likely going to take on Detroit, unless there's an upset. If the 6 or the 7 beats the 2 or the 3, which happens.
Actually, I would argue the way it's set up this year is maybe, I don't want to use the word probable, but entirely possible. You're looking at, for example, let's say the Niners ended up the 4, that 2-3, the number 2 and number 3 could be like Washington and Tampa or Atlanta. And the team coming to town, the Green Bay Packers or something like that.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
You could, the wild card, because of Green Bay and Minnesota, you could end up in a situation where those teams are almost favored in round 1 of the playoffs.
But if you get to 2 or 3, then there's no way you face Detroit in the next game.
Correct.
So even if you're 3, there's no way that you would have to take on Detroit in that next playoff game. So that, for me, becomes as important as winning the division. And you look at these teams, Atlanta is sneaky good.
They're not bad.
Sneaky better than many people thought at 6-3. And the Commanders, say what you will about their schedule and who they've beaten. They're 7-2.
No, that's a good football team.
It is. And, I think their schedule is very similar to Arizona's in that, well, now they're going to take on a Dallas team without Dak, and they just beat the New York Football Giants, and they have a last-place schedule as well. So you're right about the Niners needing to make some hay to avoid being a 4 seed, even if they win the division.
I mean, I look at it right now, and because the Eagles are 6-2, because of the Packers and the Vikings sitting as 6-win teams also, I do think you look at that NFC structure right now and go, I'm willing to bet that those are your 3 wild card teams. Philly could catch Washington. If so, then Washington is the wild card.
Yeah.
You get it. I think Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, Philly, Washington, those are all playoff teams.
Agreed.
That leaves 2 other spots. Atlanta right now, the inside track to get the other one. That leaves 1.
And that's your NFC West winner.
There's no second place in the NFC West in January. I don't believe.
I agree with you.
And so if Arizona, I right now see Arizona as at minimum a 9. I think that's a 9-win team. I think Arizona can get to 9
based on the remaining schedule.
So there is some wiggle room for the 49ers to go 10-7 and win this thing, but it very well could end up last game of the year, and both teams are 9-7 and staring across the line of scrimmage at one another.
Well, and the Rams are still very much in the thick of it. And Seattle's not out of it, but something about Seattle just doesn't feel quite right. They feel to me like the 4th best of the 4 with the 4th best quarterback in the division as well.
Interesting. I mean, it's week to week.
It is.
They went to overtime. If they had won that game yesterday, we probably wouldn't feel that way. But, yeah, I think all of the teams in the West have played mediocre football so far. Optimism certainly there for the Niners. Opportunity to be the cream of the crop. We'll see. The second half starts this weekend. We'll be all over it all week long. We're sponsored by Safeway. But here we go, okay? We're excited to jump in because I woke up this morning and I immediately heard this on the morning roast, and I'm like, well, that right there, that tells the entire story of Jonathan Kuminga's 4 years with the Warriors. It is, in my opinion, the most important and the most revealing thing that anyone within the organization has ever said about Jonathan Kuminga, who deserves a ton of credit for winning that game on Saturday night. We will play for you what was said and start talking it out next. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Smith, shot no good. Rebound Looney. Outlet to Anderson. Anderson ahead to Kuminga, one-on-one. He's going to drive all the way in, goes up and scores! He beats Smith Jr. to the rim. That's the kind of transition we have not seen in the second half from Golden State. Warriors lead 123-119. Circling up top, Kuminga. He'll get the ball. On the far side. Now attacks the rim. Fumbled it. Goes up strong with a left hand and went right over the top of Smith. And Kuminga with a couple of huge baskets. Here it's 127-121. Kuminga with 23 on 7 of 12 shooting.
Bay Area, this is Jonathan Kuminga. You're listening to Wheeler and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Yeah, JK.
Well, that means that Jonathan was celebrating his great game on Saturday through Sunday night and not watching Sunday Night Football because your pick stunk.
Well, that pick was an unfortunate. I mean, it was there for the having.
I tried to tell you, it was the Vikings were. It was their night. It was they'd lost 2 in a row. It was time to get a win.
I had points and I had a couple of drops, and Flacco threw a couple of hospital balls. It was like, oh
God,
you can't. I mean,
he almost killed Michael Pittman.
That one of them was to Pittman. It's like if I throw this and he catches it, it's a really good throw. But if I throw it, he may wind up in the morgue.
This is one of those games where I just felt mean, and I didn't want to talk about it at all because the internet was alive with, well, Anthony Richardson can do that. And I was like, no, he can't. His balls are so far over the receiver's head, they're not hospital balls. They literally miss everything. So I felt just mean. I'm like, the Colts are, they're not in a great spot as far as the quarterback position. Flacco's a nice story as a backup quarterback the last 2 years, but he
took sacks on like 7 straight plays. Throw the ball, dude.
Seriously.
Anyway.
Especially if you are going against the Minnesota defense in fantasy. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Anyway, bygones be bygones. That's the end of that. Let's get to this because we both think this is super interesting. And leave it to Ron Adams, of all people, to show up with the big hammer. When the hell has that ever happened before? Ron Adams.
Yeah, he speaks the truth, though. If you ask him a question, he's going to tell you the truth. He's been around long enough to not have to bullshit anymore. Shout out Casey.
Very good.
Yep.
Warrior fans, stop what you're doing because he's about to ruin. This is absolute must listen. And you know what's really fun? Go back on YouTube and watch Bonte and Joe when he says it. Because both of them get the visual of Bonte and Joe when Adams says what he's about to say or we're about to play for you. They both sit up straight in their chair. They look at each other with that that look. And then they start waving their arms because they're trying to get the producers, Spadoni and Lubman, or whoever was here this morning, cut that. It's that interesting. And this tells not just the story of Saturday, not just the story of now, the story of the last 4 years of Jonathan Kuminga. So if you are a Warrior fan, I want you to listen very closely to this, what Ron Adams has to say about Jonathan Kuminga's performance on Saturday night, which was so epic in the overtime victory. Here it is.
He scored meaningful points down the stretch, but I think more than that, and I told him this, I thought it was his best game ever as a Warrior. And I say that because I thought he played every possession locked in with great effort. And I'm talking both sides of the ball. And this is what he's capable of doing. I think sometimes, let me just back up a little bit. Several seasons ago when he was having trouble scoring, figuring out the scoring part of it, he was really playing some good defense for us. If you remember, we were putting him on, in some cases, in any given game, the best player on the other squad. And he was responding well. His energy was good. Then he started scoring, and with a lot of younger players in the league, they forget about defense a little bit. And now we're back in approaching a really good balance. And if he can continue to do this and understand, above all else, just the nature of this league. Look, a basic fundamental in this league, the basic fundamental, I might add, is playing the game at an NBA level, playing the game with great intensity and aggressiveness. And this is why I was just elated for him and the game he played the other night in Houston, because I thought that game exemplified both of those characteristics.
I cannot say enough about this.
Yeah, Ron Adams, keeping it a buck. He's not going to give praise unless praise is deserved.
And praise is deserved.
Yeah.
But so's the story of where we've been.
Right? Well, we've all seen it, right? I mean,
have we?
Well, we've all seen it as people watching from our couch. And if we've seen it, they've seen it 100 times more.
I'd argue that so many people watching from their couch don't see it. They look at a box score and they go, Kuminga can score 21. Steve Kerr hates young people. and they put a sign in their lawn. Vote for someone other than Steve Kerr. He hates young people. Ron Adams right here is both doing two things at the same time. He is telling you that Jonathan Kuminga was phenomenal on Saturday night and deserves all kinds of credit for how he's reacting to the last 3 games, when I will not use the word benched, when they removed him from a starting position.
Right.
Okay? He's telling you how much credit Jonathan Kuminga deserves. And not just because we like the fact that he's put the ball in the bucket some, but that he is being an all-around NBA level, what he's capable of, both sides of the floor basketball player. But he also lets you know in there that once Jonathan started scoring buckets last year, when he basically talked his way into the starting lineup, that he forgot about the other end of the floor. Go back to the playoffs the year before that against the Kings.
He was unplayable.
He was unplayable because he's watching people get rebounds in front of him. And I feel like a lot of the fan base sat there and went, but he's a high flyer and he can score. Right. But like any coach or teacher who uses different rules for different people because they're like, my man, I see more in you. You can be all of these things. You've got to go do that. You got to go fulfill your potential. And so I am like Ron. I am thrilled with what we're seeing so far this year from Jonathan Kuminga. But I also thought that was the most revealing thing I've ever heard anyone in the organization say about Jonathan, because it also told us what has happened the last few years.
Right, without calling him out.
Yeah, of
it
course.
was just pointing out what we've all seen, which is at times Jonathan Kuminga hasn't seemed to be super interested in the other end of the floor playing the defense. And we talk a lot about plus minus and it being a small sample in one game, but you look at that game Saturday and he was a plus 18, a team high plus 18. And when you have a 31-point lead, everybody, for the most part, over that stretch was going to be plus. But then the third quarter, when it went south, a lot of that was not during times when he was out there. And then he did kind of rescue him in overtime with 2 really, really good buckets. One going to his left, a step back, and the other one where he got to the cup and finished. And he was the one in the overtime. Pods had fouled out.
Yep.
Draymond was gone. And you look at that finishing 5, and we may never see that 5 again. You had, Lindy Waters was out there. You had Kavan, who was out there. And I believe Buddy Hield was still a part of that finishing lineup. And it was just kind of an odd group of 5, and yet he was the guy who came in and took over in the overtime.
Man, they missed 18 free throws in this basketball game.
That's wild.
That's an unbelievable number.
It's more unbelievable that they shot 50.
50.
The Warriors shot 50 free throws. That's normally a month for this team. They just don't get to the foul line, and yet...
No.
And, maybe...
And they fouled the other team a lot, and they did not. The Rockets did not shoot half as many as they shot.
Almost everybody got to the line. And
yeah.
Wiggins shot 10, and Kuminga shot 10, and it was really the others. Draymond, 5 of 9, uncharacteristically poor. He's usually better than that.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. This has been an inspirational start to the season, I think.
Sure. 5-1.
5-1. You blow a 31-point lead. You still win. You've done half the season without Steph. You know what I mean? Like, look at all these different sort of boxes, I guess, that have already been checked with the way they're going about it. And I would argue the number one box to be checked, it appears through getting moved to off the bench or whatever, that Jonathan Kuminga and the coaching staff right now, they sound like they're on the same page.
I don't know that I've ever felt that way before.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense that you keep him there no matter who comes back or when they come back. And if Steph is able to go, we should find out here in the next 15 minutes or so. I saw that he was game time and he was warming up, so I would bet that he will be in there and he will go. But you look at Kuminga, the last 3 games, he's been spectacular. He scored 17, 16, and then he had the 23 in the Saturday game, which is, averaging about 19 a game coming off the bench. His minutes are up. His efficiency is up. Everything is arrow up with him coming off the bench. So I don't know why you would want to change up what's working and put him in the lineup.
I mean, you were the one that pointed out right when the news broke, when we were out there on the plaza talking to Zaza on the plaza.
That's right.
And that breaking news hit that Jonathan Kuminga was not going to start that night. And you immediately pointed out, you're like, well, this is about shooting and the unavailability of Steph Curry. And Draymond Green talked about that on his podcast over the weekend. He's like, it had nothing to do with like a punishment. It had to do with the fact, I love what Draymond said. He goes, it's actually more about me. He goes, it's about me because Steph's not out there and I'm not a great shooter. So we can't put how much like not great shooting can we put on the floor at one time. So we move Jonathan to the bench and he plays the same number of minutes for a different role, and he's been looking really good. But if Steph's back, do you rewind to the way you were doing it when Steph was in before, which was Jonathan in the starting lineup?
You might, but it depends on Wiggins, who's also a game-time decision after Saturday's game. So if you have Wiggins and Steph and you have everybody available, do you revert to your opening night lineup, which is Kuminga and Wiggins and Draymond and Steph and TJD?
Which was not having great starts to basketball games, by the way.
No.
Small sample.
Even though you won by 36 and 41 in your first 2 games, you had holes that you dug in both of those games.
I mean, that Portland game, which was the opening night game, they won by, what was it, 36 points?
36, yeah.
They won by 36. You're closing down on halftime. They were barely ahead.
Yeah.
They barely were leading at all. And they were behind in the first 6 minutes of that basketball game. So, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. I am thinking that it's likely that Steph will play tonight, the arc of the way this thing. And by the way, I can also tell you earlier today in Washington, there was an optional shoot-around. Steph participated.
Right. That tells me...
I'm assuming he'll play.
Right. And that tells me that he wasn't, fighting to get last-minute treatment to make sure that he could maybe give it a go. If he was out there for the optional shoot-around, that tells me he's ramping up and trying to get the ankle loose and comfortable, and that I would bet that he does go tonight, taking on the Jordan Pooles.
The Jordan Pooles.
The Pooles. And interesting note about Washington is they had to travel much further to get to this home game than the Warriors did, coming from just Houston. They played in Mexico City on Saturday night against the Heat.
They did?
They lost to the Heat in Mexico City. And Director of Sports and Travel, Lucas Alexander, and I were poking it around about a pre-show today, and we were, how far is that flight? And turns out Mexico City, further east than you think. It's actually directly below Houston.
Right. Okay.
So
yes.
It's a 4-hour flight, but
Mexico,
Washington,
it swings.
Mexico, that thing goes. I think it's pretty wide.
Mexico City is not in Baja California.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's much more straight down from Texas, but it's only a 4-hour flight. But still, Washington played Miami in Mexico City before traveling back home to then play tonight against the Dubs.
Jordan Poole is shooting over 50% from 3 so far this year.
Yeah. Jordan Poole greater than Klay Thompson. Klay has cooled off considerably.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing that out. Dallas plays tonight.
What did he score the other night? 9?
Yeah.
He scored 9?
Yeah. Well, it was a blowout, so they didn't really need him for much in the second half. I think he only played 25 minutes. Or so.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Dallas plays tonight because everybody plays tonight.
Right. Is Klay night a week from tomorrow? Do I have that right? Ooh, that's sexy.
That is a week from tomorrow. Okay, so the 12th.
Mark it down.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go and get a sitter for that one. I'm going to have to get out there for that one.
Yeah.
We're going to have to be out there for that one.
Are we doing it out there, Lucas? We are? Good. Let's go to the game.
I love it. Director of remotes.
Yeah.
Lucas Alexander.
He's nodding, but I did not know for sure if he actually knows what he's talking about. Like, are we actually out there for sure?
The plan is yes. I don't think anything's locked in yet, but we should be there.
Okay. All right. He gave me a hard yes, like it's done.
Yeah.
And then he's like, actually, I have no idea, but the plan is.
So anyway,
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Yeah, I got it right here from Mark Stein, the Stein line. Stephen Curry is now expected to make his return to the lineup tonight in Washington after missing Golden State's past 3 games. League sources tell at the Stein line. Mark Stein with it. Steph Curry. Gonna play, Mark. It's exciting.
See, and I was over here. I know I was over here like staring at Slate's. I was on Slate's Twitter, and I'm just like, Slate's gonna have it. Let's go. Stein beat him to the punch. Now, Slate's did just 4 seconds ago, although I say that now after it took 12 seconds to say it. So it's been about 16 seconds, Slate's. Steph Curry will play in D.C. tonight, returns after a 3-game absence.
Let's do this.
All right, so we expected it, and then 3 minutes later, it became reality.
Yep.
Steph is in, and so now that's the next tweet we're waiting for, right? Does Kuminga return to the starting lineup? What would you do? Because, again, the Warriors have said the reason we took him out is because no Steph. But now it's also working, and so you blend in the vibe of like, well, if it ain't broke, you don't fix it, right? I feel like he stays coming off of the bench. And again, who cares? It doesn't matter. If he's going to play his 28 minutes or whatever, who cares? I don't care. Keep playing well. But it'll be interesting. It'd be interesting to see the way the coaching staff decides to play it.
And I wonder who that would be, who would replace him if it's Steph and Draymond and Wiggins, assuming Wiggins is in. I haven't seen a report that he's not. And TJD, who's your 5th? Do you go to
Pods?
Yeah, you go to Pods, or you go to Kyle Anderson, who's coming off a good late game against Houston.
Moody's been starting.
Yep.
So maybe it'll be that would be my guess. If I had to predict, I'm going to go Steph, Moody, Wiggins, Draymond, and TJD.
Yeah, that's a good prediction.
That'll be my prediction.
Yeah, and we hopefully will find out during Warriors Live that you and I will preside over.
Yes, we will.
At 3:45 or 3:15 to 3:45, so we'll lock that in.
Apparently, this is just a rumor. It's kind of like us being out at the game next Tuesday night.
Yeah.
That's reported but not confirmed. Also reported but not confirmed, potential special guest live from D.C., who all of you know very, 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 very well.
Very, 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 very well?
Yeah. You listen to this station, you know this person very well.
Okay. That's a tease.
We're working on it. I'll just tell you this, to circle back to what we were saying after the Ron Adams comment, which actually I kind of feel like I'd like to play it again.
Do it.
For those of you who just joined, but because I think it's the most important thing the organization's ever said publicly about Jonathan Kuminga. I love this. To me, 5-1, 3 of them without Steph, that's all wonderful. There's nothing better that can happen to the Warriors organization this year than this, which is that JK is accepting of his role and playing his rear end off, both ends of the floor, and the organization can kind of, I hope, explain to the fan base what they've been seeing and thinking and doing. So maybe we can get JK to play really well consistently and also get rid of this idea that the coaching staff hates him or that they're trying to hold him down or something ridiculous like that, which we tend to hear a lot of. Hear it again. Ron Adams on the Morning Roast today saying that this was Jonathan Kuminga's best ever game as a Warrior.
He scored meaningful points down the stretch, but I think more than that, and I told him this, I thought it was his best game ever as a Warrior. And I say that because I thought he played every possession locked in with great effort. And I'm talking both sides of the ball. And this is what he's capable of doing. I think sometimes, let me just back up a little bit. Several seasons ago when he was having trouble scoring, figuring out the scoring part of it, he was really playing some good defense for us. If you remember, we were putting him on, in some cases, in any given game, the best player on the other squad. And he was responding well. His energy was good. Then he started scoring, and with a lot of younger players in the league, they forget about defense a little bit. And now we're back in approaching a really good balance. And if he can continue to do this and understand, above all else, just the nature of this league. Look, a basic fundamental in this league, the basic fundamental, I might add, is playing the game at an NBA level, playing the game with great intensity and aggressiveness. And this is why I was just elated for him and the game he played the other night in Houston, because I thought that game exemplified both of those characteristics.
Oof, there it is. I think that is so big. His best ever game as a Warrior. This is what he's capable of. When he started scoring points, he forgot about defense for a little while, but now he's remembered, and he deserves a ton of credit, especially for this last week, where Shams Charania is like, benched! And he's like, watch this.
Totally.
Relax.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Benched, but minutes up. He plays his season high in minutes. After being benched, that doesn't quite make sense, but you see him play and you watch the game and you do see that enthusiasm on both ends of the floor, and it makes you wonder just how great he can be. When he plays like that, and he hit, I think, 2 of his 3-pointers as well. He had a couple of great catch and shoots. He's finishing with both hands, both sides of the rim. And then on defense, he is authoritative and he's interested. And it just makes you wonder what a 22-year-old can still become in the association.
Yeah, well, and I wonder this. You know, we spent last week, we ended the week with that report out of, was it Bleacher Report? No, it was Hollinger and who's my other guy? Amick, thank you, Sam Amick. It was Hollinger and Sam Amick who wrote the piece that said, other GMs say the Warriors have never been more willing to include Jonathan Kuminga in a deal. Well, we're fans. We're reactive, right? How's that hit you now?
It hits me as even more true.
Really?
They're building up the value of this guy.
You don't want to just keep him? He's 22.
Oh, you'd love to keep him.
Okay.
But at the same time, between now and February, and I said this last week, you're going to have a lot of this. And the Ron Adams just happens to be true, and it's coming off a game where he showed it. But I would bet that you're going to see and hear a lot more, isn't he great talk, as his value continues to go up and up.
But what if he actually is? What if he does this consistently?
Well, then,
what if he's giving you 22 a night off of the bench and being a closer?
Then you better be ready to keep him and pay him $40 million a year.
Exactly.
It's the same thing as Brock Purdy. Brock got to that point where he's a $60 million guy now, and you got to have him, so now he's going to get paid.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We're moving into Warriors Live in about 20 minutes, but we got some time for some phone calls here if you want to weigh on in. 888-957-9570. Now that you've seen these 3 off-the-bench games from Jonathan Kuminga all good, are you still kind of on that tip of like, yeah, he's a tradable piece? Or are you thinking, you know what, we better just wrap our arms around this guy and pay him? Too early for final decisions, but how do you feel in this moment? We'll take some calls next. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
You know who that is, don't you?
Jeff!
You know what he does, right?
He plays basketball tonight.
You know what else he does?
Golfs?
He starts.
Oh, yeah.
He starts.
Oh, you got the lineup?
No. They said that he's in the lineup. Mark Stein, read the tweet. It wasn't just he's playing. He said he's in the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know if Steve has released the lineup, but Mark is.
Did we
lose you? I think Mark Stein is probably playing the percentages. The chef is almost always in the lineup.
Yeah, he's starting. I'd be that would be a crazy little twist if we find out. He's targeting about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Off of the bench. We're going to use him in the third quarter.
When you miss games like that, you got to go to the bottom of the pecking order and work your way back into earning minutes.
Oh, sorry. Kareth Burke. Per Steve Kerr, Steph will play and will start.
There you go.
Is that more definitive?
KB.
There it is.
Who else will play and start?
He politely declined to name the other four.
He always politely declines.
No, usually, we're good. Look, the game starts in an hour and 12 minutes, so.
Right.
We're going to know soon enough. But
we will.
We don't know yet.
We don't. And I don't think you have to submit your actual lineup until there's 10 or 15 minutes before tip.
Yeah, I don't know.
They always do.
You got to get the name over to the yelling person so they can get all the,
exactly.
the pronouncers right? You got to go do that. So anyway, we'll know soon. And Willard and Dibs will have Warriors Live for you starting in just about 10 minutes. And a very special guest has been confirmed.
I love that.
Confirmed.
I look forward to this one.
Yeah, this will be it'll be fun. It'll be fun, no question about it. But some of y'all want to talk Kuminga. Ron Adams came on the morning roast and said that was on Saturday night Jonathan Kuminga's best game as a Warrior. And I told him that because he seems to be getting back to playing balanced basketball, NBA level, up to his potential, both ends of the floor. Admitted that when Jonathan started scoring buckets last year, he, quote, forgot about the defensive end for a little while. So I thought just a wonderful statement of both support for Jonathan Kuminga, but also a window into what has been going on inside the organization that has led to the decisions they've made.
Right, and you've seen it over the past years where he kind of fell out of favor 2 years ago, and then last year, great on offense, and at times he looked a little lost on defense, and then you see the game from Saturday night, and it's a game where they absolutely needed him to play that well, and I'm just glancing at his career plus-minus individual games, and he's never been plus 18 in a game that was actually close and contested.
Really?
2 years ago, he was a plus 35 against Portland. They won by 56.
Okay.
you kind of see the pattern.
I get
There was a game he was plus 21. They lost to Dallas by 3. So that was a game where he was significantly important. He had 14 points, but they lost the game. So this game on Saturday was special.
Yeah, the game against Portland last year where he sort of came in and saved the day. Remember, they were I don't know, they were messing around and they were just not pulling away. And Jonathan kind of had actually been benched, the real kind of bench, not using him. And then they brought him in and he took over in the second half and they won the basketball game. Do you see the one that I'm talking about? I think it was in Portland.
Yeah, and I think in Portland, I see one where he played just 16 minutes. And I remember that might have been the game because he came in and he never went out again.
Yeah. Is that it?
And they ended up beating Portland by 4.
And what was his plus minus?
He was, in that game, he was a plus, he was a plus 13.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah,
that's pretty good for only playing 16 minutes.
Right. And they ended up, winning that game by 4.
Yeah.
And, in the first half, he did not play. So that's the game you're talking about, where he came in with 4:40 to go in the third and played the rest of the game.
And won them the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the phones, okay? 888-957-9570. How about Spencer in Walnut Creek? Hi, Spencer. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, folks. I'm doing my daily here. I listen to you guys while I work out, and I love it. So thank you for doing what you do. You keep me entertained while going through heck here in the gym. And I just want to say about Jonathan Kuminga, I mean, shout out to normal progression. I mean, the kid's 22.
Yep.
If you ask me to do, I equate it, to buying a car. If I'm 18 years old and I have, the speed and the sexiness of a Ferrari, or like the utility and capability of like, a really nice 4-wheel drive SUV. I'm clearly going to choose the Ferrari, but maybe 4 or 5 years later in my life, maybe I'm married, maybe I've got a kid, and I see the utility elsewhere, and I start thinking full circle. Same thing with like anybody in their job. I mean, I'm sure you guys have had growth in your careers as radio hosts, and being able to speak to people a certain way and have your voice heard a certain way, and be respected in your game. And so I just think there's just been a lot of growth there that I don't think people give him credit for. I think he's still going to have really rough spots. I think he's still 22. And
you're probably right.
The only thing I will say, and I don't fault Steve Kerr for this. I really don't, because I understand the organization had, very specific goals, and we've got Steph, and we had Klay, and we've got Dre, and we're really trying to maximize their careers. But had Kuminga been able to go through some of these growing pains with a little bit more playing time earlier in his career, I think the progression might have come quicker than it has. And now we've got a tough decision to make. Are we going to pay this guy, $200 million, or let somebody else swoop him?
Right.
Come in this offseason.
Yeah, Spencer, let us jump in because we're up against it a little bit. Thank you very much for the call. But you're right. It is a tough decision that doesn't need to be made yet.
No.
And that's, I think, why games like Saturday are so interesting. We mentioned this last week. Like, he's in that spot where almost every game is going to move the opinion needle.
Right, and this is the best thing that the Warriors can hope for.
Totally.
Having him play great, and if you get to the deadline and you think that maybe you can get a lot by trading him, then maybe you do it. If not, you have a really good player who you can then pay in the offseason.
And he's right also with, like, this is just natural. It's natural progression.
Yeah.
It's nothing to get upset about. Unless you want to. You want to get upset at the coaching staff and decide that they don't like the players that they drafted and will be complimented if play well. Okay, you can do that. That is the other sort of side point for me that comes out of this is that the Warrior coaches, they don't always make the right decision, but I'm pretty sure they have reasons for the decisions they make.
Yeah.
It's no different than Kyle Shanahan with Trey Lance. We'll fade here in like 1 minute, but let's go to Jonathan in Foster City. Shout out to FC. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I agree with a lot what that last caller said. It's clear the front office has been trying to play the two timelines and figure this whole thing out, and we're in the best case scenario. But it really comes down to a third party named Jeff Austin on what happens. You guys know who Jeff Austin is?
Is that his agent?
Nope. He is an agent. He is the agent of Steph Curry and the agent of Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Ooh, look at you. Chess, not checkers.
Is a powerful man. So as things unfold in Milwaukee and Kuminga continues to play like he plays, Jeff Austin is going to be a very interesting name to consider as things progress.
Ooh, that is interesting. Thank you, Jonathan. That is pretty interesting.
Jeff Austin represents only 2 players in the NBA.
And their names are?
Steph and Giannis. I mean, why?
Damn.
Why rep
you want to talk about
else?
efficiency? He doesn't even represent Giannis's brother?
Not a one of them.
What's that guy's name?
There's a bunch of them. There's Thanasis.
Thanasis? Is that guy going to be a Warrior if Giannis is?
Costas.
Bob Costas. Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
There's 4 of them, I think, in the association.
Alex? That's one.
Sure.
It is?
Don't know if he made the NBA, though.
You can't just have a bunch of really exotic, fun names and then name someone Alex.
Jim. Hi, Jim Antetokounmpo here.
Giannis, Thanasis, Bob.
Totally.
Like, what? Let's fade the Debers for crying out loud.
It's time for
Fade the Debers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it. You make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stink.
Dibs. What's the lock of the day?
It's Monday Night Football, and Dibs is Not hot.
No.
He lost on Sunday Night Football. 2 games under 500. That's where we like him because that's where we make money. Let's find out about tonight. The number on the move. The Chiefs minus 9.5.
Yeah, they say you can't win them all, but the Chiefs certainly have. They haven't lost in 315 days outright. That was Christmas.
Good Lord.
Against the Raiders. The last time the Chiefs lost, but
that's a crazy thought.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Jeez.
Meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes, 22-28 against the spread all time when he's favored by 7 or more points. Losing record.
Oh.
The number's on the move. The money's coming in on Tampa. The pick has been in since last Wednesday. I like the Bucks. Give me Tampa and the 9.5.
You have to hit the thing or else no one knows why he's making noises. It just thank you. Sounds like a man just making thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And I started one of those Tampa receivers who actually isn't hurt.
Will you throw the break while I go to my gambling account?
Are you going to fade the dibber?
Put all kinds of money on the Chiefs.
You won't.
I might not. I got to think about it.
9.5's a boatload.
That's a lot
I got
of points.
Jalen McMillan in my lineup.
Oh, that's exciting for you.
And he's questionable.
Chiefs have a very, very good defense. Have a good time. We're sponsored by In at the Tides.
Oh, it's back.
Oh, the beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at In at the Tides is now accepting reservations. You know what those are? The reservation sensations for Thanksgiving. Delight in a classic turkey dinner or chef special like surf and turf, prime rib, or pan-seared filet-o salmon. Reservations at inatthetides.com. Warriors Live next.
On Willard and Dibs, and I'm excited. You got me all revved up thinking about the In at the Tides, but I'm more concerned about the house in the cul-de-sac for me.
Stephen Curry returns to the lineup tonight as the Warriors in the nation's capital visit an old friend. Warriors and Wizards tonight on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Willard and Dibbs are going to bring you right up to when we send it out to the arena where Tim Roy and the crew will take it the rest of the way as we get ready for basketball on the East Coast tonight.
It's so awesome. And you said bring on the good stuff, and we have had the good stuff. And we've all talked for a long time about the Stephless minutes. How do you survive the Stephless minutes? Well, they played 48, 48, and then 53 Stephless minutes. By my math, Mark, that's 149 Stephless minutes. Win, win, win. So keep it humming, even though now you're saddled by the greatest shooter in history.
Well,
you got to cope with that, right?
Well, get ready. Watch the Warriors go out there and have a poor performance tonight, and we'll take calls all day tomorrow about how the Warriors are better without Steph.
Yep.
We watched that in Memphis for a while when John Morant would go in and out and whatnot. But I think sometimes it is difficult. We saw this with Klay Thompson when he returned from a lengthy absence. It's one thing when it's a lengthy absence. It's different when it's a short one. And this was only 3 games. And I do think the Warriors have found something in his absence, not in terms of lineup or style of play. I just use a different word for it. Confidence. This is something that this organization has dealt with for a long time, quite frankly, which is a lack of confidence when Steph is not on the floor, even when he is playing. Just when he goes out for a few minutes, they're like, oh, God, how do we score the basketball? Well, Jonathan Kuminga has stepped into his own. The arrival of Buddy Hield, who is averaging over 22 points a game, and others. The strength in numbers, the return of ball movement, and absolute maniacal defense that the Warriors have played so far have led to a 5-1 start, even in the absence, largely, of their best player. And I think early in the season, there's no better way to start a year than to do that. Forget the record and the points, but the confidence building to feel like you can still be not just competitive, but good, even if he misses a few games.
Right, competitive, good, and win games. And unlike last year where you got off to a little bit of a shaky start, this year has been quite the opposite, where you're 5-1, and the game against the Clippers really is one that could have gone either way. Not that you're thinking, we should be 6-0, but when you're sitting at 5-1 on this 5-game trip, and the road trip starts with a near collapse, and then it was a resuscitation sensation is what it was. Cha-ching! As we swap personnel in the back there. That was one where you gave it away, you took it back, then you had to play extra ball.
Yep.
And Jonathan Kuminga, 5 minutes in overtime, was the best player on the floor.
More on him coming up in a few. Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. We got a special guest out in Washington. He's going to join us in just about 5 minutes. But here's the injury report, and if you are just joining, this is what a lot of people were waiting for, is the news on Steph Curry, listed as questionable with that left ankle sprain. When we talk Curry and ankles, we all get nervous, but he's ready to roll. It is official. He will play. He will start tonight in Washington in this game that starts in 54 minutes. Andrew Wiggins listed as probable with a lower back strain. We haven't gotten anything official, but when you're listed as probable, I'm going to assume that Wiggins will be in there for his healthy amount of minutes tonight. DeAnthony Melton remains out with the back inflammation, although he started to do some work on the side in practice as well. So that's a good sign. As for the Wizards, Kyle Kuzma with a groin strain, Marvin Bagley with illness, and Sadiq Bey, ACL surgery, also Malcolm Brogdon with right thumb surgery are all out. And what that means is we'll probably get more of what we've seen early in the year, which is Jordan Poole trying to take over the scoring load. The Wizards are 2-3 so far this year, so they've not played great basketball, but it's been better. It's been serviceable at times, and Jordan Poole, somewhat surprisingly, after the way he played last year, has kind of been the straw that largely stirs the drink.
Not too surprising to me. I think when you get into a new spot, there takes time to figure out, get your footing. And he also, as we talked about with Jonathan Kuminga, he's still a very young player in the association. He's a little bit older than Kuminga, but just, I think, coming into his own now in a new city in a new spot. And I expect Jordan Poole to continue, maybe not to shoot 50% from the floor, but certainly to be better than he was last year. Washington in a bit of an odd spot, traveling back from Mexico City. And, that trip is unlike any other, and they just got blown away by the Heat south of the border. And, it's an interesting spot for me, Warriors-wise, because you're blending a couple of things. Steph is coming back. You're coming off an overtime win, but it's also a little bit of a look-ahead spot with the big Boston Celtics matchup coming on Wednesday.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. I do want to throw this at you and get an answer, because I bet a lot of people forget this, which is that last year through 6 games, do you remember what the Warriors' record was?
I would say 3-3.
Also 5-1.
5-1,
They
wow.
were also 5-1.
My bad.
No, not your bad, because it leads to the question I want to ask. Does this feel different, and how?
It feels a lot different.
Yeah.
And just circling back on those games last year, and yeah, you had a buzzer beater over the Kings. I do remember that. And then, you beat the Thunder in the in-season tournament, the IST.
Yes, remember that 141-139 game?
That was a wild affair.
And you had beaten Sacramento twice. You had beaten them at their place. Like, that's the other thing. About 4 of those 5 initial wins, they were on the road.
Yeah.
And that was coming off of the season where the Warriors could not win on the road.
And turns out last year they were actually better on the road, or darn near better on the road than they were at home. And so that early slate, and the reason why I didn't think that they were so good is because of the opener against Phoenix, where we were out there, you and I and the lovely Christy, hoisted a beer up there in the upper concourse and had ourselves a good time out there, but just felt like they weren't as steady and as explosive as they are this year.
Well, and then they split games. They lost in Cleveland. They won in Detroit. They were sitting there at 6-2 and feeling pretty good about themselves, and then they uncorked a 6-game losing streak.
Wow.
And suddenly,
5 of those at home.
Yeah. And suddenly they were an under 500 team and kind of scrambling for quite some time to get back over 500. They did not get back over the 500 mark until, wait for it, February 15th. February 15th, when they finally were able to climb out of that hole. And they beat Utah and got to 27-26, and obviously still ended up with a pretty serviceable record last year. But we'll see. I don't foresee something like that here this year, but at the same time, I do still think we're in a little bit of this get to know you, feel it out period in terms of what this team's actually going to be.
And eventually this 13-man rotation will be pared down, but in the meantime, it's fun watching these guys come in and like hockey substitutions.
We've got our take it to the bank predictions still ahead. We've got our out of the town game of the night that we're going to get to as we preview this one, and then we'll hand it on out to the arena in just about 20 minutes, but it's time to go to the arena now.
Let's do it.
In a way that we don't normally do.
How's that?
Well, the very special guest is ready to be revealed. He is on the scene. He is not inside the arena. He is outside the arena. And he is eating pizza. Mystery guest, please reveal yourself.
That's correct. I'm at Street Pizza, Gordon Ramsay's Street Pizza outside the Capital One Center. Ladies and gentlemen, waiting to go into the Warriors-Wizards game tonight in our nation's capital.
So this is Matt Steinmetz.
Matt Steinmetz.
Yeah. Yes.
That's correct.
Fantastic.
Okay. That is correct. And ideally, I would have been in the arena by now, but my daughter, she brought a bag.
Oh.
And they don't allow bags in, so she's taken the Metro quickly back to her apartment.
God.
So we'll be going in just a hair later than normal, which, you know what? That's fine. I don't stress about stuff like that anymore.
No, that's good, but couldn't you have cozied up to someone at the pizza place and like had her put the bag behind, in the back office of the restaurant or something? Make her go all the way back home?
It was her decision.
Okay.
She's a grown woman.
Yeah.
She's 26 years old, and my job is done here.
That's fantastic. Say hi to Joe's when she eventually makes it back on the Metro, Steiny.
Absolutely.
All right. So,
by the way,
go ahead.
There's a lot of activity outside the arena. I am blown away by the amount of Warriors/Curry jerseys.
Huh.
It is actually you can tell the Wizards don't sell out every night. Let's just put it that way. There's a big crowd of security, and it doesn't look like you're going to be able to zip in and zip out of the arena. Let's put it that way.
The great Steiny is
particularly because tomorrow is an important day, election day, and so I sense your boy's going to miss tip-off, but that's fine.
Okay, you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Yeah, tomorrow, though, is NFL trade deadline day. So let's try to clean up the references.
Tomorrow's not promised, Dan. Tomorrow's not promised.
Thank you, Matthew.
So,
I appreciate that. Yes.
Well, I think
but there's a lot of security around our nation's capital right now, and there's a lot going on.
Hey, Maddie, have you been able to get it? Say hi to all of them for us. Hey, have you? I don't know how long you've been hanging out and watching all this. Do you have any sort of a sense of how Jordan Poole has been received by the local fans there?
None. Yeah, none. I've been in Reading, Pennsylvania. It's about a 3-hour drive from the nation's capital. But you know what? Hold on. Let me just do something. And
ask
it's not
some people
what I do.
Ask some people.
Hey, are you a Jordan Poole fan at all? You like Jordan? That was absolutely non-recognition.
Okay.
In fact, that guy he may have been from Finland. Hold on, here comes two. Hey, what do you guys think of Jordan Poole? Jordan Poole. Yeah, there's another language being spoken other than English.
Wow. Steiny, I need you to profile right now. No, you got to profile.
No,
look for some.
Have Curry.
I know, but look for some people who look like they speak
Here
English.
We go. Hold on. This Jordan Poole, yes or no? Up or down? You like Jordan Poole? Down.
Oh.
So, boy, some shake of the heads negative.
Koulibaly? Koulibaly?
Yeah, I'm not going to do this anymore.
That's fine. That's fine.
This may be my favorite thing you've ever done.
Yeah, I'm starting to. Yeah, I'm not. But you know what? It feels to me like Jordan Poole still has some work to do in terms of his branding and name recognition.
Okay,
but he could take a big step tonight here in the nation's capital.
This is a great game.
Right, so based on two people from Finland in Washington, D.C., they're down on Jordan Poole. It's Matt Steinmetz joining us live from the basketball game, but at a pizza spot across the street while his daughter takes public transportation back to her house because she had a major bag alert. So anyway.
With her fiance. She went with her fiance.
Okay, good.
Susan's in the, somebody's in the bar. Or the restaurant. But it says Gordon Ramsay. It's a good pie.
Gordon Ramsay.
No doubt.
Okay.
Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay. Steiny, let me ask you the question I was just asking Dibs. Is the Warriors started 5-1 last year also? Does this one feel different to you?
Oh, hell, I can't remember a year ago. I'm having trouble remembering the engagement party from Saturday. I would say this. You know what? We could do this tomorrow, and I could tell you if it feels different because technically we're not using the exact same numbers. But no, I mean, I watched a little of the Houston game. This has letdown game written all over it though, because you almost let that one slip away, and now they're going to probably play their first game in front of a sellout. And Curry's back, so they got. But I'm excited.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
What did you think of that game against Houston on Saturday? Did you like the thrill of it, or did it just remind you of why the NBA is too reliant on run and chuck?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I haven't gone back to look at the All-22 just yet.
I can say that.
But I was looking at it. I was looking at it from an emotional standpoint of, boy, you get up 30, you expect the run, which they got. But then you win the game. So now what happens tonight? That's the question.
Yeah.
Steiny, what kind of toppings do you like on your pizza? What?
Just pepperoni. No onion, no peppers.
All right, what were you going to say?
But I see Josie and Teddy coming down the street, so they've arrived.
Okay, then we should let you go then.
Yeah, but we could do this tomorrow.
Sure,
if you'd like.
Yeah,
if you're free.
I got to do it with Guru and Evan first.
Well, that's fine, but we'll have you on again, too, especially if you're going to go door to door and ask people Wizards questions. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, Jordan Poole. Oh, boy. He's got a... I'll tell you what, I don't know if you want to hit the breaking news sounder, but it doesn't appear like he is yet to capture the imagination of this area.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you what.
Still early.
If something changes, call us. Or if it doesn't, call us tomorrow.
Will do.
All right. There it is.
Hope you guys are well.
Yeah, Steiny, you too, brother.
Same to you.
Safe travels, my man.
There it is. Matt Steinmetz on the street with pizza, talking to people.
Yeah.
That's kind of a Steiny I've never met before.
Never before.
That was amazing.
Yeah, Steiny after dark is what we call that.
Just cruising around, started talking to people from Finland.
Yeah,
that was incredible.
And then he got a little self-aware and had to shut it down. I think he realized he was having too much fun, which is off-brand. So he had to put an absolute stop to that.
Well, I think at first he's like, this will be interesting radio. And then he was like, oh, wait, I'm a creepy man on the street. And I should stop. That was my, we couldn't see him. We could only hear him, but that was my interpretation of what just happened on Warriors Live. All right. Warriors and Wizards tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. It's time for the Take It to the Bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Do you have a fancy prediction that you've pulled aside for us already?
Yeah, it has to do with Jordan Poole.
Same.
And I was about to change my prediction to whether or not he gets booed by the home crowd based on that exit polling. But I think Jordan's going to have a big game, a high volume game. He's really going to go out there and try to show out. So I've got Jordan Poole over 20 points tonight against the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, see, and I was looking at like his total made threes. Like he's averaging so far this year 4.4 threes per game. I'm going to give Jordan Poole under 4.5 threes in this game tonight because I think the Warriors are probably, at least so far this year, this is the most quality defensive team that the Wizards have faced, and they can start throwing people like GP2 and Lindy Waters at him tonight. Yep. I think they'll be able to do a good job.
The prize picks over-under for points is 22. So I'm going to give him the over on 22 just to make it fair.
Okay. All right. I think that's very fair. That's nice of you.
Well, because if he had 21 and it's really less than the prize picks, I would have felt bad about getting that one right.
I don't want you to feel bad. The out-of-town NBA Game of the Night is sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. It's a busy night around the association. There are 15 games. Everybody is playing across the league tonight. Out-of-town game of the night, Sixers at Suns in Phoenix. Paul George is set to make his Sixers debut against Kevin Durant and the Suns in the desert. Joel Embiid remains out for Philly, but an interesting one against a Suns team that has sort of been alongside the Warriors in the way that they've started their season. They look like a renewed group as well, off to a very good start in the Western Conference, also at 5-1.
That is tip number 14 of 15. As I mentioned, they are 15-minute increments. We start with Bucks at Cavs, which is an interesting one to me. A 1-5 reeling Milwaukee against the undefeated Cavaliers.
I've heard if Milwaukee doesn't win it, Giannis will request a trade.
I have heard that too, but not from any credible source.
Okay.
I've heard it from a caller or two.
Oh.
But every 15 minutes, we're getting a tip, starting in 24 minutes.
Apparently, Giannis is not playing in that game.
He's not.
He's out.
It's funny you said that.
It's a protest.
I was on my prize picks, and I was about to go over his points, and
Don't do that.
It disappeared. It absolutely disappeared.
Yes, because he will be scoring under 0.5 point tonight.
But it was weird because I think that the line was like 30.5, and I was like, oh, he's going to put up 50.
No.
Giannis is mad.
No, he's not.
The game you mentioned as the game of the night, Sixers at Suns, will be tip number 14.
Okay.
The last game of the night, and I do want to give a quick shout out to Greg Popovich, and I don't know if you saw the news scroll by that he will be out indefinitely. Yes. So the Spurs at the Clippers, the last game of the night tonight. Pop, we knew wouldn't coach that, and he's going to miss significant, but
indefinite.
He's out indefinitely.
Out indefinitely,
so our thoughts are with the Popovich family.
For sure. I'm glad you said that. And as we look at those out-of-town games, that is the out-of-the-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. I just give everyone a reminder going into this one tonight because the Warriors are, again, very big favorites, double-digit favorites in this game tonight. And it's a road game in the NBA, and I'm not expecting the Warriors to be perfect. But I think there's a lazy vibe about this one. Like, the Warriors are good. They'll get this one. This is a really important game because if you have looked ahead at the schedule, this road trip is about to get real hard.
Right. And this is coming off an overtime game in advance of a game against the defending champ. So I've dubbed this one my Admiral Akbar game of the night, Mark.
Thank you.
You know what that means, right?
Please explain.
It's a trap.
Yeah, I like that. I don't like the trap, but I understand where you're coming from.
And for the YouTube audience, you could see me doing the Admiral Akbar mouth move.
It's actually a really good impression.
Thank you.
That doesn't work on radio. But if you could only see
Shout out YouTube and Twitch. I'm as handsome as the Admiral, too, now.
Been a while, but yes. Anyway, Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City. That's what's waiting for the Warriors the rest of this week. Yep. Boston, Cleveland, Oklahoma City. There is a scenario where you actually feel good about being 6-4 when we go to bed on Sunday night.
Do you know how many losses those three have combined? They've lost one game.
Yeah.
One game.
And it was the Celts, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a gauntlet now.
No. Real tough.
Got to get tonight.
And then they come home for Klay Thompson on Tuesday.
I cannot wait. This is fun.
Here we go. We're going to send it out to the arena. Coming up next, it is the Warriors and the Wizards tonight on 95.7 The Game. For Dibs, I'm Willard. Have fun.